they have refused to provide accounting documents of all their activities. It's a closed union. They don't have to report their books. And in my opinion, to be a parasite on the Chicago homeowners taxpayers, it's over, and we have to do it by proclamation. And the fact is, the system will have to readjust. There's no other way to do it. We're not going to lower it over 4 years. We're cutting it immediately. We have to cauterize the wound. So my day one plan, again, is to issue a Chicago mayoral decree and proclamation that we are cutting property taxes. If you're a homeowner in Chicago or a condo owner, you get a 25% tax break immediately. And in fact, it won't just be in the future. We are going to retroactively go back and issue you a refund for the 2026 year. This year, you will get a 25% property tax. It's not in arrears. It's now. So vote John Kitover. Go to chicagomayorvote.com. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Go to chicagomayorvote.com right now. Our day two plan is to rip out all the bike lanes, rip out all of these city parking meters, get rid of the City of Chicago parking app. And then after we rip it all away and everybody parking again, there is no parking enforcement, all those jobs eliminated, we will save $300 million in the first year. And then we're going to sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, who defrauded and scammed Chicago, who has taken billions of dollars away from us. They control our streets. We pay for all the enforcement. But anyways, we're suing the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority on day two. That's day two of my 3-day plan, if you're following along. Number one, again, is cut property taxes by 25% day one. Day two, we sue the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority for fraud, and we take back our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. That's right. Not the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority and the sheikh over there. They don't own the Chicago streets. The Chicago taxpayer does. Richard Daley pulled a fastball and fucked us. Rahm Emanuel caught that fastball and fucked us again. And Lori Lightfoot took that dildo and shoved it up our ass. And Brandon Johnson is literally parasiting the city, defrauding us with nonprofits. $300 million TIF? $3 billion TIF? What's a TIF? It's a tax, stupid. There's no such thing as called an investment. You got to borrow, you got to steal, or you got to take to give. And that's the way this scam works, baby. So now you know our 2-day plan, our 3-day plan. Guess what we have in store for you on day 3? Anybody? Are you listening? Can you hear me?
What do you have in store for us on day 3?
Can you hear me? We haven't even gotten to day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. I have so many things in store, and I've been taking notes on things that I want to do. And you know where I'm starting from? Here at home. I'm looking on my street corners, and I'm saying, why did the city of Chicago spend thousands of dollars to put up signs saying, if you park past this sign, we're going to tow you? And so what they've done is they've removed at least 4 parking spots on my little tiny street where we have no parking spots. And if you park in a spot that now they declare is no longer a spot because of a sign, they will tow you. They will take your car to an impound lot in Logan Square or downtown Chicago in the gutter underneath a highway and make you go into a little wooden box where they have people that will shake you down and ruin your day. And it's not just like a 1-hour experience. It's a multi-hour experience into the inner depths of Dante's hell. You've never been to the center of the universe until you go to the Chicago impound lot. Just finding your car is a journey. And when you get out and your car's all fucked up and they make you show you the papers and you paid and you cleared and you good to go. And then just a couple weeks later, they snatch your car again. God damn, this city is ruthless. I've been through that more times than I care to share. And every time it's the same experience over and over again. Many people have never been to the center of hell multiple times, but your future mayor has. I've gone down like Dante. I've gone down like Mustapheles. I've gone into the pits of hell for this city many times over. And I've come back up with the spirit of Howard Irving. I think his name was Howard Irving. He was the first black mayor of Chicago. The guy was so articulate. He could articulate. Brandon Johnson can only ejaculate. Harold
Washington?
Harold Washington, isn't that his name?
Harold Washington, yes.
Yeah, I've been to his library downtown. It is a huge library, but his videos of him talking about politics and justice and equality are amazing. That guy, was a real communicator, and unfortunately, he passed on. That was a great tragedy. I don't think any of the people on this app that sit here and talk about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton, man, fucking talk about Howard Irving, because that's a real G, dog. That motherfucker was the embodiment of the Holy Ghost. He was a vivacious and eloquent and spiritual master. He was a good guy. Anyways, Brandon Johnson has a lot to learn. And day by day, he tears this city down because of incompetence. Never run a business. If he just sat in City Hall and said, I'm a business, I would have more respect for him. But he doesn't do that. He runs around and says, white man is the devil and we need reparations. That's not running a business. That's running the complaint department in the layaway section of a Walmart. That's not how you run one of the world's greatest cities. No. Anyways, this is not a comedy show, but it is becoming funny, I can tell. Anything else you want to say, Project B, my fellow Chicagoan?
Yeah, man, I wish you the best of luck. I'm not going to lie to you, Bill. It is, obviously I see that you have definitely a comedic appeal, which I think the city kind of needs, to be honest. Also, I just, look, Chicago once upon a time was a great city, but the corruption has been here since the time of the dailies. And I think that it's largely pay to play here. And that,
but that's Chicago. What about New York? What about New York? Can we hear from New York, please? They're not Democrat.
You're not Democrat? Long Island isn't.
Atlanta, no, but you're saying Chicago because it's close to Atlanta. I'm not from America. I'm not living in America. I live in Europe.
What I understand about New York is very much progressive Democrat, and the major boroughs outside of Long Island, which does have a more conservative base.
But who are you? Do you go to vote? Do you vote for Democrats? Do you go personally?
I do not vote for Democrats. No.
So please be quiet. Obviously, I can tell you about that because I know how it feels like. We need difference. We need to change, and I'm involved in the Democratic Parliament. I'm in the UK. I'm one of the Democratic Parliaments. I work for the Parliament. So sometimes we need to vote, but we don't believe as colored people. We don't believe in voting. But we pushed it forward, and then Donald Trump
doesn't believe in voting, and he works for Parliament. Is that the cigarette company?
Right, but how is he talking about American politics from the UK?
I don't know, but it's getting late in the day, and in Chicago, as they say, I saw a man dance with his wife. He had the time of his life in Chicago. So, anyways, thanks for being here, Project. I do have to get petition signatures. I haven't decided to run as a libertarian or a Democrat yet. Everybody just tells me to run as a Democrat, but in my opinion, I have a much greater chance of getting on the ballot as a libertarian than I do a Democrat. And I think if given a third option on the ballot for a mayor, it's possible that because I can split the vote, I can eke out a small, tiny victory as a surprise libertarian candidate. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if your messaging is strong, again, what it'll do is it'll give you face time. It'll give you a chance to go up against whoever they primary or whatever it is that we will call it, whoever they put up in that position, opposed to having to fight amongst all the people vying for that spot. You can at least have your own platform to go off of. The only thing about it is that I think that the mentality of everyone here in Chicago is very much vote blue no matter who. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be overcoming that mindset. That'll be a big hurdle. Is trying to convince people through your rhetoric or through your common sense to be able to get them to side with you based upon reason.
Okay, so
yes,
if
you have a legitimate strategy. I think that strategy is legitimate.
It's legitimate, but if it's always vote blue no matter who, why don't I still take the message within the vote blue and stay out of vote purple? Because there is no slogan as vote purple no matter who. It's like it's better to bring the message in house within that network than to work in a network that has no network.
Okay, you just basically sing the same song on different stages. That's what I hear you saying. You're saying that you'll carry some of the talking points from the Democratic Party. However, you won't try to fight within their arena. You will take it to another arena where you have less competition.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't need to carry Democrat talking points. I can carry libertarian talking points into the Democratic Party, even if they're not Democrat Party talking points, because just being in the network is enough to cause a disruption. But what I'm saying is there is no libertarian network. So if you want to lead the people, you got to go to the people. That's why I'm thinking it's better and smarter to file as a Democrat. But at the same time, I think about the experience of the voter when they go to that ballot and they're on the touch screen or they're doing the paper and they see Democrat at the top, then they see a Republican, then they see the Libertarian. Chances are 80% of the people, 60 to 80% are just going to click Democrat right away. So whoever the fuck the Democrat candidate is, that's who they're going to vote for. But there's no primary for the mayoralship. If there's not a majority vote, it goes into an April runoff special election. So I'm trying to reverse engineer statistically what my best option is.
Well, yeah, Chicago is definitely a city that, because look at Paul Ballas, right? Paul Ballas had at least the CPD, he had a background with the police. Now, that's a network, that's a whole union in its own right. And then you had Brandon Johnson. He had the teachers union. So it's really hard for an outsider to come in and be based just on rhetoric alone to be able to overcome. You would have to build such a grassroots movement and something look at how Trump did it. Trump was technically an outsider of the political elite. But what he was able to do was, because of the controversial takes and things that he did and said, he was able to appeal. He pissed a lot of people off, but he found his network. He found his niche. He found the people who were disenfranchised.
We don't know who influenced him. We don't know. Don't do that.
Okay, from the outside looking in, I'm talking about being Monday morning quarterback. You can't tell me my perspective is wrong. It's my perspective. So suck a dick. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, don't tell me what I can or cannot perceive.
Okay, Rabbanu Shalom, thanks for your insight. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe running as the libertarian candidate is the best option in trying to create or organize more of a liberty approach. El Norma, what do you think? I'm trying to game theory the filing for mayorship. Do I file as a libertarian that has no network, or do I file as a network and bring libertarian talking points into the Democrat network? So this will be my third election. I'm 0 for 2. And everybody says if you're Republican, you file as a Democrat. And I got to agree. So I'm just at a crossroads. Do I want to go 0 for 3 as a libertarian or 0 for 3 as a Democrat? What's the best chance? Because a lot of this is, I know I'm going to lose. So part of it is, it's about the journey, the experience, the happening, and my input and influence into the environment as a candidate. That's, to me, one of the things a lot of people overlook, even though we know there's only one winner. Out of the 55 mayors of Chicago, there are thousands of losers that their names are not in the history books, and no one knows who they were or what happened to them. Only when you go to Wikipedia, you only know the winners. So I'm just saying that the environment can be influenced, and even if I don't win, I can influence who the winner is by promoting the other candidate of my choice. So part of this is like an experiment. You could call it science. You could call it political science.
You're going to say, okay, I was going to let El Moro go, but if you think about the history, you also have history going against you. The fact that you ran 2 other times as a libertarian and then you switch up, you don't think that would get brought up on stage in any debates?
Well, I ran as a Republican twice, lost, and that experience pushed me to become a Democrat, or it pushed me to become a libertarian. It's all transformation. Are you anti-trans?
No, I'm not anti-trans. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, like, I guess your position. I'm just saying, do you think that would be a strong position? Because what it is that it doesn't look like you really have a strong stance. Then you're kind of fluid, and I just don't think that you'll be able to gather voters off being so fluid, right? You will have to kind of pick a position and stand on that position. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, talking about, let's look at political history. That Trump was a registered Democrat, voted Democrat, did all things Democrat, and he made a sharp change to Republican. But he didn't flip-flop. He didn't go back and forth. He was a moderate Democrat. He was a moderate Republican, in my opinion.
Well, you know what I've learned after doing many interviews with media outlets and political pundits? That every interview turns out it's like a trick interview. Trick questions, just to create content that can be used against you, even if the content is pro you. My point is, people want to own you. They want proprietary video. They want proprietary interview to use it against you for your opponent. It's amazingly devious and a lot of chicanery and trickery. But the point is, one of the major questions is, why are you running? What's motivating you to run? And I usually give like a canned response, similar response. My thinking is, I like to talk about the history of this and, my activity in that. But the truth is, it's like a spiritual will or a divine will where, just in the same way that mushrooms spring up, this is how liberty works. It just comes naturally. And the population wants liberty. It's a little bit like Moses and the Exodus. There is a libertarian inclination, and all religions are libertarian in nature because they are all based on liberation theory or liberation theology. It's the same principle with politics.
Change you from conservative to libertarian? What changed in your ideology?
Well, I supported Ron Paul when he ran because I like the concept of non-interventionalism, meaning we don't pick fights, we don't choose winners, we stay out of international businesses affairs. We're not the world police, we're not the civilization builder. If you don't want to educate your women and you want to practice Sharia law, who are we to say no? It's not the taxpayer's job to reconstitute your culture. So that's why I liked Ron Paul, but I also like small government. Small government, small problems. Big government, big problems. So I think we have to have real practical new management, business-minded people who are all pennies and cents and not feelings and propaganda. See, the thing about running is if you get petition signatures, people want to sit here and have this long conversation with you, which I'm happy to do here on Clubhouse. But on the street, when I just need a sheet, I don't have time to sit there and explain, political philosophy, my historical understanding, my financial acumen. The point is, if the great debate is really, in my opinion, always economic theory or economic philosophy, which is really business 101. Who's got the better plan for running a pre-existing business? It's not Brandon Johnson. He has proven beyond a reasonable doubt he's a horrible steward, a terrible fiduciary of our financial well-being. He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't care about it. He just keeps borrowing and spending. We've got to have open books. We've got to have forensic accounting. We've got to have financial transparency. Taxpayers are getting crushed. Homeowners can't afford to pay their property taxes. And in Cook County, they will sell your house out from underneath you in a tax deed sale, and you're finished. Say goodbye to your house because you can't afford $10,000 in property taxes. It's blackmail. It's criminality. It's lawyers fucking feasting at the trough of our fellow citizens. I am running to liberate them from these criminal lawyers and Democrat criminal judges. The problem is the judiciary. It's not just the elected political establishment.
Absolutely.
We have all these election judges.
What would be the counter argument? How would someone argue against what you're saying right now? Let's play it out. Let's game theory this. Figure out, okay, what would the opposing argument be against what you're saying right now?
I think people will shake their head.
This is a very compelling argument. I mean, I could say, like, for example, if you were going up against Brandon Johnson, he would basically try to discredit what you're saying right now. He would give some sort of statistics that benefit what he's saying, some of them about low, medium income people achieving some level of success somewhere, somehow, in some remote section of the city, and saying that this increase proves that what you're talking about is not happening, right? It silenced you because it will talk about perceived progress and get people warm about what's really going on in the city, and then probably attack some of your points and say how that would take away from some social programs that help lower income people in some way, shape, or form, and how those people would then, because it's fear-based, right, and talk about how those people will be deprived of some resources that they're currently getting.
Brandon would tout his bullshit, non-existent tip tax, bullshit protection service. You know, if you make $200,000 a year in this city, but you're still paying $20,000 a year just in property taxes, and you're paying, almost $90,000 in income tax and Social Security tax and Medicare, Medicaid, FICA tax, and all these fucking taxes. Chicago's got to be very personally responsible as an example for the country. We have to basically start saving Chicago now because the whole fucking country is already bankrupt. Chicago has to be the leader on financial transparency, practicality, pragmatism on how we allocate our tax dollars to what we're spending it on. No more fugazi nonprofit bullshit. That's what Johnson does. He's big in it, and it's bigger than Lori Lightfoot. Lori Lightfoot was more of a corporate criminal. Brandon Johnson has surrounded himself by crony capitalists who they may claim they're building houses for the future, for Black Chicago or low-income housing. But the problem with the Chicago Housing Authority is they have board members who are living in luxury penthouses and getting a voucher for a condo that they don't even live in anymore, and they are on the board of directors. And Brandon wants to fire the CHA president because it's not his personal pick. So Brandon Johnson is not running this like a pre-existing business. He's gutting management, and he's installing his own cronies. And these are bad people. These are not vetted. These are not elected, responsible individuals. These are his personal crony captains. And Brandon Johnson is at the head of a criminal organization and enterprise known as Brandon Johnson, Inc. And he's going to come out of this a multi-millionaire as a parasite pensioner. In my opinion, Chicago should just declare bankruptcy and seek debt forgiveness for the $200 billion in pension debt. Because when Brandon Johnson retires from being the mayor after I win, not only will I arrest him, but he will not get his pension because we're filing bankruptcy in federal court. We at least need some type of debt resolution. Do you watch television? Do you see how all these debt resolution specialists want you to call them right now to help you finally solve your debt problem? Well, that's what a vote for John Kitover will do as the mayor. I will take this city in a path that it has never taken before because it has no courage and no spine. We will file bankruptcy in federal court and dislodge over $100 billion in pension liabilities. It's a fact that will happen. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. You got firemen and police officers living in Florida, receiving pensions, and not paying any taxes to Illinois. It's crazy. Do you think that Chicago should take a path akin to Detroit?
It's going to have to, it basically comes down to debt negotiation, debt resolution. That's really reorganization of the pre-existing debt and discharging some of the debt to bring it down, which really just means that pensioners are going to take a cut on the pension. 25% probably, 10% will be a good start. But we have to stop the spending.
It was 6% in Detroit when they went bankrupt. So they initially proposed 10, but they came to a conclusion of like 6%. Right. Chicago's pension was much more fucked than Detroit's.
So this has been a long-running room that I started 5 hours ago, originally about J.D. Vance's failure to negotiate peace. And it has warped and dwarfed into the candidacy for John Kitover as mayor. Thank you all for being here. We will run this room for 7 more minutes. Then we're going to do a hard out. So get your last shots in. If you got any complaints or advice or opinions, let's hear them now.
How can I follow you? You got Instagram? You got some other way that you're like running your campaign? I definitely would like to follow your campaign.
Yeah. Let me pin a link. And if you have any mayoral proclamations or decrees for any day 1 through day 100, just tell me what you think I should decree, and I will post it using Grok AI to generate the image. So we have ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayorElection.com, Chicago.com, JohnKitoverChicago.com. Got a bunch of domain names associated to the election. And what's interesting is all my AI videos have done well, and Mayor Brandon Johnson is in active content creation mode nonstop because he's running for the mayor again. He hasn't officially said whether he's running or not, but based on the content he creates, it's obvious that he's running for mayor again. And he thinks he has a shot. But we know that his time has come to an end because property taxes turn voters, and the voters are ready to liberate themselves.
I don't know, man. I think that guy's going to get reelected. They tend to make very, very bad choices in Chicago.
Well, I might be that next bad choice, Nick. You never know. Because the whole thing comes down to the ballot, Nick. And my libertarian ballot strategy tells me that truth is, I think Democrat is the way to go because I just know that my experience when I look at that ballot and Democrat is that first option, fuck, man, people just choose the Democrat. And so if I'm on the roster of Democrats and I don't get a majority, there's a runoff. See, this is the whole thing is like, Nick, this is the other part of running as a candidate. You can challenge other candidates. And I have been challenged so many times. I know how they have fucked me. And so now I know how to fuck them. And this time around, I'm going to challenge everybody and make it extremely fucking difficult for people to get through the scrutiny of the petitions and confirming signatures. Because with every line, every signature has 15 variables that can be challenged. It's so ludicrous and time consuming and petty. But nonetheless, you can remove your opposition from the ballot with an effective petition strategy of challenging and removing. So I've gone through it multiple times, and I look forward to getting my first scalp and my first successful challenge this time around for the mayor. That's how you can also make history and change the outcome, is by removing people for bullshit signatures, because to get 15,000 signatures is a lot of work. And there are a lot of criminal, corrupt politicians that generate fake signatures. I've seen it multiple election cycles. Personally, I've never done it. I've been accused of doing it, but I've never done it. And I know my opposition has done it. And that is another reason why I'm running, because of that alone makes me so angry that Republicans would fake signatures on petitions. That really makes me angry. And that makes me want to take scalps. Hello?
Yeah, you hear me? Yeah, University.
Hello?
You can hear me, University. Come off mic, University.
Hello?
Yeah, so what y'all gonna do about black folks?
What are we gonna do about black folk?
Yeah. You know this they homeland.
What?
This is their ancestors' homeland before the European white folks who claimed that they're American but really citizens but really illegals.
So you are a descendant of the indigenous black? Hello?
Yeah, I asked you a question. Knock.
I asked you a question. Are you a descendant of the indigenous black American?
What's up, Fop? Yeah.
Do you live in Evanston, Illinois, and are you currently getting cannabis reparations?
talking about Illinois, period. We saying you want to tell somebody else, y'all chastised. So we talking about Illinois. You want to knock off another person, but we talking about what are you going to do around, even though you're talking about that specific area, but you got connections next door, your neighbors. You might want to think about that. Because let's say we come down there and we want to vote down. We put a black person down there in that land and people, and we start thriving. You go vote us out now? Out our own country, land, people names that we never named.
I hear what you're saying and I feel what you're putting down. I stand with the black man. I done been baptized by a black man in the name of the Holy Spirit. So when I say I know how to have fun, I know how to have fun, brother.
Hey, but see what happened if we arrest you there on our soil for what you're saying?
Well, then I guess I gotta go through that judicial system to get my victory, to get my liberty, to get my joy.
Your number. Now you gotta get your number. You see what I'm saying? You gotta go just like the people over there across the border gotta get a number, name it, a different age. Yeah, you gotta do that too now. Because we never gave y'all the rights. The paperwork, what I said. Y'all broke treaty. Y'all time is up. Let's talk. Or do you don't want to talk about that, dude?
Well, interestingly enough, I have something interesting here. Listen to this.
That makes sense, don't it? Damn, you come to some other people's houses and you try to tell them to do in their house. What?
Okay, listen to this. This is the Declaration of Indian Purpose from 1961 at the American Indian Chicago Conference. Listen to this. Since you brought up treaties being broken, a treaty in the minds of our people is an eternal word. Events often make it seem expedient to depart from the pledged word, but we are conscious that the first departure creates a logic for the second departure until there's nothing left of the word.
Okay, let's say this, right? You just said until there's nothing left of the word. So your forefathers set y'all up and in a position to try to take over people and put in so-called order in their own ancestors' homeland, right? But it's not working because people is arising in their own ancestors' land, and they looking at people who don't really belong here as, like confused, like, well, hey, y'all not from here and y'all telling us what to do on our land. Y'all killing us on our soil. So y'all arresting us on our soil and getting paid for this. Think about it. What happened if we reverse our county and put it right back on you for the war crimes and things that y'all doing? Think about what I'm talking to you about.
I hear you, but the truth is the only way to bring a lawsuit is with filing fees in the court system. If you ain't even got the motherfucking money to file them filing fees and pay them attorney fees, your court case is going nowhere. Money talk, bullshit walk. Don't settle the dispute.
Yeah, so you feel me? And they think that they can do things on people's soil. They think that what they say is smart. You know how to play chess, right? You know how to reverse psychology. You know how to educate y'all history, what y'all did to our people. You want to wake it up? what y'all keep doing. Keep it pure. I'm very much keep it pure because I don't think you want to get messy, right? Y'all trying to take over people's houses, lands. Y'all making movies. Think about what I'm talking to you about, young man. Making movies about what your ancestors did on other people's soil. Then y'all mimicking people. What y'all used to do to them. Rape, rob, and murder. And y'all getting paid off of it. Universe, right? It's supposed to be cool though, right? We trust. Thou shalt not kill. Equality.
So let me ask you something. Do you go by L or do you go by I?
I go by
L. All right, L. Oh, shit. What I'm trying to say is, L, when you are talking to the universe, do you think that the universe listens to you?
check this out. It's an echo out there. Echo.
Doesn't sound like it replied with the word that you said.
That's that. You ever seen a ripple effect?
I know, but if a tree falls in a forest and there ain't nobody to hear it, well, was it recorded or observed, or did it really fall? Does it take an observer? Is it called the observer effect? Hello?
It's called, we observe everything that y'all do. What the world do, we can see. Let's just say that. Everything on earth, as it is in heaven, we can see. We got eyes and ears. Remember, created from the beginning. We can see, we can hear, we can see you do your word. It's either going to be in order or out of order. And right now, you're thinking out of order. So let me put you back in order. Try that again. You own stolen land. And you know what else?
Well, you know what?
Lifestyle.
I got a magical instrument here called an opinion drum. Every time I think I hear an opinion, I hit my opinion drum. So what I'm trying to say is, when I hear that's when I hit it. Whenever I hear for an opinion, I hit my opinion drum.
I ain't the challenge. Hey, but you're a grown man, right? That's why we know who got the mental health issues. Grown man alert. Back in challenge.
Could be projection. When you say that a grown man you talking to randomly on the internet running from mayor got mental health issues, that could be a projection on your part. It's just my...
Who made that up? We never made that up in America. The real aboriginals, we don't know nothing about no Democrat, Republican, liberal, or independent, or whatever bull crap y'all keep coming up with, rewording and trying to make so-called sense. We never did that. You're doing it. You're making up stuff. Y'all making up stuff and think they were supposed to, believe. We know how to read between the lines, son. So every time I say something correct, you better do that then. Now we're going to play chess. Bingo. Now you acknowledge. Right. So, you keep teaching them kids how it's okay to take over and go to war, start things in America. knowing that the innocent, we are the innocent people. Detroit people is dangerous. Keep trying to say that we are all equal. We never said that. Y'all saying that. Y'all created that we are all equal. We are all as God's one. We never said that. Y'all forced that onto our people. Our elders never said that. Remember, y'all killed off our forefathers for y'all. Y'all raped, murdered, enslaved our people. We never did that to y'all.
Let me ask you something. Is that a fact or is that an opinion? Is that an opinion? Is it a fact or is it an opinion? That's for opinion.
Y'all, at universe, this is what I'm saying. This is how I love that echo. You know what I'm saying? You said it's the universe. A black man is telling you who really is the original creator.
How do I know you? How do I know you're really black? Could just be an opinion.
And a white man will take a movie of the black man parts, pieces, puzzles,
No.
and then make it and say it doesn't matter when people try to tell them, hey, that's not how it goes.
No.
It's just a play. What? That's what white people teach you.
No.
Check this out.
Hello.
So, hey, you got white people making all different type of images of Jesus. What? He got brown hair, blue eyes. He got brown eyes, brown hair. Wait, otherwise, I forget something. They got Abraham Jesus. You know what I'm saying? They got all religions. They don't even Jesus is words.
See, I'm Aboriginal too. I can play an Aboriginal instrument. I learned that Aboriginal instrument from my forefathers who were indigenous to this land, even though they didn't know it, because every man and every line of heritage is indigenous to the planet known as Earth. Hello. You see, El, I figured out your riddle. You thought you could fool me with your complicated riddle, but I figured out the truth of the earth.
Yeah, it's an echo in the universe. And I bet you the world can hear it. It's a bounce back. You can even stand on Earth and yell up into the universe and watch that echo come back. You can yell out and watch that echo ripple effect. Watch everybody get it and start reading the book and they start thinking about, damn, why white people keep calling themselves Jews or American, like this, that, and the third. Why white people just, stealing other people's languages and culture, identity and names, trying to make this, that, these people, they died, and then all of a sudden, they want to say this, that, and the third. Where in the book it says that he did give people their own lands, their own identity, their own race, their own history. Now here it is, white folks want to take to the place and say we all bleed the same. What the fuck? So you saying my father is your father, your father's my father. Psych.
Well, I'd like to dedicate this song to all the voters in Chicago who have been fooled by the Democrats for far too long, since 1960. Over 66 years of lies. sucking away at your property taxes like parasites, sucking at your water tax, sucking up your garbage tax, sucking up your sewer tax. This song is for your magical and your mystical liberation. Never had one lesson. Hello?
You did just hit that shit though. I ain't gonna lie, that was fire.
Hey, so I had to post it in the chat. Hey, arrest yourself now. Well, arrest yourself.
Arrest
Anything that you
yourself.
say can and shall be held against you in the court of law. Oh.
You see, the difference between the court of law and the cosmic court of law is that one is based in a Democrat court with a Democrat judge, and we already know what that Democrat judge is gonna do. That Democrat judge is gonna tell you to shut the fuck up and shut your fucking mouth. That's exactly what that Democrat judge is gonna do. Shut up! Shut up! That's what you're gonna hear. Shut up! Shut him up!
And let's just say that if black folks in America really want to follow y'all law, really don't have to. Y'all European law really don't have to. Now let's speak that into the godly existence.
What? Sorry, I had the volume turned down. What did you say?
I don't know about that.
Damn right, there was a divine moment. Yeah. See, this right here, government, right? They gonna do what? Against what laws? You say they better than who laws? They better than God, universal laws. And you say you finna vote who in and who out. Okay, we gonna reach then. Come on, let's reach.
Well, I think it's important right now at this here time to bring up the chakra centers. Chakras associate with particular aspects of human awareness. Blocks on the spiritual, mental, emotional, physical levels cause problems. We're going to cleanse your chakras by quieting or stimulating with healing factors that release reservoirs of energy, debris to free healthy energy frequencies. All right, listen up, Chicago. These are your healing number and cool locations. First, we got the planet metal. This is the main issue. Then we got the goal and the function. Then we got the foods and the gland. Then we got the body part and the symbol element. And we got sense, sound, the gemstone. We got an angel, ideal, quieting stone, fragrance, and incense. And we got stimulating stone and aroma. The number one is your root, just like that TV show Roots with Kunta Kinte. Root, red, that's the color red. It is the base of your spinal column. The planet is known as Saturn, not Uranus, as many people think. They think we're talking about Uranus, but we are actually talking about Saturn. And that is lead, you might say. Survival is key. Next, we got stability and grounding. We are going to ground and stabilize. Up next, we got the protein, the adrenals right here. A lot of women today, they got adrenal gland blockage, and the doctors are always billing the Medicare and the Medicaid for the adrenal glands. After the adrenals, we got the legs and the feet of the earth, a red square. Below that, we got the smell of the bloodstone. Then we got the aureole, the hematite, and the cedar myrrh. And we got the garnet and the cinnamon. Maybe that's why I like cinnamon on my beer mimosas so much, that delicious cinnamon. Is it a spice or is it a sugar? Up next, we got the sacral. Number 2, orange, the sacrum. We got the moon. The metal is tin. And the main issue here is sexuality, desires, and emotions. That is the goal and the function. For the foods in the gland, we got the liquid gonads. The body part is the abdomen. The symbol in the element is an orange triangle, which means water. Then we got taste and dew or coral, which is the sense and the sound. O is the sound. The gemstone is the coral. The angel is Gabriel. The ideal or the quieting stone is the quartz. The fragrance is the rose, and the incense is the saffron. The stimulating stone and aroma is the carnelian and the dragon blood. Those are the first 2 chakras. We have healed together your first 2 chakras, the root and the sacral. Up next, we got the navel. The navel. All right, we're going to take a little chakra cleansing break and rest my vocal cords.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. You hear that? I don't care. Donald Trump is master of the universe. They call us the Bucket Boys of Chicago. Hello? All right, this next song is dedicated to the liberty of Chicago, freeing the taxpayers from the Democrat CTU control of taxpayer property tax, parasitism, and slavery. Now I have one lesson. Tiny hands.
Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Strike the master. Draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, King and roaring skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, not hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, tiny hands and roaring skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10 of 11, 10 of 9. Let me go. Swing the master, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and lowering skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10 of 11, 10 of 9. Let it go. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword.
Outstretched arms to the sky. Deliver us. Deliver.
USA, justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Over 10 seconds, 10 of 11, 20 of 9. Go. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword.
It's a war share. It's not about protecting people.
Okay.
Like-
Well, you can have that view if you want. I'm still going to argue for what I think is correct, and I give the arguments. I mean, if you think the arguments are poor, then you can respond and tell me why the arguments don't work. But just saying that you don't think that that's a way to go, that's fine. That's your opinion.
Well, yeah, because I mean, your argument, you suggest that a fetus is a trespasser.
I said it's analogous to an intruder in the case of a self-defense, because people that want to argue that abortion is murder, then this would be what I consider an adequate response saying it's not murder, it's a type of self-defense. And if it's
But
a
a
type of
fetus is not a
self-defense,
trespasser.
it's meant to be an analogy.
Okay, and the analogy doesn't work because a fetus is not a trespasser.
Well, I argue that it is, because it's an unwanted pregnancy is literally inside the woman. So it's
Which
in
is, of
her.
course,
It means that something is in her that she didn't want put in her. It was put in her anyway. Whether it's through natural means or by intention is irrelevant. Like, the fact that it's there, that makes it an intruder. And what makes it intruder is down to the intentions of the mother. Because obviously, if she wants the pregnancy, then it's not an intruder. But if she doesn't intend for it to be there, it then becomes an intruder, or like an intruder. So it's down to the intentions of the
That's
mother.
absurd.
How so?
Like, suggest that a person is an intruder just because, you know, they came in, or they're there when I didn't want them.
What do you think? How else would you define an intruder? That's literally the definition.
If I wanted somebody to leave, you know, it doesn't make me an intruder, especially if I invite them in my house.
Yeah, some people outstay their welcome, and then you're like, you invited them in the first place, and then they do something under your roof that you don't approve, and now they've overstayed their welcome, and now you intend for them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then they become an intruder at that point.
Yeah.
So it's literally, you can literally track
None
that.
of these are very good. Yeah, none of these
Yeah,
are very good
I
analogies to what the issues are around reproductive justice.
Yeah, like, essentially, that would, like, this is the biggest objection I made, is that if a fetus is a trespasser, that would mean that all children who are born through accident are born criminals or conceived as criminals.
It's not to say that they're treated as criminals. It's that the.
But they're not treated as criminals. But that would logically mean that they are conceived as criminals.
In the analogy, right? You can.
I understand the point.
How was your time on the island? Terrible. I had to
If
hook up
someone
with you.
doesn't want someone to be there, then they have the right to remove them. Whether we treat them as criminals or not, is
Carlos,
not relevant.
we should just use if it's a threat to her life or to her. You know, we don't treat it as something that is. I think a better analogy would be how a person has a chip in their brain that, you know, is programmed up to, as you said, shove the bowling ball up the individual's ass, and the person kills that person to prevent that from happening. Because you have it where the fetus assume the fetus is a person, is an unconscious, innocent party.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is here, right?
The issue is because you're making an unnecessary step by making it analogous to a trespasser. A better analogy, you should just say that it's a threat to her life, which is what the person who is, you know, has the chip in their brain to go and shove a bowling ball at the person.
The problem is with that, is that not all pregnancies are a threat to women.
I wonder how long this thing
She
has
still has the right to end the pregnancy.
Yes, just like you still have the ability to kill the person, even if they are an innocent party.
I'm not really sure what you're changing here. Like,
I'm changing because
let me just restate it. So you're objecting to me calling the fetus an intruder because it makes them sound like they're a criminal. That's
because
issue,
you
right?
can't compare bodily rights to bodily autonomy to property rights, is what I think.
So,
I think that's a category mistake.
Is your body not your property?
It is yours, but it's not property.
Well, it can be analogous to property if it belongs to you.
Okay, but I still can't kill somebody to protect my property.
The relevant constitutional conversation around it is not about property, but about privacy.
Yeah, well, privacy and bodily autonomy.
Bodily autonomy, which isn't really, the analog is not being, it's not the questions, the constitutional questions are not about property rights. They're about the 14th Amendment and privacy and autonomy. Much more related to life, the life of the life, liberty, pursuit, happiness part.
Yeah, Carlos, what you're doing is espousing nationalism, where essentially, as I stated, you're saying you're using it as a property rights perspective as opposed to, because the distinction between evictionism and pro-choice is that evictionism says you have the right to evict the fetus, but you don't have the right to kill the fetus.
Is your problem that this, because the intruder's conscious, that's what your problem is, right? If it was like if the intruder was a cancer, it's obviously not a cancer, not conscious. Would you have a problem calling the cancer an intruder?
Sorry, you said it again.
Is the problem calling the intruder conscious? Because the fetus is potentially going to be a conscious being.
No, I'm saying if we're to assume the fetus is a person, I think that using the trespasser is the line.
Fathers of some children in this building found their families could be
If it was a
helped
cancer, which is obviously not conscious or no potential of being conscious, if we called a cancer an intruder, would you have a problem with that?
No, because yes, I would.
No? Yes?
Oh, well, go walk your dog, bro.
I mean, I would call it an intruder.
Father,
Especially most people would.
Father,
It's just call it a disease.
Because it's meant to be an analogy to an actual intruder.
Okay, well, I don't see the point of being descriptive of what cancer is when it really is just a disease. That does all the work, right?
Yeah, but the point is that you if you have a cancer in you, you have the technology to remove the cancer. Then you should be able to remove the unwanted cancer. It's an intruder that's affecting you or whatever. You should have the right to remove it. The fact that it's not conscious shouldn't make a difference. Then obviously, in the case of pregnancy, you don't intend for the pregnancy to be in your body. You have the right to biological capability to do so. It would be analogous like the cancer and analogous to an actual intruder on your property. If they're there and you don't want them there, then you have to take them. I don't mean to kill them or not, but you still have the right to them. So the analogy goes
Yeah, and you're forgetting the calculus. You're saying fetus. You think of fetus as a person. I don't. But you're using fetus as a person, which is something that, it's not just cancer where it's like a disease.
So you're specifically talking about fetus, or are you talking about zygote?
The unborn is what we're talking about in Carlos.
Yeah, but because there's many different stages of pregnancy, obviously, at the beginning.
Essentially, we're assuming Carlos is different cancer where it's like we don't believe that a fetus, particularly in the early stages of pregnancy, is a person. But Carlos,
No, because there is the viability outside of the womb.
No, Carlos,
just to be clear, I didn't call it a person. What I said is that life starts from conception.
Sorry, life starts from conception, did you say? So what about an ectopic pregnancy that is conceived but isn't viable? Would that be killing? So what you're saying then is a seed being planted in the ground is where life begins. Really? It doesn't have to grow still and be able to interact with the sun and be viable.
This is the first time anyone is getting a view of what happened inside.
And it's not the sun, it's the air. You're mistaken on how trees and plants grow. They grow because of the air, not because of the sun. They do once they get to the sun, but before that, it's it. No, you're absolutely wrong. When I'm not wrong. When a plant has developed enough chlorophyll in it, it is then going to, produce energy via photosynthesis. You mean glucose? But yeah, go ahead.
To be honest,
I said energy, glucose, whatever you want to call it.
it's going to be a bit difficult.
No, be technical. You want to be technical. Explain how is it that we need energy, but for some strange reason on this planet, a plant produces glucose on its own. It literally is the backbone of our ecosystem. No, because it sustains itself. On its own, it needs what? It needs sunlight. How does it get sunlight when it's in the ground? No, it doesn't produce glucose at that point. Exactly. So what's making it grow? What do you mean what's making it grow? The nutrients that it feeds off of in the soil. The soil has nothing to do at all. Very little to do with the plant. There's plants and trees that grow. So you're telling me without the soil or on the side of the mountains, they don't need as much soil as they. You're telling me that a plant without the soil isn't going to produce. It is going to produce enough chlorophyll to be able to produce glucose from photosynthesis. Because if you do not have soil and you just put a seed in a dark place and it grows, you'll get a yellow stalk. You won't get a green stalk. And it won't be able to. It won't be viable.
No. What happened? They just shot your ass? I heard that.
Okay, well, let's not talk about plant life. Let's talk about cells.
Damn, bro, you shot.
Are cells life?
They are life, yes.
Yeah. So what would be the difference?
Simplest form, I guess.
Yeah. Well, isn't that what a zygote is? Yeah. So.
Welcome to Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
our body's made up of cells. Our skin.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But what I was saying is that the consensus in biology is that life starts from fertilization, like in terms of human life. Like personhood is kind of just a kind of a philosophical term that's arbitrary, really, for pragmatic purposes. But
welcome to Chicago.
Biologically, they're looking at a new life at the start, like fertilization. And I'm happy to grant that as a pro-choice.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But
I hate to interrupt, Enigma, but there is an intruder on the stage interrupting you to tell Carlos that a baby in a vagina uterus is not an intruder, you fucking wanker, tosser, fucking moron. Learn how to use the King's English and not call a baby an intruder. That's when someone breaks into your home to molest or kill you or rob you. That's a fucking intruder, Carlos. You fucking tosser. You fucking wanker.
Okay, I didn't know he was going to do that.
Okay.
Where did this exec go?
I don't know. She dropped out.
The fuck? Thanks, man.
If he wants to produce something for that.
Sure. I'll invite him back up, I guess.
I'm looking at the Oxford Dictionary under the word intruder. It says that Carlos is the definition of an R-word who can't distinguish between what an intruder is and a pregnancy. Dumb fucks don't even know what a baby is and a uterus anymore. What you do is you take a penis and you stick it in a vagina, you ejaculate, you don't articulate, you ejaculate, not articulate, and then you make a baby. And it's not called an intruder, Carlos. You fucking tosser.
Baby, not a baby, it's a baby. Alistair's a notorious troll. He's a notorious troll. He's just up here to troll you guys. He's not a serious dude. I had like several conversations with him. It's all about the babies being born to Muslim men.
How dare you tell me that I'm a troll? That's a projection if I've ever heard one. You're the fucking troll! Troll!
Yo, dude, Alistair, chill out, dude, come on. Can you invite Miss Enigma? The babies!
You gotta save the babies! It's obvious! They're killing all the babies!
Yeah, that's pretty good, Buff.
Dude, that's not very...
I apologize, but you see, when people think that an abortion has something to do with privacy and not murder, people don't understand the definition of fucking murder anymore. When you take a fucking robot and stick it inside of a uterus and cut off the head, rip the fucking arms off, rip the fucking legs off, dissect the torso, suck it out into a fucking tube and put it in an oil barrel, well, that's called fucking decapitation and murder. It's not a late-term abortion. It's not an early-term abortion. It's fucking murder, mate. It's not a fucking invasion. It's not an intruder. It's not a robbery. It's not a home invasion. It's not an invader, Carlos. Learn how to use your English correctly. Stop forcing your fucking bullshit on us by calling a baby an intruder. We've got to protect the babies. We've got to love the babies. If we can't love a baby, how can we love ourselves? How can we love God if we hate a beautiful, innocent little baby?
Little babies.
I recently wrote a hit song called Babyface. Do you know what a babyface looks like, Carlos? It doesn't look like somebody robbing your house, mate. It's a baby. We've got to protect the babies.
It's an analogy.
An analogy, dumbass? Are we talking about the philosopher Dumas? Because I'm not a dumbass. At least I know what a fucking baby is, you fucking wanker.
Yeah, at least I know what an analogy is.
An analogy? Something analogous? Like an analog? A comparative paraphrase? Listen, you fucking wanker. You think a baby's an intruder if a woman determines that her reproductive rights are violated? You fucking tosser.
Violated? I want her rights violated. They don't have no rights in England. The Queen, the King.
Well, I don't hear Carlos fighting back saying, okay, well, maybe I was using my words wrong, incorrectly describing things through an analogy. No, Carlos just sits there in silence. Carlos's greatest weapon is his silence. He's going to let the fools...
This is what you've resorted to. See, this is your problem.
He dropped this fucking thing, you idiot. Check this out. Oh my god, that was so funny. He did the Jewish fucking Long Island. She almost did the Haiti. That was insane. Oh my god, that just made me laugh. Oh my god, I almost cried.
Megatron, could you maybe explain what you're laughing at? Could you maybe explain to Carlos why that's so funny?
You did the Jew with the British accent. I thought that was funny. How the fuck are you gonna do the Jew with the British accent? Oh my God. That was great. Oh my God. Who was that guy that used to do the old Jewish lady's voice again? Oh my God, that guy was great too. He was a gay guy. He was so funny. You guys are hysterical.
Could you imagine going out to dinner with your fiance? He tells you that she's got an intruder inside her uterus.
I mean, I don't know how you call a baby an intruder, but I guess, you know, what he's trying to say is that high profile. You know, they weren't expected. You know what annoys me the most?
You're all going to hell.
Wake up.
Hello?
Good night. It's all about the baby.
Seriously, Don Lemon, for crying out loud.
Hey, I know you.
From Instagram?
You have an Instagram? Hey, I know you.
Did the dingo reach your baby? YouTube creator is suing Amazon because he's saying that Amazon uses YouTube video to train their AI model. Oh my God! So the color in my daughter's room, just to let you know, is halfway. Wait, hold on. Babe, what was the name of the paint again? It's not baby blue. It's called. What is it? Yeah, no, mine. This one. What was it called, babe? Hinting Blue by Sherman Williams. Hinting Blue for the girls' room. Yep. This room, guys, we're doing a little bit differently. We are not taking the room apart. This room is not as big as the other rooms. This room will remain intact most of the evening. So I'm just moving one piece of furniture to the middle of the room. Working my way out. And all right now is for the girls. Is prepared so that after they eat, they can start taking baths and get prepared for bed because they got work tomorrow. They got school tomorrow. So hopefully, you know, I'm still on good timing here. So definitely putting a little bit into overtime here. That's it. I'm using a Marathon roller, polyester for a superior finish. A Purdy roller, very smooth roller, with a short, very short handle or extension. So we can apply pressure on the roller as we're applying the paint to the wall. So remember, guys, to use a 3/8 snap so we don't get too much of the splatter. Very little splatter with a 3/8 snap. And if you know what the fuck you're doing and you're not a fucking tool, you can actually get them done. I'm sorry, did I curse? My bad. And yes, I use a 3/8 nap only on walls because and I don't need to use such a big paintbrush
on such a, paint roller on such a surface.
Many people remember this horrific video from the dash camera.
I think, yeah, you have to apply less paint. On the roller, it's fine and dandy, but then sometimes you put a little too much.
Virginia just sentenced that driver
and it gets a little messy.
murder and some other felonies for the crime that happened in Sterling, Virginia, back on July.
This is professional here, so
it all started in
putting any protection on the floor or anything. I'm kind of fucking winging it right now.
In affordable housing today, Mayor Brandon Johnson announced a $300 million fund to build and preserve
all the dads out there
across the city. The projects are part of a city plan that uses federal tax
sure the final coat
private investment to expand housing options.
We're using the same roller as before. Get me good paint where you don't have to, where you just do 2 coats. You don't have to apply primer.
Well, the city is making a.
You don't have to put a different color primer if you're coloring walls. I have to paint it twice. Those myths are nothing but a lie. This is if you want to use a different paint, get the paint color, chances are you're probably going to paint the under one so good that you might have to paint it even more times to get the color through. So, if you're painting the color, just paint it right on.
What's your age?
I'm 18.
Are you single?
So if it's no need for
Your age.
different color paint.
The man who was
Babe, I'm on a
rolling
rolling tutorial right now.
already established or one that's
Yeah.
building?
Both are fine. I would be fine building with them. Like, as they're working.
I didn't paint the light
Why not
switch.
shoot for the stars and get the man who's already up there? We're in Miami. You're young.
I don't need to.
Oh.
I don't need to. That's not what it's all about.
No.
And I love money, but like I can get it myself.
So what would you say it's about when it comes on to relationships?
When it comes down to relationships, honesty. That's so sappy. No, probably. No.
What's one thing men don't seem to understand about women?
Is that we're not evil.
That's right, guys.
We're not evil.
You
If
came
we can
in,
communicate.
to
We can
put the fucking
communicate as
blower
well.
on.
Would you say that men or
So
women
that
are
blows-
better at taking accountability?
Taking accountability.
Conversations
It just depends on the person.
Why do you feel like so many men think that women are evil for that one?
I'm not even.
I'm just listening right now.
For sure, we're just trying to make sure that y'all get a chance to speak because we going back and forth. Don't want to take.
President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe, justice, law, and God, joy abundance and health, breeding truth and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, they go, 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 strike the master, code, draw, the flaming sword. Donald President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, let it go, the bells, and the master, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, let it go, the bells, strike the master, draw the flaming sword.
Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA. Justice, love, God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA. Justice, love, God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the magic chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. Strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Walked into the deli, slow on my coat. Got on the door, gave a tired little note. Old man at the counter said, "Kid, you look beat. Oh, I got something warm that'll knock you off your feet." My top ball, hallelujah. Floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah. One good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh, man. My top ball, hallelujah. Steam in my face, I can finally breathe. My top ball, hallelujah. This is what my hungry heart believes. Rock cold to sunset, parsley on top. Carrots doing circles, they don't want to stop. Took that first sip time, slowed in the chair. Heard my body laughing from an empty air. My top ball, hallelujah. Floating like a dream in a bowl so deep. My top ball, hallelujah. One good spoon and I could almost weep. Oh yeah. My top ball, hallelujah. Salt on my lips, on my troubles sleep. My top ball, hallelujah. This is what my hungry heart believes. So, I'm faith in the mountain. and stars above me. I find my miracle in chance. Hallelujah. Floating like a dream in a boat so deep. Hallelujah. Every little slip like a secret key. Hallelujah. From the day straight to my soul tonight. Hallelujah. One more call and everything's alright. Corner deli, rain in the gutter, steam on the glass, coats by the door, bell gives a ring, old man mutters, kid, you look thin, you could use one more. Counter's crowded, paper hat crooked, he winks once like he's in on a joke. I got just the thing in a minute, he said it, I could smell that magic rising in the smoke. I try me on right, stack it up high, mustard that pipe, tears in my eyes, pickle on the side, salt, pride, pride, this is what it means to be alive. I try me on right, I try me on right. Keep on slow like a family story, things and clothes, this one's on me. Says his father came here with nothing, built this counter like a little country. Bread still warm from the back room oven, grease on my hands, shirt getting stained. One big bite and the whole world's off the subway, worries all go down the drain. What's really on my eyes, stacking up high, mustard that bite, tears in my eyes, pickle on the side, salt, pride, pride, this is what it means to be alive. What's really on my eyes? What's really on my eyes? Maybe it's the smoke, maybe it's the bride, maybe it's the ghost standing in the light. But I taste old songs in every bite, like somebody's blessing every crumb tonight. What's running on right, stack it up high, mustard and pie, tears in my eyes, pickle on the side, salt, pride, pride, this is what it means to be alive. What's running on right? One more time. What's running on right? What's running on right?
Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows, whispers light, the thorny thigh, the maddening cries. Open, open, open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. submerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn on high. I under neon skies where the starlight comes, shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unswayed, alive, is still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shatter glass where the circuits glow. Clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat and sink. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. Unrestrained, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the light, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever and no fray.
shadows chase, no voices call. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Soulful rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment moves where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. And the sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Tread rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my No fire burns like passion words. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of rest whispers soft, the only through. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But oh, you truly see what waits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every day
Tiffany.
Hunger's the beast.
How are you today, beautiful?
The sharpest sting.
How are you today, beautiful?
It's comes to cling, but no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I
If you're
let us step, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night.
The root.
I believe that we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. I believe that. Let the light among the let us heal, free from strife. No woman's clean, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. I believe that we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny eye, the maddening cry. Open, be open, be open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. Open, open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. You open. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn.
BB! Baby!
By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the a vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery
Valkyrie.
I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, a fire does burn, a goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Fire with archery, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. By the mystical union of fairy and fall, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken the vows carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, invoke, through the flames and the Communion of hearts found some. The listless resists its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand. Embryos as the end, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow. Fierce, wild, and brilliant, a power I know. Soft fashion love light through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive, I survive. To the mountain and the clouds. The rays of light, I invoke my fire, through the midnight madness we spoke. You light sea whispers low to the shore. Swoon of the moon, blowing tides evermore. Your swoon to me like a spell, like a door. Tonight we can't quite stop. By the rage of the mage, I invoke my fire and sky above. Through the midnight madness we spoke. You mine, Sentinel pile on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the rage of the maze, I invoke my By the force of action of love, I collide. Through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive, I survive. To the mountain, volcanic light. By the rain of rays, I know my fire inside. Whispers low to the shore. The soul of the moon pulling tides evermore. You're swoon into me like a spell, like a dawn. Tonight we can't quite restore. Pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that fire. crimson skies, the hour bends, time unfolds, but never ends. Fingers trace the edge of fear, your voice lingers, sharp and clear. Winds will howl, the earth will quake, a promise held, a vow break. Though I shout, though I choke, I rise. No matter when or where, I'm in this truth. Breathing in the nowhere, breathing out the proof. One heartbeat on repeat, feels like it never moves. In a single thought, 10,000 years, I am right here, emptiness here, emptiness there, still the infinite universe stands always before my eyes, always before my eyes. Infinitely large, infinitely small. I reach to draw a line, and there's no line at all. Every time I name it, it slips right through my core. No distance now, no then and now. Definitions vanish, I let it all fall out. No edge, no start, just this open heart. In a single thought, 10,000 years on, I am right here, emptiness here. Emptiness, there's a living universe. Stands always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. Always before my eyes. A single thought, 1,000 lives, stretching wide, where time collides, emptiness whispers, a silent sound, no up, no down, no edges found. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Infinitely small, infinitely wide. Where do I end? Where do I hide? Definitions crumble, they slip away. The truth is here, it doesn't sway. The thought that bends a moment stays. No time, no space, no numbered days. 10,000 years in a single beat. Infinity stands beneath my feet. No boundaries, no line to trace. The universe stares me in the face. Beyond the stretch, beyond the fray, no more labels, no more names. Here and there, they are the same. Infinite places, endless game. In this world of such and sweet is all extremes. No self, no other, no splinter dreams. The sky folds inward, the stars linger. When doubt arises, say not to. All things merge Nothing is new, not tonight. Nothing divides in this truth. The universe hides. No words, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought stands in space. 10,000 years in heartbeats glow. No coming, no going, no need to know. A ripple in silence, stillness hum. When doubt arises, sing on to. It is true, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no light to trace. A single thought stands in the earth stays open wide, it never rests. No dreams to chase, no fleeting quest. The mind unmoved, no lines to draw. 10,000 whispers, one single law. No answers, no seeds. His soul has its timeless essence in space. No entanglements, no race. Stillness moves, motion stays. Water speaks in endless ways. The mountain flows, the river stands. Grains of time slip through my hands. No need to measure, no need to buy. Self is timeless outside the mind. No cause, no ties, no truths, no lies. Release the weight, this causeless state. Timeless innocence in this space. flowers hang in the sky. Reach the home, they float on by. And grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Resting on rest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go again. Let go of loss. A mirror pulls with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall. Till every duality's bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air, but there's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go again. Let go of loss. The world's a dream wrapped in disguise. A fleeting moment before it flies. No liking, no dislooking here. Just illusions in the air. So clear. Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. A mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. The mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality is bound to fall. It's foolish to change. a fleeting moment before it flies. No light, no dislicking here, just illusions in the air, so clear. Shadows dance where the mind is tight. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Oh, lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the end, but they fall back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mask. Let the burdens fall. Let the echo cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? In all this judgment, we're just lost. Shadows dance where the mind is tight. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Lines are drawn on the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall. Let the echoes cease. Only in freedom can we find peace. Can we find peace? The river flows where it may, not fast, not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. The stone sits still, no need to grow. But we rush like the wind, chasing the sky. We stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great way to neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. Grin to nothing, not even the dawn. The tighter you grip, the quicker it's gone. Even the light casts a shadow along. The further you run, the further you stray. The slower you go, the closer you stay. Let it be, let it stay. Great way is neither easy nor great, no coming, no going, just here today. The river flows where it may, not fast, not slow. No fear in its waters, no path to follow. A stone sits still, no need to grow. But we rush like the wind, chasing the sky. We stumble, we fall, we ask ourselves why. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today. Cling to nothing, not even the dawn. The tighter you grip, the quicker it's gone. Even the light casts a shadow long. The faster you run, the further you stray. The slower you go, the closer you stay. Let it be, let it stay. The great way is neither easy nor great. No coming, no going, just here today.
Oh my God, I'm so important. It's ready for the rain.
The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. The world turns outward, but it spins from the mind. You think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows truth. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways, it disappears. A bird in flight, a thought half formed just a mirror lies. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. Look at the edge of what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject, you are the thing. Between the here and there, a hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we live on. The mirror fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, a nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. No edge at all. Hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to take its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all I know is to surrender. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. Mirror fades, holds no face. A shapeless thought, a nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. The finger sinks into the stream. The dream awakes from the dream. Nothing to cling to. No matter no self, no shadow. No shadow. The truth hides when no one looks. In empty rooms and shadow nooks, you chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My essence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes. soaking rain you hold too tight. It tears apart. No starter, no end, just broken hearts. Two realities collide. Let it slide. Trace of innocent blood, right on innocent sleeping slow. Let it go, let it go. Nothing's left, you'll finally be free. I see infinity. The truth hides where no one looks. In empty rooms and shadowed nooks, you chase the light but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, yeah, false flag. Nothingness is slipping slowly. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper crane. Fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken heart. Dualities collide. Let it slide. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, yeah, false flag. Blindness is slipping slowly. Let it go. Let it go, let it go. No black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you're finally free. I see infinity. Chasing shadows in the neon, lost in the mirror where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see a surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond the mirror, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream, to find the road is to be seen. The hollow world, it spins and bends. False begin, twisted. We touch the glass, we see it cry. The more we reach, the more it lasts. Inside the side, the meaning way. Through every shadow, the truth translates. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream, to find the road is to be seen. Ignorance that paints the sky, colors bright but born to lie. When the mind steps past the haze, the source appears in quiet past the haze. The source appears in quiet place. Words like echoes in a hollow dome. They circle back but never bring you home. The more you chase, the less you find. Like catching shadows with a tangled mind. Stop talking, stop thinking. Feel the quiet heart sinking. Truth's not out, it's here, it's clear. In the stillness, it appears. Thoughts are ripples on a glassy lake. Each one breaks the calm they make. Silence holds what speech lets go. In the empty, everything will show. Close your mouth, open your eyes, watch the stars, not the skies. Stop talking, stop thinking, feel the quiet heart singing. Truth's not around, it's here, it's clear. In the stillness, it appears. The wind knows no name, but it carries you far. The night speaks no words, but you know where you are. Don't fight the silence, let it unfold. It whispers secrets untold. Words like echoes in a hollow tone. They circle back but never bring you home. The more you chase, the less you find. Like catching shadows with a tangled mind. Stop talking, stop thinking. Feel the wire sinking. Truth's not running, it's here. It's clear. Stillness, it Thoughts are ripples on a glassy lake. Each one breaks the calm they make. Silence holds what speechless goes. In the empty, everything will show. Close your mouth, open your eyes. Watch the stars, not the skies. Stop talking, stop thinking. Feel the quiet sinking. Truth's not running, it's here. It's clear. In the stillness, it appears. The wind knows no name, but it carries you far. The night speaks no words, but you know where you are. Don't fight the silence, let it unfold. It whispers secrets untold. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Make the smallest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. The way is perfect, like vast space, where nothing is lacking and nothing in excess. Indeed, it is due to our choosing to accept or reject that we do not see the true nature of things. extremes, no self, no other, no splinter dreams. The sky folds inward, the stars lean low. When doubt arises, say not to. All things merge, nothing is new. Not two, not one, nothing divides. In this truth, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought spans endless space. 10,000 years in a heartbeat's glow. No coming, no going, no need to know. A ripple in silence, the stillness hums. When doubt arises, say no to. All things merge, nothing is new. Not two, not one, nothing divides. In this truth, the universe hides. No borders, no walls, no lines to trace. A single thought spans endless
The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. The world turns outward, but it spins from the mind. You think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows truth. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways, it disappears. A bird in flight, a thought at home. Each one a circle where the void is born. These are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In empty
what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject, you are the thing.
One thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lens. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum in the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage, the waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday, oh, tomorrow, oh, today, the way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. Let it fall into place. Words collapse like castles of sand. The truth's in the gaps where the wordless stands. Dualities of masculine layers of the face. Find a void and you'll find a grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no line to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it all into let it all into by the mystical union of fairy and foam, unspoken words, the dust of the dawn, secret communion unsaid, untamed, listless, resistless, wild tongue unnamed. No chains could is the sunrise, breaking the gray. Unmeasured, unbroken, you burn, you shine, the tumultuous heartbeat, the fire divine. Shadows and sunlight, your naked eyes. No God could charm her, no chains could bind. Oh, Valkyrie, Valkyrie, free as the wind. On the gleams in the fading mist, flames rise when the earth is kissed. Man that awoke and the world can sing. Oh, Valkyrie, Valkyrie, rise on your wings. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goats all thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice to equinox. And I rave, and I rave, and I rave, and I rave, an everlasting world, and I live. Mannequin, maiden, maiden man in the might of up until equinox, and I rave and I rave and I rave and I rave, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man in the might of man. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galley, fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Oh,
Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Open, you open, you open, you open, I am a man. Do as thou wilt, desecrate Devil or God, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill, come with drums low muttering from the spring, come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? Wait and ride and wrestle with air that hath no vows to nestle, but body weary of empty blasting, strong as a lion and sharp as an axe. Come, oh come. Come with autumn's silken shawl, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Pick the purple of passionate prayer, in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles and eyes of blue, to watch thy wonders weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bowl of the living tree, that is spirit, soul, body and brain, come over the sea. Devil or God to me. Thrill with bliss of the lust of life. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, come over the sea, from Sicily and from Arcady. Roaming his Bacchus with fawns and cards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards on a milk white ass. Come o'er the sea to me. To me. The great
opinions for or against anything. Set up what you like against what you dislike. It's the disease of the mind. When the deep meaning of things is not understood, the mind's essential piece is disturbed to no avail. Know the self is the only reality, and all else is temporal and transient as freedom, peace and joy. It is all very simple. Instead of seeing things as imagined, learn to see them as they are. When you can see everything as it is, you will also see yourself as you are. It is like cleansing a mirror. The same mirror that shows you the world as it is will also show you your own face. The thought I am is the polishing cloth. Use it. If you seek reality, you must set yourself free of all backgrounds, of all cultures, of all patterns of thinking and feeling. Even the idea of being man or woman or even human should be discarded. The ocean of life contains all, not only human. First of all, abandon all self-identification. Stop thinking of yourself as such and such or so and so, this or that. 69. Everything is a play of ideas in the state free from ideation. Very complex harmony. Nothing is perceived. Whose idea is I am? It shelters the state of your consciousness and is followed by the innumerable sensations and perceptions, feelings and ideas, which in their totality constitute all that is world. The I am remains as the witness, but it is by the will of God that everything happens. It is always the false that makes you suffer. The false desires and fears, the false values and ideas, the false relationships between people. Abandon the false and you are free of pain. Truth makes happy. Truth liberates. All that a guru can tell you is, my dear sir, you are quite mistaken about yourself. You are not the person you take yourself to be. 65. You may die 100 deaths without a break in mental turmoil, or you may keep your body and die only in the mind. The death of the mind is the birth of wisdom. 65. It is always the false that makes you suffer. The false desires and fears, the false values and ideas, the false relationships between people. Abandon the false and you are free from pain. Truth makes happy. Truth liberates.
There is no such thing as peace of mind. Mind means disturbance. Restlessness itself is mind. Examine closely, and you will see that the mind is seething with thoughts. It may occasionally blank, but it does it for a time and reverts to its usual restlessness.
Oh, fantastic.
Whatever is called God or self is because there is the beingness, the feeling that I am. That is the fundamental principle, the basis of all your knowledge. But you are identifying yourself with the body.
Oh, fantastico.
Give me the sign of the open eye. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn on high. I am on the neon skies where the star comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed.
shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show no purpose, no time, just a beat and sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect round.
The mayor approximation period with all their parking services and the real parking lot.
Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. The strength is alive, it's dead. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the wires, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is sweet, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweet hands of sunshine fills my veins. Strong rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quality, it knows my name. Gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to
No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger is the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But I would know to truly see. None waits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But I would know to truly see. None waits, it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey.
You? Honey. Okay, honey. Talk to you tomorrow.
Let us stare, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily that we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily that let the light begin. Among the broken, we'll never let us walk, let us heal, free from strife. No one's clean, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily then, let the light free from greed, we'll plant seeds. Among the hungry, we'll meet their needs. We'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily then, let the light begin. Among the broken, we'll come
No, I don't know if you're a real human, real person. No, I don't know if you're a real person. You know, that was no, I don't know if you're a real person. No evidence.
give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. Thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, be open, be open. I am awake. jagged claw. The beast emerge as the gods withdraw. The storm of silence.
No, I don't think he wrote this one. The old one. Real? Fake. Prove it.
On the horn of the
Hello?
Bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop those I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dream. You could be
Hello?
by the mystical union of fairy and fawn.
Okay, hi, I'm Rim.
A dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through
A barrage of bullets in a deadly gun battle with a heavily armed man claims the life of the Tulare County Sheriff's deputy.
How do you meet?
Your arrows and slinging, the springs tender glow. A force without brilliant, a power I know.
Oh, let me know. Okay, well, whenever you want to go out sometime. No, probably not. Nope. Oh, water server.
Hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tone. Veils of the morning, her armor was gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her. The throne could command.
Nope. Friday, Saturday, I can only do mornings.
She took a
Why?
stand. In brilliance resilient. Her fire does burn.
Nope, that's good.
Goddess of spring.
It's open.
Rolleth to turn.
It's so nice open. No person to be in
I invoke through the flames and the
I don't trust like
embers.
that.
The smell is
You have no picks, I don't trust.
your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn.
This is a joke, right? Ham's the zombie because I wanted to see how often this is a joke, right? This is a joke, right? Because I don't get jokes sometimes. You can't seriously doubt that humans went to the moon. You can't seriously doubt it. I can demonstrate in 50 different ways how humans went to the moon. So you can't be serious about doubting that humans went to the moon. You can only take other people's words. False. I can demonstrate. Without using any other people's words, I can demonstrate that humans went to the moon. That's trivial. Oh yeah, you told me landing sites. Is that what you told me? No. Well, I mean that's the thing. No, that's not what I would use. Yeah, that's the thing, but no, that's not what I would use. Live streaming video. I mean, we just have photos from the moon. I mean, can you demonstrate that these photos from the moon were taken somewhere other than the moon? Because all I have to do is show you photos taken from the moon. How come they said? And I'm fucking justified. I am justified in my belief that people went to the moon by showing you photos taken from the moon. You're cutting out. You're low. But how come the Red Hot Chili Peppers said? Where are you from, Manny? After that, how do you feel about the Nothing bad happening. That's not fucking science, you dick. Red Light District. Oh no! Wait. They also said the Chinese spies are still. I could not care less what they said. Have you ever smoked? They are not science. No, stop. Why not? Stop talking. Amsterdam. They are not scientists. I don't give a shit what they said. I know smoking. I know cigarette. No fake. Only girls. Only girls. Yeah, yo, bro. You from Spain? Hold on. Why'd you come here? Holiday. How different is Poland than Spain? Straight to people went to the moon with a fucking laser. It's trivial to demonstrate that people went to the moon. Is it better in Poland than Spain? You're claiming you're extremely. Shut up. You from Spain? You're claiming you from Amsterdam? Did not go to the moon. It's fucking astronomical. Okay, that's a fucking claim. Okay? It's trivial to demonstrate that people did go to the moon. You're claiming that people didn't go to the moon. That was fucking fake. When did you discover this in your life? Okay. When did you know that? Second time I'm on this earth. The first time I died, I was 6 months and I died. Excuse me, guys. What's it like being parents in 2026?
It's crazy with like all the AI stuff going on. You're like, do you push your kid? Do you not push your kid? And
Right. Demonstrate.
What's the worst thing about being a woman in 2026?
That men act like women.
Men are becoming more feminine.
Men are becoming more feminine.
What has led you to believe that?
Just the way they act. They're not masculine.
In 2026.
That's trash.
I can
Demonstrate they have options. If you're a pretty girl, most of the guys
It's tricky to demonstrate. And also, everybody lies. Nobody's actually like transparent enough. People go on.
What's it like being a woman in 2026?
Great, independent.
You don't have a man?
No.
Men want
demonstrate that.
Just shoot evidence. Don't want to fight it.
I want to see what you have in your life.
Demonstrate that. All you have to do is show evidence of that. Just show evidence of that.
That doesn't seem as defiant. If I saw some evidence, I'm going to be the first one screaming it from the fucking rafters. All I saw was CGI.
I mean, the Russians screamed it from the rafters when they said that, yes, the U.S. went to the moon. It was the fucking Russians. I'm going to cite the fucking Russians saying that the U.S. went to the fucking moon. The Russians did that at the height of the Cold War. The Russians said, yes, the U.S. went to the moon. So that's when it went to the moon.
Was that a good one? Mother Russia says... No, Mother Russia has no children, right?
I couldn't care less. They still said America went to the moon.
Yes.
What you're saying is
agreement
nonsense.
About Antarctica, these are the two agreements.
What about it? Why are we pivoting? So I just want to acknowledge you're pivoting, right?
Pivoting from, you want to see the video about space?
I mean, you're pivoting, right?
No, I got a video, right?
Okay. You have a video of people on the moon. Amazing. So do I.
What?
No, I have a video of people on the moon.
It's been a long time.
No, well,
You think they have videos on it?
Decades. It's been a couple of decades. So what?
Hey, have you seen the one where the lander takes off from the moon?
Yes. You know it took them
three. They got that footage.
Wait. You know it took them 3 tries to get that right? Did you know that it took them 3 tries? Do you know that they tried more than once to get that right? Did you?
And they came back for their camera? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, on 17 they got it right. They tried on 17, 16, and 15, but they only got it right.
Have a shot of them leaving the moon, is what I'm saying.
Well, because there's this thing called a rover, right? There was a moon rover, right? It had a camera on it. It was on the moon. We took it there.
I don't think that's his question, Alligator. Or Donald. I don't think that's his question.
Yeah, it is. He asked about the 17, yeah. The moon rover had a camera on it, and we used the camera to take the footage.
There's no way they're transmitting. I know we supposedly went to the moon 6 times, but you're saying that they
demonstrate that we didn't go to the moon. Demonstrate that we didn't go to the moon 6 times.
I'm still just working through this one where they have this.
Demonstrate that we didn't go to the moon.
I mean, there's no evidence that we went to the moon.
There's plenty of evidence that we went to the moon. Demonstrate that we did not go to the moon.
I mean, not logical evidence. Definitely no proof.
Yeah, there's mounds of logical evidence that we went to the moon. So can you demonstrate that we did not go to the moon?
Well, I think one of my favorite ones was Johnny Carson was gifted a moon rock, and he had it.
For fuck's sake!
From
Can you demonstrate that we did not go to the moon?
All the astronauts never said that they went to the moon. In fact, they've only said the opposite.
Show me one single astronaut that says we did not go to the moon. Go ahead. Show me one single astronaut that says we didn't go to the moon. You can't do that because none of them have ever said we didn't go to the moon. Because you're lying. because you're lying.
It's just in my folder, and
It's just your fucking lying bullshit.
my dad texted me yesterday.
It's just you're lying. It's just that you're lying.
Do you have a bad
It's just that you're lying.
I don't go around
It's
lying.
just that you're lying.
It's not good.
It's just that you're lying. It's just that you're lying.
I don't have to go around lying.
But you are lying.
Hey, Donald, have you ever met a riot?
No.
He believes in Yahuwah, I believe. Come up here. Hey, tell him what you believe. Tell him what you believe.
I couldn't care less about his belief in something.
That's what this room is about.
Fucking fuck.
That's what this
Let me
room is about.
finish my goddamn. Can I finish my fucking sentence, please?
You got it.
I could not care less about what something believes about an imaginary thing. Fucking Bible God is imaginary. I can demonstrate this. You saying anything other than the Bible God being imaginary is fucking stupid. I can demonstrate you to be wrong. I can demonstrate that the Bible God is impossible.
You can demonstrate that the Bible God is impossible.
Yes.
I really
Because the Bible, because the Bible God created. It's impossible for creation. Demonstrate creation. I mean, I can demonstrate that it's impossible for anything to have ever been created, which means that if your God is a creator God, it's fucking impossible.
Well, you know,
Because nothing's ever been created.
You know what's crazy about that? Because every single day I have to center my creative vision. And the leaders of all these industries use creative
So you're just equivocating on the word. Okay, my definition of the word creation is the bringing into existence of the universe, generally by an act of God. So if we're not talking about bringing into the existence of a universe, we're just not talking about the same thing. So you're just equivocating, lying about what I'm saying.
Have you ever
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Yeah, you're lying. Yeah, you're lying. You're lying about what I'm saying. You're lying.
I was describing my form of manifestation.
You're lying about what I'm saying. Yeah, you're lying.
Oh, you said we existed. You're lying that we exist. Yeah, he said I don't. Oh, I couldn't corroborate that I existed earlier. That was a good one.
But that's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about when I say creation is the bringing into the existence of a universe, generally by an act of God. If we're not talking about the bringing into the existence of a universe, then we're just not talking about the same thing. And yes, that thing doesn't exist.
So what is it that you're talking about? Like
The bringing into the existence of a universe, generally by an act of God, is what creation is.
What about a terrarium?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is a terrarium the universe?
If you told something inside of the terrarium that it was the universe, would they not have a difference? Would they not?
But is a terrarium the universe? Are they the same thing?
What would it matter to the beings inside of it?
But that's not what I asked. So you're just not answering the question I asked. So do you care about the question that I asked? Do you care whether or not you answer the... Excuse me. Do you care whether or not you answer the question that I personally asked? Do you care about that?
Yeah, of course.
Because that's important. If you don't care whether you answer the question that I asked, then what you're saying is just fucking, I don't give a shit, right? But if you care...
What does creation mean to you? Because it's subjective.
Fiction. Stop. What you have to understand is that creation is baking in something that I don't believe to exist. Demonstrate creation.
So for me, the way I could demonstrate creation, right, is from your mother and father procreating and having me.
So, the bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God was done by my parents. That's fucking stupid, right? What you're saying is fucking stupid. So, the bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is not the same thing as my parents having sex. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. The bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is not the same thing as my parents fucking. Dumbass. Dumbass. I mean, dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass. Right? The bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is not the same thing as my parents fucking. That's stupid.
Yeah, the fucking can get really stinky.
Okay, so what is it that you're like? What is the context as to what you're saying?
The bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God is what I am defining creation as. If it's not, the bringing into the existence of a universe generally by an act of God, we're just not talking about the same thing.
Okay, creation for most people and in religion, like Christianity or Islam, right? It means God intentionally bringing humans into existence. For example,
No, it's God bringing everything into existence.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. So God bringing everything into existence is a very different prospect than just a guy said a thing, right? Different things, right?
Yeah.
Different things, right? We can agree that they're different things, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
Okay, so if you ever say that creation is something other than the bringing into existence of the universe generally by an act of God, you're just equivocating, which is a logical fallacy that I'm not going to entertain. If it's not the bringing into the existence of the universe generally by an act of God, it's not creation. Otherwise, you're going to have to say that God created everything. So, did God create rape?
God did create everything.
Okay, so God created rape. Did God create everything, or did God not create rape?
All things can be conceptualized. I think we came to agreement earlier.
God has absolutely created everything. And
God created rape. You're saying that God created rape.
Including orgasm rape.
Orgasmic rape. Still rape. So you're saying that your God created rape, right?
God created rape. Donald, I'd like to answer that question for you, if I may.
Sure.
Yes, unfortunately, the process of raping someone is indeed a part of the simulation, and thus it is a part of creation, unfortunately. Very sad and tragic, though it may be. How horrible.
Fuck right off. Fuck off.
Okay, Donald, you asked the question, right? Yes, God has created everything.
Yes, God created rape.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait. God has created the possibility of everything, including harms, right? However, it's us humans that are responsible for choosing.
God created. What is wrong with you? God created rape, yes. Yes, God created rape. Okay, continue.
So like I just said, sorry to cut you off, right? God absolutely has created everything. He has created this
Yes, God created rape. Yes, I agree that God created rape. You said it, and I agree with it, and yes, God created rape.
Okay, so absolutely, sorry to cut you off. God absolutely.
God created rape.
Can we move on? We got it. God created rape.
Yes, God created rape. We can move on. Yes, we can move on from God created rape. That'd be amazing. Especially with underage people.
You know what I just thought about? God also
the conversation is so
anal
ignorant.
sex.
Yes, God created anal rape also. Yes, God created anal rape also. Yes.
God also created.
Yes, God created
anal sex.
So.
Hermes.
It wasn't just vaginal rape. It wasn't just vaginal rape that God created. God created vaginal rape and anal rape also.
If God created, like, you seem like you hate the world and you hate the existence of life. So why?
It seems like God hates reality, not me.
Yeah.
That's goofy. That's a goofy thing to say. Hello, Joanna. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Hermes. Hi,
Joanna.
Hey, Joanna.
Having fun?
Everybody loves you, Joanna.
Nice to everyone. I love it.
Joanna, you're gonna have to talk to my wife.
Okay. And then she'll give me the okay?
Hopefully, hopefully.
Hopefully.
It's better to love than hate. You know?
But you're gonna have to talk to my wife about it. I can't do it.
Still like me.
My wife.
So are you?
But Joanna, you're so fucking beautiful, right?
Thank you. You too.
But like God created rape, like, oh my God.
Let Yasmin go. I feel bad.
You're so fucking beautiful. You're so fucking beautiful. Okay.
You too. Love you.
Thank you. I love you.
Will you save me when my Amsterdam?
Joanna, can I have a piece too?
Of course, Hermes was my clubhouse boyfriend for about 6 months, and then I let him go free.
I have no reason to be competitive with Hermes. If you want Hermes to be a boyfriend,
I let him go free because he has mad women.
Oh, yes. Hermes got lots of girls. Hermes got lots of girls.
Yeah. Listen to the voice. That's why.
It's just sexy.
It's a sexy voice. Yes.
Yeah. Hermes, you got a sexy voice.
Hermes, say, would you like some hot sauce on that taco?
Would you like some sexy sauce on that?
No, hot sauce. You gotta say hot sauce. It's gotta be hot sauce.
Say it in Spanish.
It's gotta be a dirty taco.
Oh, gosh.
How do you say it in Spanish? Te quiero salsa caliente.
There's a mucho in there.
Mucho.
Really they use the word torta when describing the camel toe.
Hey, what is a fajita in Mexico?
You know, they have very few restaurants that serves fajita. They have some.
I love fajitas.
But what they do more is they do ribeye al carbon. Or a ribeye.
Ribeye. I like ribeye. I like that word.
was is a lot of people that when Texas was part of Mexico, the wealthy lived in Mexico City, right? So they were eating ribeyes and filet mignons in the tacos. But in Texas, when it was part of Mexico, they could only afford the skirt, right? Because the fajita is the actual skirt of the belly.
You're right. I used to be a butcher, so I know exactly what you're talking about. The skirt is the thing that we make fajitas out of. It's like the cheapest part of the meat.
Yeah, that's when you don't prepare it right and take off that membrane, it becomes super
fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But if you cook it right, it's fucking amazing.
I really have a ribeye.
Me too. Yes, ribeyes are much, much better.
Are you smoking in the house?
Yeah, my wife's away.
I hear you smoking in the house.
Yeah, my wife's away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just smoking myself.
Oh, yeah? That's good. You guys are in a good mood. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're back.
Joanna, I love you.
Oh my God, I'm blushing.
I do. You're an amazing human.
Especially when you use cocoa on the torta.
Yeah, a little cocoa.
As long as it's hot. I like hot cocoa. Right?
No, I'm talking about Coco Chanel.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, I mean, that's different. Right? That's different. Cocoa is a thing that I like a lot. Maybe it's my Native American origins, but I mean, chocolate's fucking amazing.
Dude, I never had chocolate milk before until I came here to Mexico City. I went
You
to a
can't be
restaurant.
serious.
Oh yeah, dude. Let me tell you. They bring like this jar, this big jar type thing, and they have this stick, and they put it in the cocoa, and they start turning the stick with the palms of the hand. If you can imagine that, and it's like whisking the chocolate, and it gets very frothy, right? And it's hot, and then they serve it to you, and she does this like right at your table. Like, oh my God, it's all fresh.
Just hot chocolate is a thing. It is. I love hot chocolate. It's like my favorite thing.
I like to sip hot chocolate.
I'm gonna get some chocolate tonight.
Well, I mean, if by hot you mean you and chocolate you mean
Yeah, we could do space.
I love that too. You're still gonna have to talk to my wife about it.
We'll have to melt chocolate on each other and see if we're allowed.
Please, yes. Okay, yes.
That would be fun.
Yes.
Because I'm a fan of chocolate.
Still gonna have to talk to my wife.
I don't think I really even know what you look like.
No, you don't.
Does anybody?
Yeah, I have been on camera.
I can tell you, I have a big schlock.
Oh shit!
I don't care about the size. It's
even though you have
the way that you use it is more important than
That's
size.
why it got big is because they circumcised it.
He got 20% off.
I'm high. I'm sorry. I've never been circumcised.
No,
I like uncut.
No.
I'm not uncut. I am cut, and I'm kind of pissed about it.
It's okay.
Why? Because they cut you?
Yes, against my will.
Slip.
Yeah, we should make that illegal, just like female genital
Yes!
mutilation. This should be male genital mutilation.
Were you able to do Onyx exercise? Oh, shit. I didn't do my cat's medicine. I'm an asshole. Not yet, but I will. No, You know, Alligator could not defend his belief in God.
Hi, Daniel. Daniel, do you see me?
Oh, sure. Behavior.
And Daniel said you're hot.
Where?
I know that you're hot.
Oh, Daniel's giving me a
I'm
heart.
happy to tell you what.
This is like, I'm getting all this love out of
Whatever you
nowhere.
want.
No,
Daniel, come up and talk. Yeah, thank you, Donald.
Yeah, you're fucking gorgeous.
That's true. I wish you guys didn't go so far away. We could all hang out.
I just have one request. That'd be amazing if you'd hang out with me. That'd be amazing.
Right now.
I want you to hang out with me.
Let me look at flights to Corpus Christi.
I mean, I can probably afford to pay for you to fly here.
What's your airport letters?
DFW.
DFW?
Yes.
Oh, Dallas Fort Worth.
Yes.
Oh my God, I guessed it. I was right.
Yes. I want you to come here so bad. I want you to talk to my wife. I love the photo that you sent me. I love that. was that the cheap photo?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what she sent me, but it was her boobs.
That was a good shot.
Yes.
That was a good shot.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
It's only like $100 to go there.
You guys sure? I can pay for that. Yeah, I can make that happen.
Hey, why don't y'all do this? Why don't both of you guys come to Mexico? To Mexico.
Yes. Why don't both of y'all come here?
Well, I could come there.
Nice.
Yes.
But I'd have to get a coyote because, you know, it had to be legal.
I'll pay for it.
I'll be right back.
I want you to be here, buddy. I'll pay for
I'm ready
that.
to come back, dude. I've been craving
I'll definitely pay for that.
the double Whopper from Burger King.
Fuck yeah. Dude, you being sent away is like the definition of a horrible thing. I don't get it. I don't know why.
Like today, I actually had a pretty good day. In my building, I met this woman. She's a young woman. She's younger than me. And we went to a museum today. And the museum that we went to is having the World Cup here in Mexico City, some of the games. So they created this museum in this building, and it was interactive, and it showed all of the World Cups since the 1800s, which I had no idea that they were actually playing the World Cup in the 1800s. So it was pretty amazing. The king, because they were showing...
No, Mikhail, no.
No, listen to this. They were showing, like, different legends players, right? And their uniforms. And so everything that you saw in the was actually used in the World Cups. But the king feature or exhibition was Pele, right? So they showed his uniform, his cleats. They had some footage from the actual World Cup, the last World Cup that he was in that they won. Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
That's cool. Okay, Mikhail, no. Fuck off. I'm not bringing you up because you're a piece of shit. Just so you know, you're a piece of shit.
He's a God believer.
Yeah.
Bring him up. Let's
every conversation will stop. Feel free to come on stage, Mikhail. It's not even your fucking name.
Well, Donald, I just want to say if this room has proven one thing, it's there's definitely a God, because the chances of you putting this room together randomly is in the many hundreds of trillions. So clearly If anything rules the universe, it's truly random chance. Random chance is definitely ruling the universe.
It seems that it's one.
Dude, I didn't even know that was you, John. That's funny.
Yeah, John. I still go to your channel and like what you say.
Yeah, so the date that I went on today, she was actually pretty hot.
Nice. I am kind of sad. Alright. Is there any fucking theist in the audience or on stage who would love to defend the God that they actually believe in?
Well, he's a theist. He actually believes in God.
Okay, do you want to actually like defend the God that you believe in?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay.
But first I have to cleanse your chakras.
First, I have to do a thing. Oh my God.
So the most essential chakra is at the base of your spine. It's at the root. It's called the Muladhara.
We're not gonna talk about chakra.
Saturn is the planet. The metal is lead. The main issue is survival.
Hang on one sec. Can you demonstrate what you believe in without using imaginary things? Is that possible?
Sure, I can do that for you. No problem. It's because I like you. I'm going to now make the demonstration in the way that you prefer.
That was fucking awful. I mean, if you want to come back up, that's fine. But you can't make that sound anymore. There's a whole lot of people in the audience. Come on stage and defend the God that you believe in. Come on.
Mikhail is afraid.
Sure, they're all afraid. They can't help it. If they were not afraid, they would be on stage right now. But they're not.
You know what I just noticed? John is usually like really intelligent. But when you asked him, can you demonstrate that God exists? He sort of fumbled around.
He bumbled. It wasn't fumbled, he bumbled. They can't demonstrate the thing that they believe in. I can demonstrate everything that I believe in. You motherfucking God believers, you can't demonstrate what you believe in. Demonstrate what you believe in. Go ahead. You won't. Can't. Move on. Ow! Okay.
Here's a God believer. Alligator just came back.
Oh, you guys done anything weird?
Welcome back, alligator. Can you demonstrate the God that you believe in?
Yeah, I was in the middle of doing that, right? So it was inside of that observational belief conversation. Everything is a concept, but it's not real in your reality yet until.
Well, I disagree. I fundamentally disagree that everything is a concept. So I can demonstrate things that, yes, I believe as a concept, but I can demonstrate these things to exist in objective reality independent of all concepts. So what you're saying is just fucking false.
It's real.
Alright, so what you said, okay, so what you said was false.
There are Japanese concepts that I had to learn.
What you said was false.
What if your conception?
No, what you said, the thing that you said was false.
Where?
The thing that you said about not being able to demonstrate, that was false. I can demonstrate things. I can demonstrate that you're false. I can demonstrate that.
I can demonstrate that my brain is bigger than CN's brain.
I cannot demonstrate that. I would never ever make that assumption.
I can.
Sure.
I can also demonstrate that alligator needs to go back to school. Hey, Lebowski just got in. Does Lebowski believe in God?
The dude abides. The dude abides.
Seems yes. I'm gonna go with yes.
See, the thing that Donald's not talking about, and never talks about because he's generally complaining about something, is that there is a mystical path that you can enter into, which is psychedelic. And that's the real experience that you're looking for.
Demonstrate that.
Just go watch the movie The Big Lebowski. Sir, did I miterate on your rug? Do you have a job, Mr. Lebowski?
We're fucking done.
Do you work, Mr. Lebowski?
We're fucking done.
Did I piss on your rug, Mr. Lebowski?
Oh, there's a guy in the audience that has a Big Lebowski picture.
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, what is he saying?
Obviously, you're not a golfer.
Are you a Christian, Universe?
No, he's Jewish.
No, that's your opinion. He was asking me if I'm a follower of Christ Jesus, the most Lord High King on the planet who's ever lived, who did the best simulation of all time.
Well, Jesus was Jewish.
Yes. So I was circumcised against my will. So was I.
I'm old, guys. I was born in a Catholic church.
That doesn't mean it was your will.
Oh, god damn.
Oh yeah, I heard. What was that? There's a new president of Mexico, and she's Jewish. Even though that 99% of Mexico is Catholic, and there was over 100 people running for this president's position that was assassinated.
Yeah, it was Mossad.
Yeah, she's definitely Mossad. Yeah, the first person that she talks to when she becomes president, Larry Fink, BlackRock. There goes whatever fucking mineral rights Mexico had.
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't.
So, can you demonstrate the God that you believe in to be true in any meaningful way?
I think, therefore I am.
Demonstrate that God is responsible for that.
How else would I be thinking?
Sure. Demonstrate that God is responsible for that.
You can't.
No, I can't.
Of course not.
It can be something completely creepier than that we all don't understand, and I don't have any evidence to prove it's not.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the people who would invented this God, they claim that he's not the real God.
I mean, only some of it.
See what Donald.
That goes back to the belief thing that I said earlier.
See, Donald's problem, part of the problem with Donald's setup here is that to expect somebody to transfer the amount of information required in just a few sentences to prove to him, his question, it's a ludicrous, assumption that you can transmit all this information.
I never ever said that was a thing.
I get it, but see, you can actually, in a way, condense what you're asking in some very simple sentences or some abstracts or axioms, aphorisms.
What it is, make it less
Sure. One way to say what you're looking for is the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
Okay. So
You probably can't repeat back to me what I just said because I don't think you actually listened to anything. Excuse me. Hello. 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 Go ahead and repeat back what I said. Hello.
You must know this guy.
Yes, I know this guy.
Yeah, John's been around forever.
So again, I'll say it again because maybe.
This guy is getting a lot of reprieves from the king.
Oh, from the king? You mean the most petulant boy child, the angry tyrant king?
Yeah.
Okay, my wife wants to meet you.
That's good. Because that's what you say to me. I mean, he doesn't even know that I ask you how you're doing. You say, "Oh, it's worse than last time."
No, I'm always the same, is what I say.
No, that's good. Always the same. Yeah, you do say that. But then you say something about always in pain.
Yes, I'm always shitty. But being shitty, different degrees of shitty, is still fucking shitty.
Well, let me ask you this: what does personal responsibility mean to you, Donald?
Nothing. What?
Oh, dang.
Damn! Looks like we got to the root of the matter. Looks like we got to the root. The root. We went in. We figured it out. Donald doesn't accept personal responsibility.
No, you didn't define personal responsibility, so I couldn't accept it. If you define personal responsibility, maybe I'll accept it. I don't know. But you haven't defined personal responsibility.
Let me ask you this, Donald. What's the difference between an opinion and a fact?
Reality.
You can't lay grass with a fact.
Reality is my answer.
Last time siempre wipe his ass with a fact. He has this theorem. Hey, have you told them about if you can see it? If you can see it, see it?
I don't have to see a thing to know a thing exists. Just
Wow, you sound like that
I
Roman.
can demonstrate a thing exists without ever seeing it.
You sound like the guy talking to Jesus who had the miracle done just because he had faith.
Demonstrate that, motherfucker.
Well, I think that we are all living second to second. And on average, each human gets 2.5 billion seconds.
Demonstrate that
Word by word, demonstrate word by word. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Second by second, please.
I'm sorry that you spoke. So, you asked me to demonstrate,
Wait, are you trans?
I don't think so.
You don't know if you're trans or not?
What color are your fingernails?
Green.
Only reason I'm asking if you're trans is because many people don't know the difference between facts and opinions, And when I say, is that your opinion or is that a fact? And is it my opinion that your facts are opinions? People can't accept the fact that their facts are actually opinions and they don't have any facts. It's just their opinion.
Opinions are not facts. I'll never accept that. That's fucking stupid, by the way.
Awesome. Are all facts true?
No, but everybody is trans and nobody's got any facts.
Definitionally, facts must be true. You cannot be a fact if you are not.
So some opinions can be facts, but not all facts can be opinions.
No, I never said that. What I said was, it's impossible to be that if you are an opinion. That's impossible.
Some opinions can be facts, but
no opinions. No.
Okay,
Facts can, no.
No! No!
That are facts, and there are zero facts that are
factually correct.
Statistically, maybe, but I don't think so.
You hope that your opinions are factually correct.
Donald, when the Social Security judge granted you the disability, was it his opinion that you're disabled, or is it a fact that you're disabled?
His opinion.
Yeah, judges do make a lot of decisions based on opinion. That's why
all decisions made by judges are made on their opinion.
Exactly.
So it just doesn't make sense to even ask me that question.
See, that's an all or nothing statement, and obviously you're being facetious because judges have to consider the facts, right?
Don't have to consider facts at all. As a matter of fact, I spoke to a judge that did not consider facts to be relevant at all. But I still went to court. Fucking goofy.
So basically the heavenly court or the cosmic court is arranged in the same way in which a Christian Protestant legal court is set up. The judge has his back facing to the wall because he's worried about possible attack in the same way that a king is worried about possible attack. Excuse me? You are excused, sir. You are, hello? Hello?
So
Hello?
judges don't have to have the opinion that they support. Just so you know.
Hello?
Hello?
What I don't understand is, okay, so right now I'm baking mastacholi, and the package says 25 minutes, but I just checked it with a fork, it's still frozen solid. So was it the package's opinion, or is it a fact that 25, 35 minutes is enough time to cook the mastacholi?
Did it say from frozen, or did it not say from frozen?
They didn't specify. I think it's imported from China, so they're cutting back on costs by limiting the instructions.
So if you follow the directions.
All I'm trying to get at is to the root of the matter, which is it's just your opinion that God doesn't exist. It's just your opinion. It's not a fact that God doesn't exist. It's just your opinion. Hello?
It's your opinion.
It's my opinion that it's your opinion.
Hello? That's a false dichotomy.
No, it's a question. Which one are you?
That's that
questions.
You know that homeless jester, the video? That's from the homeless jester video. Oh, boy, B.
Hello?
Hello?
That's from that jester video. Have you seen it?
No.
I'll put it in the chat.
See, people are saying that you're a character, and what they're really saying is you have persona. And then we have to get into what is persona, and do you have an aura? And what's your aura made of? Can you answer any of these questions, Dr. Donald?
No, it's down to particles.
No, it doesn't. Everything that this person said was fucking imaginary. He made it up, which means I don't have to answer anything.
No, there's a comment in the chat. They said you're a character.
It was all fucking imaginary.
Hello? Hello? See, this is what you say when somebody says something imaginary. You say hello? Because you know that it doesn't exist in the real world.
Wait, hello?
Hello? Is a fart a word or is it a smell? Is a fart just air passing over a turd?
Wait, hello?
Hello? So Elon Musk wrote that the vaccine dosage was obviously too high with too many spike proteins and done too many times. I had the original Wuhan virus before there was any vaccine, and it was very much like any other cold and flu, but not terrible. But my second vaccine shot almost sent me to the hospital. Almost. Felt like I was dying.
Yeah, I ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks with COVID. And when I was in there, they gave me some vaccines that were like updated.
Seems like you survived.
Now, I'll tell you the scariest thing, dude. This was crazy. So I get out of the hospital, right? And I masturbate, and it's fucking blood.
Well, maybe when they gave you the updated vaccines, they gave you a penis cancer, a turbo penis cancer in the penis.
It was crazy. It freaked me out.
Sure, because that's a thing that happened.
Well, we have Regal here. Regal put together a banger of a room the other day, declared himself the Holy of Holies himself, the final arbitrator of all Christian dogma. A great Greek Orthodox or Catholic, I don't know what you are or what you call yourself. See, to me, I find it very annoying if somebody would say, what are you? And I would say, oh, well, Monday I'm a Muslim, Tuesday I'm a Jew, Wednesday I'm a Catholic, Thursday I'm a Protestant, Friday I'm Quaker, Saturday I'm Muslim, and Sunday I'm Mormon.
Wait, he forgot being an atheist.
Regal's a bigot every day.
You're a bigot every day, Regal. You hear that? You bigot. He kicked me from the stage, by the way.
Yeah, you know what's weird is sometimes or some days.
What is God? Live on YouTube with Dr. Donald.
Days I'm quick to welcome.
He's extremely deranged. He's very annoying. He won't let you get a sentence off.
Oh, Donald.
Donald.
Yeah, that clown.
He's a super clown. He actually has figured out the formula for a TV show called Prove to Me God Exists. Because imagine watching people attempt over and over again to try to prove to the television audience that God exists. And it's actually very entertaining. But it's only entertaining because Donald is a super R word. And thus, it's like watching the most obnoxious, petulant child you've ever seen rudely talk to people as if he was God himself. It's very funny, actually. You see what I'm saying? The joke is Donald. Welcome, Yasmin. See, he's trying to find his cigarettes.
Oh, wow, there's Kitty. I hadn't seen Kitty in a long time.
But the thing is, Regal, we have to have compassion for these R words. You know, they can be helped.
Has the American people, did the American people want in Iran?
No, we're talking about Donald the R word right now, Yasmin. You know who Donald the R word is? Were you in that room just a second ago?
Which one?
Well, you took a vaccine and you masturbated and blood came out?
Yeah, that was fucking
See, Yasmin, you wouldn't want to interrupt this R word conversation, right?
I guarantee you they're not related. I can guarantee you they're not.
You done with Trump?
They are.
Demonstrate that.
Can you demonstrate it, Yasmin?
Well, my kidneys
Yeah,
were
I mean,
hurting
like,
when I went
you're
into
not
the hospital. They were sore.
Okay, but demonstrate that. Demonstrate.
Petrol prices are going up.
Kidney thing.
What do you think they always go down?
You don't
The blood came from the kidneys.
Sucking Israel's cock.
Okay. Demonstrate that had anything to do with the fucking vaccine.
Well, before, I don't know. I'm assuming it was the vaccine.
Oh, Shawshoe's too.
One of the two.
You're making a big assumption.
Of course, you can do that.
I don't have to accept it though.
Right. But the reality is nothing was wrong before I got COVID.
The fuck are my cigarettes?
Hello?
Yeah, I got so scared. Well, let me tell you this. This might be the evidence for you. So I got so scared, I called up the hospital. I spoke to the main nurse, and she told me that.
Not evidence.
Well, here's what she said. She said that it was because of the COVID, because it had affected my kidney.
Still not evidence. What is it supposed to be evidence of, by the way? What is it supposed to be evidence of?
See, Rico, the guy can't even form complete sentences.
Bro,
He's full R word.
Me too.
Check your dresser. Yeah, I can't even see that room.
Check
in
your
the
bag.
Check your back pocket.
There's so many rooms, that's probably why you can't find it. He doesn't spell it God, he spells it G0D.
No, you're not.
He also has YouTubes in the title, so you can type in YouTubes.
Or you're not sitting
And the
down.
house name is Convince Me G0D exists. He's full R word. Full D word.
If we predict where your cigarettes are, that's evidence for God.
Okay, I have cigarettes. The cigarette dilemma has been solved. I have cigarettes.
Joshua must have prayed for you, Donald.
I mean,
No.
can you demonstrate that your prayers found my cigarettes?
No, I didn't pray. I was thinking about where did you find them at?
Where I left them.
What are you drinking, Donald?
Everclear.
Fuck, you're not. You're drinking Everclear. Why?
I only drink Everclear.
You don't mix it?
No. Why would I do that? That's silly. That's fucking silly.
Gosh, I'm hurting for you right now. What are you chasing it with?
What does that mean?
We're chasing it with. What else are you consuming other than the Everclear, around the Everclear to harshen the Everclear?
Ice.
What kind of demon shit is that? Oh, this ice is my Everclear. Gosh,
Amazing.
I probably throw. I swear, I haven't drank in 2 years. I'd probably throw up if I tried to do an Everclear.
Well, I'm not you. Now am I? Because I paint my nails. You have never painted your nails, have you?
No, I would never do that. You know that.
I have. I have painted nails and I drink Everclear. Deal with that, motherfucker.
I let a girl paint my belly one time. That count? Probably don't.
No, I'd never do that. Well, yeah, we talked about this. I said if the government gave me $50,000 a month, I'd paint the hell out of my nails, and I'd make it fucking cool, and we'd all paint our nails. They're asking the wrong motherfuckers.
I don't require $50,000 a year.
Just use the clear coat.
Yes, I do that.
I said $50,000 a month. What's his name? What's that queer? Jeffree Star. That Jeffree Star motherfucker probably makes millions of dollars a month, dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you've seen Jeffree Star. You probably don't know who he is, but I know you've seen.
You've seen Lenny Lizard from the UK?
But I do paint my nails.
It's fun. Nails, like just people in general, for some reason.
I think it's amazing to paint your nails, just so you know.
Yeah, why does the government need to pay people if you could just find people who's willing to say it for free?
They won't for free.
Demonstrate that.
Once you hit a tipping point of people like Donald willing to say, yeah, I kind of paint my nails sometimes. Oh,
no, I think it's fucking amazing. No, I think it's fucking amazing to paint your nails, you piece of shit.
Why do I gotta be a piece of shit?
Because you think it's not amazing to paint your nails. It is amazing to paint your nails, you piece of shit.
My daughter can paint her nails when she gets old enough. I agree.
Well, so can your son, piece of shit.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I do, you fucking piece of shit.
If my son
You're a fucking piece of shit. If your son started painting his nails, I'd fucking wonder what color he was using.
You got my girl laughing, but I would probably try to take off the nail polish.
Why?
The nail polish.
Why?
Why? Because I don't know. I wonder what
you don't know. You don't fucking know why you would do a thing, which makes it fucking irrational. You would irrationally remove a thing that makes a guy feel better. Why would you?
Feminizing. I don't know. It's kind of feminine for me.
But it makes him feel better.
I don't know. It hurts my stomach.
Why?
Hey, alligator, you said
that's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid that because it hurts your stomach, you think your son shouldn't do it. That's fucking stupid.
Oh, yeah. You probably heard my stuff. Yeah. See. You want to say hi to Elma?
You should definitely let your son do whatever he wants with his nails.
Yeah. I want to ask her if she knows that you're like completely psychopathic flat earther.
Oh yeah. You know, if I'm the only flat earther in my whole house. See,
no fucking shit.
Have you ever wondered why?
No. I know what's wrong with me. I don't have to tell you. You guys should know what's wrong with me at this.
Oh my God! It's amazing that you know that it's wrong with you and not with others. That's amazing. The beginning of what is it? The beginning of healing is accepting that you are wrong, right?
No. You guys know what's wrong with me. I don't have a tolerance for that bullshit like you guys do.
I don't have a tolerance for bullshit. I don't have that. You can't demonstrate that I do.
Right now?
Green?
I don't know.
Sparkles.
Purple sparkles. Bring up HLC as we're talking about nails.
Green with purple sparkles.
Would HLC ever paint his nails? Ever? Sam, would you paint your nails?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Alligator.
That just means that you're not consistent. Me painting my nails is consistent.
No, I don't care if anybody paints their nails. It doesn't affect me at all. Alligator.
You're an amazing human.
Can I
can I talk to Mrs. Alligator? I want to ask her if she knows that you believe in lizard people.
Lizard people do not exist. No,
She thinks Alligator thinks Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton are lizards.
That's still false.
The Amazing Spider-Man.
It's still false. Batman.
She says she knows you, CM, and it's kind of an edge that she knows you and you don't know her. So just kind of leave it there.
What, she thinks I'm a lizard?
No. We've watched all your videos, Camellia.
Oh, Lord.
We've watched all of your videos.
You really showed her my videos?
No, of course not. It's a good joke.
We're gonna listen to music, right? We're just gonna music.
I like music. I like this. I don't know. Which one is he gonna do?
I don't have one.
Muhammad.
I've seen 4 or 5.
No, Muhammad's in it.
Only have one.
Muhammad has a problem with identifying thoughts with like the electrical chemical signals like producing it.
I have to get my glasses.
Let's talk about it, Muhammad. Come on.
Oh, I mean, I can. Yeah, you know that's the root of it.
I mean, we kind of talked a little bit in the comments. He doesn't understand. It's just down to semantics. Like, obviously, same thing with numbers. You can say
It's just false. What you're saying is a lie. You understand that, right?
What, me?
Yeah, you're saying a lie.
What did I say?
A lie.
Again, I'm comfortable with calling thoughts the same thing as the chemicals producing
But
them.
that's a lie.
No, I hear people all the time and they're like, oh, I'm going to the A-line.
I mean, I agree that thoughts are chemicals, but what you want to do is add stuff to that. I agree that thoughts are chemicals. I agree with that. But what you want to do is add things to that.
Iraq. Oh, Tom. Muhammad's the one that disagrees.
Blockade their harbors.
You want to add things
I just
to
interpreted it as Iran, but he did say,
consciousness.
he did say Iraq.
Very fucked up.
No,
Iraq,
I don't pronounce them bad. What you're doing is what's called a
I had my share of was and all sorts of interesting names.
I got a question. Did anybody foresee Donald Trump taking us to war with Iran prior to this election? Because I did not personally, but
Look at an interview when he was a private citizen in New York, and he was hot to trot with going to war with Iran.
But what I'm saying is, did you know that if we were gonna go to war with Iran for sure? Did you know that?
Yes. Not for sure. But no, he did say apply maximum pressure.
With Trump's pettiness and his temper, we all knew it was inevitable.
Yeah, but he's being controlled by the Israelis, so you know that it wasn't up to him anyway.
Well, no, he's not being controlled by the Israelis. He's being controlled by Jewish money.
Is race shy?
What? No.
Never mind. Okay. Sounded like him for a second.
No, it's definitely not shy.
It's not Israelis necessarily. It's just Jewish money. Can we agree on that?
I think everybody's kind of collectively digesting their dinner, and they're wondering, why is your question so defaming or so stupid or so racist or so bigoted or so hateful and prejudiced? You know, do you have anything nice to say about the J words?
Well, I think the reason they're reacting like that is because I am a member of the J word communities. And
we're J word adjacent.
Wait, how many J-word communities are there? Naftali, how many J-word communities are there to be sure? Because I don't know how many you're talking about here.
There's the Japanese. There's the youngest. That's a part of psychology.
Wait, which J-word community are we talking about?
I don't know. Which one are you in?
There's
You said there were many. Which ones? Which ones are you talking about?
Like the conservative and the reconstructionist and the reform and the humanists and
Don't forget the logical positivists.
Israeli.
Wait, you consider the logical positivists part of the J-word group, right? Logical positivists, you get it? Hello?
They're logical, and some of them are also positive.
Is there a difference between a logical positivist and a positivist logicalist?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
Ribono Shalom, I'm not so sure, but we're sticking to the topic. Iran, that terrorist evil empire, that Islamic Republic.
Back off the mod and then bounce and finish up his dinner with his family before he comes back to the room and starts it up.
BB moved on to dessert. He'll be right back. I understand completely.
He left to go have dinner.
You went to go have dessert, like me. Vanilla ice cream with walnuts and honey and cinnamon and raisins.
And then rice. That's how you pronounce it. Rice. Yeah, rice roni, whatever.
Mm.
Rice roni left.
Oh, I had to do something real quick.
Oh, here he's back.
That's Richard, right?
Yeah. Richard. I never heard him called Richard. I only heard
Now, what are you asking exactly, Alex? Because it kind of sounds like you're speaking in riddles to me.
Johnny.
Well, if you can tell me what the answer is to the riddle things.
I'm gonna blast you right now. Somebody told me that you're being investigated. You can't run for Congress.
Can't run for Congress. I'm running for mayor now. We transitioned. I'm fully trans now.
Tuna's mad because Tuna.
No, Hope said this.
I know, and they all got it from Tuna. This is also.
Okay.
So John called out Tuna because Tuna's son is yet he hates trans people. And then I called him out because he hates Muslims, but he lives in Dubai.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not being investigated.
He's the pretentious British guy who lived in New Zealand and now lives in Dubai.
I was being politically attacked by my enemies. As a politician, you develop many enemies on the path to liberation.
I mean, his son is actually trans, which is kind of fucking wild that he hates trans people.
Well, it's always a projection, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he's definitely at least bi.
And again, when we say projection, we mean that when other people cast disparaging remarks against other people, that's actually them talking about themselves. Hello?
Probably about 90% of the time, 85%.
You love that Jasmine hello, don't you, John?
Hello? No, that's Schmendrick. Remember Spendrick from the app? Hello?
Oh, I remember Smendrick.
Hello?
That was actually my favorite language or line.
Yeah, I hope she's good. I miss her.
Schmendy. You know what's so funny? Up until she came on this, I always thought Smendrick was a guy. But then I spoke to someone who spoke Yiddish much better than I did. And it's genderless.
What does Spendrick mean?
It's like,
Is it a name?
It's like a quality. It's like an adjective. You Schmendrick. It's like Schlemiel Schlemazel.
The fuck is Schmeasel Schmuzzle?
Schlemiel is someone who spills something accidentally. Schlemazel is someone who gets it spilled on. Remember? Shirley Schlemiel, Schlemazel, Huff and Pepper Incorporated. Remember that?
Yakov, isn't that Gollum from Lord of the Rings?
Shit, it is. Kind of sounds like Gollum. Schwoggle.
Hold on. Schmendrick or Schmendrick is used term for a foolish, ineffectual, or contemptible person.
Oh, okay.
A small-time fool or a pipsqueak. I would consider a pipsqueak. It often describes someone who is inept, out of their depth, or a pathetic sad sack who attempts to do more than they're capable of, rather than a malicious person.
I don't love Yiddish.
Yeah, Yiddish has some great put-downs, like,
They're like,
all of
they
your...
get very specific.
Yeah, I think I read one. Did you tell it the other day, or something like, may all the rooms in your house be infested with mice, or something? It's like, they're really strange. Why would you adapt that as your, like, I guess she was just...
I know there's one that's like, may you kill yourself in peace or something. If you look up on Google, there's like a whole list of like...
Ribono Shalom. Don't you know Ribono Shalom?
Oh, wait, is this that crazy guy that would come in and play those?
John, yeah.
Ribono Shalom? You gotta start off the compliment with crazy guy Ribono Shalom? How many times have you said Ribono Shalom today? Ribono Shalom.
My grandmother was obsessed with. May all your teeth fall out except for one to give you a toothache. That's the gift one my grandmother was obsessed
They have such great...
Yeah, she was like, she always thought it was so creative, yeah. They
Yeah,
did
they're great. Earlier today, I looked up some great Talmudic put-downs that are in the Talmud.
My grandmother, my booby, used to say, "Geh kachen lichtig in dein Augen," which means go take a crap, it'll open your eye.
My grandma didn't speak Yiddish. She liked Yiddish curses. She thought they were funny.
This boy speaks Yiddish. Wrap him in the tefillin.
All right, Yaakov, there's 61 Yiddish insults that everybody needs to know. It's the article, the chat.
Oh, excellent. Good to know. I'm going to say that.
So when... What I don't understand is when you say that this conflict is biblical and people get so upset and they say, that's why I don't believe that fucking book. You know, don't they understand the power of mythology and the fun of a good story? Are they that angry? Do they live their lives road raging all the time, getting angry like it's a complaint department at the layaway line? Anger is the problem. Anger. If these Iranians in Tehran who have all the rockets and they're still alive and they're fighting, don't they just know that anger is their problem, that they don't have to be angry about anything? They can just let it go. The Ayatollah is dead. The Islamic Republic is crumbling. Why do they have to hang on to their anger? Just let it go. For the sake of the world and peace, let it go.
Did you find any good ones, Yaakov?
I am reading through them now.
Ribono Shalom. So Naphtali, you never answered us. What J-word camp are you in that you claim there's so many subdivisions?
There are tons of different Zionist philosophies and Jewish streams.
How dare you, Kitty? He is a mod who would allow you to crash out and do whatever you want.
What I want to know is, has anyone here ever been brave enough to take liver, chopped liver, or matzah ball and put it on a kichel and eat it as a dessert?
Alistair. This version of Judaism you do is a stereotype. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that.
You mean your booby never got you kichel on a Saturday with a nice cup of coffee with whole milk? Kichel. But then they got cheap on the kichel and they started making them smaller. You didn't get those long pieces anymore. I like the long kichel.
I don't know what kichel is.
Yes, hopefully
You don't know what kichel is? What the fuck do you think a cookie
is. It's Yiddish for cookie. It's called kichel. It's a sugar cookie. It's an elongated cookie. It's delicious. You put it in your mouth.
Like a long box.
It's not a donut. It's like a dried pastry cookie with sugar on top.
Think about that for a second.
Think about that?
Yeah, think about a donut and then make it long.
Think about that.
Are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a peach. A perfect peach.
Peaches and cream.
Does anybody know the story? Does anybody know the story of Daddy and Peaches?
No, but I know you're going to tell us.
No, you should Google it and look up the story of Daddy and Peaches out of Manhattan. It was like this really rich real estate developer who married like a 15-year-old girl.
You should Google it.
It's called Daddy and Peaches. It's a love story. It's a love story. A story about heartache and heartbreak, money and love. Grace can tell you all about the Jewish complaint department. We have fielded hundreds of complaints against the Jews, against Israel, against all kinds of stuff.
And they keep on coming.
The hits keep coming.
That's what she said.
I asked Norm, I asked Norm, what should we do? He said, keep hitting them hard. Hit them hard. Hit them harder.
And what is your position as Chicago mayor going to be?
Well, if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, you can see my first 5 days in office. The first day, I will cut property taxes by mayoral decree and proclamation by 25%. Day one.
There's no free lunch, so where are you going to cut 25% of the budget from?
Yakov, did you hear that Mamdani's going to raise the tax on white people and add all kinds of extra shit, and he's also going to restrict white people?
Yeah, that's completely against the 14th Amendment.
I know.
No, it's not. I think you can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Discriminating
Why not?
Equal protection clause? No, you
What's the
cannot.
14th Amendment?
Has the equal protection clause.
Oh, one of the first 14.
Huh?
You can't do the rate debating. I'm not dumb enough for this.
No, you can't discriminate against people. It's just like you couldn't discriminate against blacks.
Even if it wasn't in the,
Okay, I don't
there's so many laws that say it's.
I hear they're gonna institute a curfew for white people as well.
Yeah, sundown.
What's even better is the first free, quote free supermarket, which is probably a bodega size, is going to take $35 million, half of a $70 million budget allocation for this, and it won't come online until 3 years of his 4-year mayoral cycle.
Who is this?
Donnie.
Who's that?
The mayor of New York City.
Oh, the Sunni guy?
Is canned beans and canned green beans and just canned food. That's all it's gonna have.
Is he Sunni or Shia?
Most likely, given the ratio of Sunnis to Shia in the world. What?
He's Shia.
No, he's not.
He's a 12er. Yeah, he's a Shia. His family is from India, and they follow the 12th Imam.
Yeah, the Shia are the bad ones.
He's from Karbala, or they follow the Imam from Karbala.
He's from Kampala.
The Shia.
His family lives in Uganda or something, but he's Indian. He's Indian.
They have quite the compound there in Kampala.
What's up, Michael Bronson?
Every socialist should be married in a $5 billion compound.
Yo, Michael, what's going on?
Wow.
Wow. I was just thinking about how I replaced Elon in your life.
Elon?
Are you trying to be close to Michael enough, Tom?
As your best bro.
Yeah, we used to be such good friends, didn't they?
Yeah, now me and him are best bros.
You and Elon are friends? Or you and Michael are best bros?
Me and Michael, right, Michael?
Oh, okay, that's cute.
I've heard Michael say.
Oh wow.
Did you guys bond over your transitions?
You know, at one point I did think that Michael was a trans man, to be honest.
I think it's crossed all our minds. Why? It's just beta, that it's almost like female.
No.
Like you're so astonishingly beta and not, there's like no masculine characteristics to you whatsoever. You're just very feminine coded.
It's a horrible thing to say. No. It's because you're
it's very female coded.
Yeah, if you were to ever fuck pussy, you would probably cry the whole time.
Yes,
I actually do fuck pussy and I don't cry.
No, I'm sorry.
Would you like to see pictures from my transition?
Have you had the bottom surgery, or if it's just the top?
Oh no, the bottom surgery.
Was there even a requirement for a bottom surgery?
You want to see my pussy, Yasmin?
No.
Cool, I'll send you some pics.
I have you muted on my phone.
That's awesome. Does anybody else want to see my pussy?
Yeah.
Rebby seen it.
Not touching that.
I'm good. I'm gonna pass.
I'm gonna send it. Send it to Rebby.
No, Rebby.
Send me a message.
No.
Send me your cake box.
Yes, I'm ready to go.
No.
Rebby, is that a official threat?
Rebby's taken first off, okay? And, yeah, no, it's
I do.
Yeah, you know something I don't?
I don't know.
Who's she taken by?
The Lord Jesus Christ.
What? Kill yourself.
Oh my God.
Michael, are you also trans? I actually did think that as well, initially.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I suspected that he's bisexual for a very long time.
I found lots of people on this app.
It's easier to date if you're bisexual.
Did it make you smile to think about that or no?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, you definitely smiled.
No. Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I've actually found a lot of people on this
Dude, I
app.
found Neftali was gay. That's why I said if you were to fuck a pussy. Like you're like a golden ticket or something.
No, I'm
It's a golden ticket.
not gay. I love
He's never fucked women.
No, that's.
Raised, would you
Yeah, but then there's one that's never been what's the term? If you were a C-section, you've never even been through a vagina. One's platinum and one's gold. I can't remember which is.
One's a gold ticket, right, or something.
Raised, would you ever fuck a trans? Rez, would you ever fuck a trans woman post-op?
Gross. No.
What if you?
Post-op.
You're transphobic until you date a trans woman.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Post-op.
Yeah, that's what you like.
So how excited am I?
A good naked complicated.
Tragus.
I'd love to finger blast. I'd love finger blasting.
You know what's interesting?
Number one on our list.
I would like to teach you all a new English word today. It is tragus. Many.
Or they are attracted to that black woman aura.
So stupid.
Please help me, Jesus. If Jesus is real, shut him the hell up.
She said discredited. She's stupid.
No, she was talking about you.
She living in a girl society.
I was talking about the university, and I said it the right way.
I'd like to teach you all a new English word.
I don't like being top left. All right, let's move it around. Look, there's something called DNA, brought to you by yours truly. You don't have to read
What happened?
I heard you try. No, but someone was going up with something when you changed it. That's what happened. No. Someone had a new subject, and I went back to Melania. There was a lady. Go ahead. What was your topic, ma'am?
Oh yeah. Christino's husband. It came out that he has a dominatrix that be shaming him and saying shitty stuff about Christino and how she's better than his wife and stuff. And he also wants to be a transgender woman. He wants to transition to get gender affirming surgery.
That's so democratic of him.
Who put that video in the chat yesterday? I reported it.
That's progressive.
She a big titty, big white girl.
She's getting roasted. She spent $200 million on advertising. She scammed America. She lost $200 million advertising nonsense.
But what is that?
It's me. It's Point. It's Point.
Oh, right. Okay, I know. I will. Stop, you stupid ass! What happened to
Shut up, dumbass! People think that I'm a black woman. I'm actually a gay white man.
No, that's not the real point. Yeah,
It's the real point. Shut up, dummy.
No, I'm a big point fan.
You're a stupid dummy. I'm a fucking supermodel, bitch.
Never call me stupid because you knows me. Yeah, you need to go away.
That's that motherfucker.
It's Point, you stupid dummy. I'm a supermodel. You're just jealous that I'm a supermodel.
That's that white fuck on the phones.
I'm a supermodel, stupid.
Bro, this story is crazy. Are y'all looking at my edge?
Get into a new community, like the girl say, you know what, I need.
They kicked me.
You're so close.
I'm sorry.
That nigga so confident. Man, what? Take money.
My fault, Taylani.
Yes, yeah.
My fault. See, these niggas smoking weed. Imagine that. I don't smoke weed.
I don't smoke either, nigga.
Nah, I'm fucking with you. But nah, okay, so Taylani, so what part of like the IE you live in? I'm just curious.
I haven't lived in the IE in like years.
لا إلا الله محمد رسول الله. There is but one God named Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the God's gonna send pedophiles. Sure.
Because your prophet put his penis inside of a 9-year-old.
Revelation in her bed.
I didn't say he was my prophet. I said he was just the last. He's the final messenger.
Yeah, your messenger put his penis inside a 9-year-old. That's fucked up.
But isn't that God's fault?
That's a Christ.
Sure. Okay, it's God's fault also.
No. I mean, I think that's a lot of people say this, and I don't know why people who are Muslim get offended, but I thought the whole design of that argument is that if he's a final prophet of God, probably that's God's fault.
If the man existed, he had an original thought.
It's your fault for calling him your prophet.
No, you can't. Calling someone a prophet doesn't necessarily mean that they're.
It's growing. You gotta do something about it pretty soon. Can't keep adding to it. Gotta take away from it.
Some kind of understanding of the future.
All right. So, can you demonstrate that God exists?
No.
No, you can't do that. Can you demonstrate that if God exists, these things would be false?
I think whether or not God exists, that's orthogonal to whether Muhammad would be his final prophet.
Okay, even if that has nothing to do with what I asked you, would you let me? repeat what I asked you, or no?
You asked me if God exists, does any of this matter?
Does any of what matter, though?
Well, maybe I misunderstood. I thought we were going about how.
Yeah, does any what matter?
Aliens?
Pass? No, you're a fucking idiot. Okay, so there is a way of understanding humanity that requires zero actual fucking humanity. But what you understand has nothing to do with what actually exists. What you understand is fucking stupid. I want you to know what you understand is fucking stupid.
Can I disagree with your objective reality?
I doubt it. Objective reality can't be disagreed with, just so you know. I mean, if you want to say a thing, go ahead.
We can't disagree with never makes it objective.
See, that's the thing that doesn't make sense. You saying that it's objective. What the fuck does that mean?
Reality based on how you see it.
Okay. Objective means based on stance. Doesn't make sense. See? What you're saying is fucking stupid. What you're saying is fucking stupid.
What you feel?
Yeah, you're saying that opinion is based on not opinion. That's fucking stupid.
Your objective reality is that you observe pain and love. My subjective reality, I observe you pain and love and disagree with it.
So objective reality is a thing that exists, right? But your opinion, but excuse me, your opinion is something that doesn't actually exist.
No,
what you have to do is demonstrate that your opinion comports with reality.
Oh, easy. I can demonstrate that easy.
Demonstrate that.
If my opinion doesn't exist, that means your opinion doesn't exist, which means your nail should have never been painted.
Well, that's just a false statement.
It's not a false statement.
So would you rather like say a true statement, or would you like to stick with the false statement?
I like to stick with the fact that one.
You're gonna stick with the false statement. You're gonna stick with the false statement. That's fucking stupid, by the way.
It's not false. Your nail's not painted.
I have no idea what you said. What? You're lying, right? You're lying. Yeah. Just stop lying, right? The fuck? Fuck off. By the way, I want you to fuck off. By the way. Cannot fucking believe that I'm sitting here ignoring fucking existence, right? just other things exist besides you, right?
Yeah,
Is it possible?
Yeah, but if you conceive it and believe it, you'll achieve it. So the belief work.
What the fuck does that mean? Okay, stop talking. Stop. Stop. Fucking talking. Stop fucking. Okay. Is it the case that there are things that you believe in and there are things that you don't believe in? And either of those things could be true. Is that the case? That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
All right, so you think that it's possible for you to believe in something that is not true?
I've done it before.
How have you ever believed in something that is not true?
Because I was given this religion about this Jesus and this Christ when I'm a child, and I didn't have any abilities to see beyond it. I didn't have the tools or the resources yet.
So all you're telling me is that you did not believe. You're not telling me anything about, like,
So I used to believe it, but now
excuse me, I'm in the middle of a sentence. Stop talking. So you don't think that there is like a way of believing that, like, encompasses something other than? Do you think that it's possible to believe something?
Sure, we believe in things all the time.
Okay. What is the difference between believing something and something being true?
You don't know if it's, you can't, you don't know, you don't have enough evidence. You just, it's not knowledge. It's not, you can't substantiate it. So lots of different ways you can believe something and it not be true. But,
I mean, you can believe something, but what I'm asking about is the difference between belief and knowledge. So, is it possible for you to believe something that is not true?
yes.
The fuck you say? Okay.
When I'm hitting a jackpot,
Can you please define knowledge?
Wisdom shaped by understanding.
I'll not accept that definition.
There's four types of wisdom and there's four types of knowledge.
So, because you use the word knowledge in the definition of knowledge, so you're using the word you're defining the definition of it. You can't do that. That's fucking stupid, by the way. So, please define knowledge. So you're not going to do that?
I was wrong. There's only three types of wisdom. Godly wisdom, wisdom.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor and define knowledge?
I can define the word A without using A.
No.
I didn't ask that. I asked him to define the word knowledge.
Wisdom shaped by understanding. I've heard some people say that knowledge is power.
All right. Cite your source. Where did you get that definition?
That's from Alligator 7.
I seen that movie.
So you just made it up.
Okay, you read the definition and you tell me that that's not wisdom shaped by understanding.
I want you to define knowledge.
Wisdom shaped by understanding.
I don't accept that as a definition. Doesn't make sense as a definition. So, can you define knowledge?
Knowledge is
another way, please.
Knowledge is the awareness, understanding, or information about facts, truth, principles, or skills acquired through experience, education, or study.
I don't accept that as a definition.
Yeah, I think mine was better.
No,
I think mine was more accurate.
That was ChatGPT, wasn't it?
That was Chat. No, that was Google. That was Google. That was a Google definition.
I don't care.
That's what other definition would you show me?
I would like for you to tell me what the definition of knowledge is, please.
I put the Google definition of knowledge into the chat.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I did. I put the Google definition
You're lying.
of knowledge into the chat.
Okay. So as soon as your definition of knowledge appears in the chat, I'll respond to it. Until then, you're fucking lying.
It's subjective definition. They define knowledge.
No, he hasn't actually defined knowledge.
Wisdom with understanding.
That's not a definition of knowledge.
To define a term has to be complete.
Yeah, I agree. The thing that he said was not a true statement. It's fucking stupid.
Put the Google definition there. Knowledge is the awareness, understanding, or information about facts, truths, or principles, or skills acquired through education or study.
Cite your fucking source. Cite your source for that.
It's at Cambridge.
Post it in chat. You won't do that. Post it in chat. Post your definition.
Why wouldn't I do it?
Well, why haven't you? That's the question. Why have you not done it yet?
I posted it twice now, Donald.
You haven't. I mean, you just haven't, right? Okay, there's the link.
They want to get way more specific to guide you away from accuracy.
This is not a definition. Understanding.
Write them a letter then. Donald.
Excuse me. Understanding of or information about a subject that you get by experience or study, which has nothing to do with what you said. Just so you know.
Is experience you get from study also classified as wisdom?
Define wisdom. Hello. Define wisdom.
And I know the world's going to define it, but there's only 3 types of wisdom, and I said that a couple minutes ago. I wanted to see what the world's going to say.
Your religious opinion doesn't mean shit.
We'll look together for the first time.
I'm sorry that you keep talking. But you should shut the fuck up. So, if you cannot define wisdom, I just don't fucking care.
Put it in the chat.
Define wisdom.
Wisdom is the ability to make sound, sensible judgments by applying knowledge, experience, understanding, and insights.
So how does that apply to God?
This is the first time that he ever shows up with you in your mind as the dyad, wisdom and understanding, the dueling forces.
Demonstrate.
Maybe puts things in their mouth.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Demonstrate understanding of God.
Understanding of God is being able to take the path of the monad through the dyad, be able to rationalize
What is a monad?
Monad is the Ruach HaKodesh, the spirit.
The fuck does that mean?
The number one.
Demonstrate spirit.
The first time you'll ever see spirit shows up, it'll show up as a dot.
Wait, can you demonstrate spirit?
The alchemical symbol for the monad is a dot with a circle around it.
Okay, can you demonstrate spirit?
Your breath.
Your breath. My girl like that one. She loves it.
So, can you demonstrate spirit? No.
And Chelsea's not laughing to her. She's still laughing.
Can you demonstrate spirit? Okay, demonstrate.
If we look at what King David said in Psalms, he said, "For Yahweh knows the way of the righteous, and the way of the wicked shall."
Why the fuck would I care about what Scripture says?
That's
demonstrate spirit.
It's the way of the righteous. Spirit is the way of the righteous.
Demonstrate spirit.
I just told you, dude.
Okay, you telling me a thing isn't a demonstration. Can you demonstrate?
Say it slow.
Hello. Can you demonstrate spirit, please?
Spirit is the way of the righteousness. The righteous.
Demonstrate spirit, please.
Can I demonstrate spirit?
That's what I'm asking. Please demonstrate spirit.
Demonstrate willpower, man.
Demonstrate spirit. Jeez.
Like a 2-mile run.
If you don't own Bitcoin right now, the chances of you owning Bitcoin in the future will be...
Demonstrate spirit.
I'm demonstrating spirit right now.
No, you haven't done that. Demonstrate spirit, please.
I wrote these things down. Oh,
yeah, you wrote a thing down.
To me, so I
demonstrate spirit, please. Demonstrate spirit, please.
It's like holding in a long part.
Okay, you need to shut the fuck up. Can you please demonstrate spirit? Unless you can demonstrate spirit, then you can talk all you want.
That's what I'm demonstrating, man.
Okay, demonstrate spirit, please.
Wait a minute. Have you ever lost anyone?
Can you demonstrate spirit, please?
Have you ever lost anyone?
Can you demonstrate spirit, please?
Well, if you've never lost anyone, I couldn't demonstrate spirit.
Wait. Can we take a pause there, Donald? How do you define spirit?
Fiction. Demonstrate spirit, please.
All I gotta demonstrate is fiction.
Demonstrate spirit, please.
The other day, I went outside.
Oh, it says ghost. It says the word ghost in here.
Demonstrate.
Oh my God.
Fucking tired of this shit. But they center themselves. Oh, can I tell it? Just a camouflage, right? Both America and Israel have mutual benefits taking Iran and free it from IGC and Islamic Republic because of all these fucking I don't know. Islamic Republic played a terrible role closing Strait of Hormuz, putting the world's economy in danger. And as we see, like the gas prices going up, like everything. So they have both mutual benefits. And when you see like Bibi is telling Donald Trump why you're stopping it, why you're sitting down for a negotiation, it's just a camouflage to make Islamic Republic believe that these guys are fighting. They did this 3 to 4 times. They tricked Islamic Republic, IGC, 3 to 4 times by now with the same tactic. They show like, they have some problems or they have like, disagreements with each other, like Bibi and Trump, but they both want Iran. It's just not about Israel right now. They're just playing the role that sometimes they might have conflicts, Bibi and Trump, to just make Islamic Republic and IGC believe that these guys have some, small problem. But the main goal is not going to, The main goal is to trick them as they did, and they took Ghalibaf to Pakistan to do negotiations with them. With 87 people from the government, which they don't, trust each other, they went all together to Pakistan to see, like, if or to make sure it's not for the other person. And that's how they took out Ghalibaf, like the second most important decision maker in the Islamic Republic, which he went to, God knows where. He was hidden. Nobody knew, like, where this guy is. And right now, they draw him out of the fucking rat hole that he was hid himself in. He went to Pakistan right now, and he gave all the information to Mossad or CIA or whoever, and now they're tracking him. I'm gonna tell you, he's a dead man walking. It was like one of the tricks to get him out. And now, with this ceasefire that happened, already inside of Islamic Republic, we see like the biggest fights, even worse than what the United States and Israel did with the war. I think this ceasefire is killing IGC better than war. They want like war.
Yeah, Poria, can you do me a favor? Poria, this is Rich. Hey, can you click the... You're there, Poria. You're in the Matrix.
Yeah, she's in the Matrix.
Click the link in the chat.
Poria, hold on, John. I was going to ask Poria a favor. Hey, next to the lead button, there's an up arrow. Can you click on that and then click invite people and click all the Iranians in? Invite all the Iranians in here. And any of the Iranians, can you all do the same thing?
So you're saying there's internal fighting. Who is this internal fighting happening between in Iran?
You're in the Matrix, Poria.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix, dude.
Guys,
you're still in the Matrix.
You're still in the Matrix.
Get you some more Boost Mobile data.
Just trying to get his phone fixed.
Try to reboot it.
Yo, so everybody in the audience, click the up arrow, click invite people, and click anybody that has a green dot next to their name.
So in the chat, you'll see a link to the history of the Ottoman Empire and their secret sign language amongst the silent eunuchs that served the Ottoman king and emperor, and the inner courts and the different gardens and inner sanctuaries within Topkapi Palace. And so what I'm trying to say is a Muslim caliphate, such as the Turkish or the Iranian, they all operate on this principle of silence and inner chamber. But because we took out that Ayatollah, I don't understand why you're so pessimistic and why you complain so much. This isn't the layaway department at Walmart.
agree on that, Pepe? Did you listen to me, or I was bugged the whole time?
No, I was saying I don't know about the internal fighting happening in Iran, so there's no way. I don't know.
There are a lot of internal fightings because none of them trust the one person think that, oh, this Ali Buff is going to go to Pakistan, is going to deal with JD Vance, like, you know, he's going to sell us out. And nobody, I don't know, trust each other. So they went 87 members of, you know, the government to Pakistan to just make sure like nobody is trying to rat on the other one.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Pepe. BB's here. He's going to be chill, but we're just mostly brought BB in so we control the Iranians.
Yeah, so BB, I'm not. I didn't. Somebody. I already told him. I guess it was.
Yeah, he explained. I don't have a problem with you at all.
Yeah, he asked me and was running her mouth. And Pepe was being chill. He just came up and said, "Hey, what's up?" And she started crashing out. When we were having like a really productive conversation.
Person making trouble.
Oh yeah. Hey, Poria, hit the up arrow and then hit invite and click everybody. Iranians with the green dot.
Well, so okay. So you have these people who don't trust each other. So how is that playing out on the ground? Is it just causing tension amongst the members of the IRGC?
Actually, we have like the terrible. I mean, the highest percentage supports war inside of Islamic Republic and the decision makers, right? The leaders, right? They want some war, but they're realistic. They're saying like their missiles is fucking, like their missile facilities is fucked up. They cannot launch any. They don't have any shit to fight. Realistic percentage is trying to convince the radical lunatic Muslims that hey, we have to fucking chill. We don't have anything to fight.
Hey,
so they're going to Pakistan.
Hey, Puria. Yeah. Are you guys still waiting for Trump, BB, and Reza Pahlavi to tell you to come out of your homes?
I do believe right now it's not the time for that. They're making everybody ready for the ground invasion. As their Navy SEALs, like, you know, come into the Middle East, as we're following it, they need some time to get their troops settled in the Middle East to get ready for taking the southern stripes, or I don't know, the
islands. So how many American and Israelis, how many of the Iranian men will come out of their house to take over back their country? I'm just curious, and I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting. Don't take it personal. Because I've been hearing for the past 2 months that they're waiting for them to be called out of their house. Yeah. And then I hear that they're leaving the house and they need to go to work. So I'm so confused.
Yeah, Poria agrees.
I don't want to be optimistic. I don't want to dig right and pressure people. I'm trying to be realistic, and I can tell you 100% there is going to be at least 70% of the current society on Trump and Reza Pahlavi and whatever they would say, they punish. I'm not trying to be like fucking lunatic. I'm trying to be realistic.
No, I get what you're saying. In the U.S. has been telling them to like stay indoors, not do anything yet. So they are basically following the U.S.'s direction, which obviously Pahlavi he's echoing the same sentiment, so they're not doing anything, to be honest. I mean, last time they tried to do something, they just got gunned down by the tens of thousands, and nothing really came of it. So why wouldn't you just wait until you feel like the IRGC is in a compromised position to do your revolt?
You have to wait. To go up against them now is insanity. You want to confess to something? Did you commit a crime?
Yeah, No. I gotta confess to something. So, I don't want to fucking dick riding my compatriots, as I just said. But we, Persian people, we never thought that people would come outside after they got massacred about a month and a half ago, right? But yet, in the 40th days of the martyrs that they got killed in the massacre, they went outside again. I personally think that with this massacre that happened, IRGC made people their lives, that people were not going to come out within like 10 next years, right? I personally thought that people were never gonna go back to the street. They're scared as shit, right? But yet the 40th they came out and hopped on in I don't know a few other cities. It was like, you know, you could count it with 5 fingers, one hand, but still they went outside. And now, still Donald Trump and Congress is telling them to just stay inside. Don't do anything till we tell you. That's the only reason I'm saying like people inside of Iran didn't do, I don't know, a noticeable kind of action.
I agree, and so I think that's I think that's smart. And like, look, I think the people that a month and a half ago that had all of the courage to go out and revolt and protest, I think that they were being brave. It's just that they were out. They didn't have guns. I mean, and they were in a predicament. Most nations are not going to have their military fire on protesters, but the IRGC will absolutely do that. And so they, and of course, if they caught people alive, they're fucking hanging them and doing, it's what at this point it's playing, in my opinion, it's playing fool's poker to try to do any kind of revolt at this time. You want the U.S. To come in and cause a lot of damage, and when the IRGC is on one leg, that perhaps then you can do your revolt, but you have to wait for that to happen.
I don't know.
You're in the.
He said maybe I will come inside of Iran.
You're in the matrix. We can't hear you.
Republic falling down. So
you were in the matrix. We couldn't hear you.
Just maybe, United States trying to take the southern parts of Iran, especially free the Karg Island, and as we see, like they send some disposable. What would you call it? Like, I'll find it. I'll find into the Strait of Hormuz to just, disarm the mines that they just hit into the Strait. As we're speaking, and this energy didn't even fire a single missile to the American ships. So that's, as far as we see, we're seeing like negotiation, JD Vance and also Lollipop actually happen behind closed doors that nobody is aware of them. But I think personally Trump is doing a smart thing because JD Vance was apparently the only person in the Congress who was against the war, right? So he sent this a specific guy because even Islamic Republic believe that since JD is like against the war, that's the only person that they're willing to talk to, right? And yet he went there, and what we suddenly, he said, I don't know, we can negotiation with the United States with an agreement or whatever. That makes the only person against the war rooting for them. There's like Rubio.
I would say this though.
With every opinion. Yeah.
But I would say this. So they're like, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they can hold it captive, not because they don't have a fucking navy anymore. They can hold it captive with basically the mines that they dumped in the strait, and basically drones and that kind of shit. But they can't. Okay, so it's not. And apparently, the French and the British are getting involved to at least try to secure the Strait of Hormuz. They're bringing a lot of equipment that can I supposedly find the mines. I don't know how that works. It's not my. I have zero experience with that. But in terms of like them having any teeth to actually enforce a holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, they can't. I don't think they can really do anything about it once you have, large, powerful first world militaries with all of their technological advancements there. And so, it's. I think this part is up for them. I mean, I don't think they. And this was known. I mean, if Trump was briefed on this, at least if you believe the New York Times, that them seizing the Strait of Hormuz was one of the main concerns, and of course they did it. But what can they do once you have our Navy and France's Navy and UK's Navy there? Not really anything. They can try to attack one of the ships, but they know what will happen. If they attack one of our naval vessels or the UK's or the French's, I mean, they can dish it back times 100. They can't. It's a losing proposition for them.
Personally, I think United States is winning, bro. This ceasefire was needed, and it's even better than the war itself. Islamic Republic doesn't. They like war to be happening. Little children gets killed, or I don't know, people gets killed, or I don't know, just same people as the human shield, as everybody knows, right? But the only thing that makes them apart from the inside is to just put some of them into the negotiation table and promise them like a lot of fucking fairy fantasy, I don't know, big fugazi deals to just make them fucking understand who's the daddy, who's the boss, who's telling you what to do, which is Trump, realistically. And the other percentage, they don't like that realistic group, like Ghalibaf or that fucking guy, Zarif or Rouhani, those kind of people. Which they're against the war. They're saying, like, we have to make a negotiation with the United States. We should end the war. But the vast majority of, I don't know, Islamic supporters, like Islamic Republic supporters, they're telling that Ghalibaf, you're a traitor. You're traitor to the leader, and you're fucking pissing on his fucking blood. He got killed for nothing. You become this person because of Ali Khamenei, or I don't know, threatening him to death or whatever inside the streets. Already, we're seeing the biggest spikes in 45 days.
So basically, the hardliners are shitting on everybody else that don't have the same that are not worshippers of Khomeini.
I think, in this 40 days, Islamic Republic did great at propaganda with the global leftists around the world, especially the United States. They turned public opinion into a fucked up narrative, and it's not even understandable. Like, you cannot understand.
I don't think they even did it.
I don't even think it was it.
But I don't think it was Iran that was even doing it. I think it was more the I'm going to be quite frank here, the Arabs that are on the side and hate Israel that have been far more effective at doing it. And you have people that otherwise would hate fucking Iran. They hate Shia Muslims. But they are cheering for Iran to win because they fucking hate Israel more. And
It's just your projection, Pepe.
Huh?
I said that's your projection. It's your opinion.
It's not projection. Projection is saying how I feel and playing it, to somebody else.
Oh, that's not how you feel. I see. Okay, then I guess it's not projection. Puria, what's it like being the only albino over there? How many of
to say that you don't want to be in endless wars forever.
I just want to know how many albinos are there out there, Puria? in your community? Meaning, like, are you targeted by the Islamic Republic?
I'm not even albino, bro. Trust me.
Or maybe it's the stark contrasting glasses.
The filter on this picture. I'm not albino.
And even if you look at Persians, they look at their fucking generals, the people that are in the news. Like, some of them, there's like a percentage of them that passes European. Doesn't make you fucking albino.
It's just a question based off of appearances. Sorry about that, Puria. I take it back. You're a beautiful, handsome non-albino.
Sorry, Charlie.
So, as Rich here just said, we're sick of these forever wars, and we voted MAGA thinking we weren't going to be involved in a forever war. But see, this isn't a forever war. This is what I don't understand about the complaint. A forever war is a 20-year war in Afghanistan and Iraq. This has been 50 days of minor conflict. We've destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force.
Amazing. Where it becomes in a forever war is that Israel has been talking about how what they have to focus on after Iran is Turkey. And of course, Turkey is a whole different level than...
Bro, where are you getting this Turkey thing from? Turkey jerky, where are you getting this from? That there's going to be a war with Turkey, bro. Where do you think this is fucking coming from, man?
Look, I think Erdogan, he's a piece of shit. He's a Muslim fundamentalist. He's not... I think he's driving what was the secular Turkey backwards. I'm not a fan of his, but they are... It's just like you guys name your enemies in succession, and it's just almost like, oh, you guys are on our side, right? You guys are on our side, right? Otherwise, you're bad. So you're on our side, right? And then we have to become enemies with all of their enemies, and it's just like, look, the world is it's much too complicated to say that we have to take on all of their fucking enemies, and that it's going to be in the interest, if not, at the detriment of our fucking country. And no, Israel does need to.
Pepe, we're asking specifically about a conflict with Turkey, which isn't going to happen.
Oh my God. Hold on a second.
I'll take care of him.
You'll take care of me? What did you say? Oh shit, it's the tag team. They're back together again.
I said that
That's fine. Daniel will fix you up real good. Daniel will tweak both of you perfectly. Daniel, have at him.
Okay, so if you look at one of the biggest complaints when it comes to Israel, at least from the time you're complaining, you could be instead chasing your dreams, because instead figure out the Cold War, they were the one holdout in that area that would align with not with the Soviet Union, but with us, and so that was invaluable. Really, truly was. It's like, holy shit! If they were aligned with the Soviet Union, that would have made everything very complicated in that region of the world.
The Soviets tried. The Soviets tried.
Oh, of course they did. And so that was where our original allyship, I would say, largely was. After that,
American. It's more complicated than that. The American alliance with Israel really only started after 1973. Did America, provide some supplies to Israel prior to 1973? Yes. But it was really the first real big, sort of formal alliance began after 1973. There was too much of the traditional sort of realpolitik saying these guys are never going to win. They're this tiny country, and they're surrounded by hundreds of millions of people who hate them. And the odds were certainly not in
the nation state's favor, except to say that the Arab states are pretty incompetent, and so.
But one of the biggest critiques, though, whether it was Nixon, obviously you put him on the right. Carter, one of the worst presidents, but he's on the left, obviously. We can talk about Clinton. We can talk about a lot of presidents since Yom Kippur War in '73. There was a very realization that us backing the level of loyalty for us to show to them was absolutely hurting any possible relationship we could have with countries like Egypt and it.
So let's go there. So let's talk about, go back in time, to the previous war, which is 1967. Okay, the Egyptians went to war with Israel when 40% of Egyptians were on American food aid in 1967, and that was an American attempt to carry favor with the Egyptian, and that was during which the Soviets were not only training the Arabs, but basically giving them billions of dollars of free military equipment. They just kept resupplying them, right? And the logic of all of that was there was this sort of natural anti-Americanism which existed in the Arab states post, breakup of the post 1945, right? Which is the breakup of the empires, the disintegration of all of the European empires. The Arabs saw America as, a colonial power, even though it wasn't a colonial power, and that their culture trended towards more sort of tribal and dictatorial forms of government, which is exactly what the Soviets were, so they could cut deals with each other in the same ways that they wanted. And back then, I mean, there was still very much, and going back much farther than that, an American fantasy that you could have conversations with them and say, you guys should really have elections, and and Arabs resent being told that they should be told anything about how to run anything that they do, and socially and culturally speaking, they are very incapable of criticizing their own environments. So, that definitely meant that they couldn't see that, an alliance with America was what was in their interests. All the dictators in the Middle East, wanted to hang with the Soviets. The Soviets were going to give them free shit. So, I mean, that's what it was like for decades. And that was just one phase.
Yeah, but obviously the Soviets were playing them. They would only give them, they would make promises and give them free shit. But obviously if they could take the power and control from them, they would stomp out any remnant of Islam. They were going to make you a very good citizen.
I mean, look, all of the Soviet sort of, the Soviet foreign policy was basically all about a game of divide and conquer and revolution, wherever they could foment revolution. And
exactly. I'm talking about that post-revolution, that their rhetoric will shift drastically after the revolution.
But the Arab states were never really socialist, right? The dictators agree, right? It's the Islamists, have much more in common with Soviet ideology and communist ideology than the dictatorial, regimes did. And we've seen a lot of those regimes fall over time.
You know, and things did not improve, right, in those countries.
But can I ask you a question? So
sure.
So we can look at these are all bad actors. I think you agree Saddam Hussein was bad. I think you agree that Muammar Gaddafi was bad. I think you agree that Assad was bad. Now we end up deposing these rulers. Now they're basically what are the countries now? They're still shitholes. They're still horrible places. They don't have a strong leader with the I guess you could say the type of I don't know, national unity that you would have seen before, which obviously having that intact would be more of a threat to Israel. But I do not see like what we're doing in the Middle East. I actually think we're causing far more problems.
Well, if we look at, you know, if we look at American interventions, right? Certainly Libya was not only an American intervention. I mean, it was an American and European intervention, and they bombed Libya for 7 months. You know, I'm not sure exactly what they thought was going to happen, but that was, I think, very typically, you know, really based on a Western fantasy that, you know, that there's going to be some sort of that the future could be better than the past, right? Now, no one liked Gaddafi, right? Most other Arab states really didn't like Gaddafi either because he was crazy. And all of these guys were competing with each other, depending on the states. But, you know, there was like a long-term historical bone to pick with Gaddafi in particular. You know, the so-called Arab Spring, right, where there were all these revolutions, did not yield any positive results for any of the countries that had these Arab Springs. The Arab Spring, and you know, what happened in Tunisia, what happened in Egypt, what happened in Syria, really didn't have anything to do with the United States. You know, what happened in Libya did not have anything to do with the United States. The United States and
it did have a lot to do with the United States. It had to do. I mean, the UN did tell him that he had to restore basic human rights and civil rights, which is more of an American term, but basically the freedom to protest, all of that shit. And which was his downfall. That's exactly what
I'm saying is
they killed him.
Yeah. What I'm saying is they saw it opportunistically as maybe there was some sort of win there. Had I been a fly on the wall in the room where these conversations were happening, I think I probably would have laughed in their face. But you know, there's just a significant and common, very misunderstanding among Westerners about what Middle Eastern culture is like.
Well, I think one of the biggest misunderstandings is that we look at Middle Eastern cultures, they almost always need a whether they have a king that's ruling them, a dictator like Saddam or Assad. They need those are actually the countries they prefer to live in.
I mean, I don't know that prefer. The alternative, what ends up being, there's always one tribe which ends up being the more powerful tribe, right? Like in Syria, the Alawites were the most powerful tribe because they imposed their power on everyone else.
And they were a minority, but they were a minority that protected the Christians and the fuck do you call those people, the Druze. And what happened after Assad was imposed and he ended up fleeing to Russia? Jolani, literally, a first-class piece of shit ISIS terrorist, which you know, this is what rubbed me the wrong way about Israel is you know, they were excited that this fucking ISIS asshole ended up coming into power, deposing Assad, and then what are some of the first things that his people started doing?
But you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
So there's a couple of things. First of all,
No, hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So they ended up deposing Assad. Then you have this guy with a bunch, tens of thousands of Turkic people from a different region, and I see Israel celebrating, because they got rid of Assad. But I'm looking at dude, they barely have any Christians left there, and the Jews have been put through shit all throughout the Middle East.
Let me shed some light on that. So the Assad became sort of a client state of Iran as a result of the Syrian civil war.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely.
So Hezbollah was,
but not technically the Alawite or Shia.
No, there's
Alawites believe in reincarnation. They may not be.
No, but they fall under Shia.
As far as any other
Muslim.
Correct. Yes, that's right. They when you look at Alawite sort of religious ornamentation, it's probably not the right word. It's like not considered Islam, right? So, I think it's not a question of celebration. I think first of all, the Israelis in that particular moment were observing in awe at the fact that the massive success of the Beeper operation in Lebanon basically made it so that Hezbollah could not respond to what was going on in Syria. And so through which was a very incredible operation, right? It had really wide-ranging impacts. The positives that they saw as they were the first thing they did is this was happening. So they bombed all of the military assets all over Syria so that Jelani cannot get them. So it's not so much about them being in favor of Jelani as it is that the guys in Syria who were taking over were extremely anti-Hezbollah and anti-Iran, which meant that it was a reduction of Iranian power, further reduction of Iranian power. The Israelis subsequently bombed Syria a whole bunch of times after Jelani went.
After a couple of the atrocities, they did bomb. I believe there's one where is their Ministry of Defense building.
They bombed the Ministry of Defense building. But I'll say, I don't know if this is true, right? But I have heard it on a podcast from a guy who was former Al Qaeda, who turned and started with CIA, or he was British intelligence or something like that. He was on Haviv Rettigur's podcast, Ask Haviv Anything. They had this long discussion, and he said that Jelani actually works for the CIA. Now, I don't know if that's true. He said it on the podcast. And I can't, it's very, I have a friend, actually a former employer who's a Syrian guy, a really good guy. He's Christian, and we've had a conversation going back and forth about the things that have been happening in Syria because we're seeing, these crazy Islamists there, and they are absolutely interested in turning Syria into an Islamist state. How much power those guys have versus the current government is unknown, and whether or not it's at the behest of the current government is unknown. I should say, I may have a bit more information on that soon, but no one seems to have a clear idea of whether or not, it's a good thing or a bad thing. However, the general consensus I can tell you among my crowd of people is expect disappointment in the Middle East. And, the Alawite revenge killings were unsurprising. Right? They killed a bunch of Alawites when they took power. That's really unsurprising that that's happened. There are a lot of people who hated the Alawites. The Alawites benefited from Assad's power, and Assad was a very brutal ruler, right? we heard all that stuff that happened at that prison. There are guys who get locked up there for decades, right? And Assad also is the reason that ISIS became a thing, because when the Civil War started, they let out all the crazy Islamists out of the Syrian jails. So, I mean, so look, when you have a situation where you have nothing but bad decisions, you take the small wins where you can and you deal with the rest, right? And I know for a fact that there has been constant IDF activity in Syria. A lot of it we don't hear about. Since Jolani took power, so there are Israeli military units in Syria all the time. So I think so, and I should say, the Israelis have an absolute interest in protecting the Druze in Syria, because the Druze in Israel are extremely highly regarded, and they serve in the IDF at an even higher per capita rate.
Yeah, they're some of the most patriotic people in Israel, from what I've heard. Maybe that's wrong.
So it's complicated. Like the way Druze society works. Like, you're loyal to the state that you live in, right? So that means that there's a bunch of Druze who were in the IDF, and there were a bunch of Druze who were loyal to Syria, not really involved in any significant level in the Syrian state, but I met this guy who was a Druze guy. Not all of the Druze were necessarily pro-Israel, right? And so there's this town called Mashal Shams in northern Israel. I said, "Oh, I thought that." He said, "Oh, it's in Syria." I was like, "Mashal Shams in Syria?" I was like, "No, that's Israel." He's like, "No, it's in Syria." And the reason why he was saying that is because they have this sort of loyalty to the state that they were a part of. In any case, they are very well regarded in Israel, and they are a very important part of the IDF. And so the Israelis have an absolute sort of ironclad requirement to protect the Druze there, because for one, they really care about the Druze, but also it would be a strategic disaster if Israel didn't do it, because the Druze and the IDF would leave the army, and that would really cause a big problem in terms of the operations of the army. But back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. I mean, all of this tribal bullshit when it comes to the Middle East, I don't have an answer for it. I don't.
So we're gonna assess the situation. I appreciate that. I want to start with the last, and this is just my prediction that Syria probably will become Afghanistan incarnate, probably 2 or 3 or 5 years down the road, given the leadership of what they have done so far. And so that's the big possibility for that. But I wanted to go back to we kind of talk about this, the Arab Springs. What was the impetus and germane to this milestone movement in a region which is culturally, you don't expect such a movement to come about? So what was the reason? Second, why is it that we do that? So the first one, I would say, in terms of the genesis, the reason I think seems to be evident when you're correct, that bodies in Europe and US probably provided a template for the Arab Spring to say, look, this is not a bad thing. This is what we wish it to happen to us, to our government, to basic freedoms, and the rest of the stuff. And it's common in the secular democracy separation of church and state, basic human rights, checks and system of checks and balances, and the rest of it. So I think that has to probably, I'm not sure, I cannot tell you for sure, but I think that would have a lot to do with uprising, and there might be some other reasons for it as well. So I guess we can talk about that a little bit, and then we can go back to how you said that uprising actually, when we said failed, miserably, with the exception of one particular tweet. And so that would be a good question to ask. I don't know enough why it didn't work out, so maybe we can talk about it. Danielle, and maybe you can educate me on that.
Well, I'll tell you something really quick. So the first event related to the Arab Spring was this event in Tunisia, right, where this guy lit himself on fire to protest the government. What a lot of people don't know was that a female police officer accosted the man and humiliated him, and that's why he burned himself alive. And that was the impetus moment that actually, set this movement on fire, because there was this man being humiliated by a woman. So whatever there may be in terms of ideas about the fact that they may want a different government because their governments are shitty, and I'm sure, a lot of people feel that way, the motivations for doing so I don't know, are as simple as, what we want is democracy. I mean, I see no evidence of that. They kind of had a democracy for like 15 minutes in Tunisia. It's now not really that anymore. In Egypt, they elected Islamists. In Syria, we got the Syrian civil war. I mean, in Libya's basically a failed state. Like, none of these things have really worked out. And it's really, to me, it just comes down to the fact that you have clan warfare in all of these places, right? Which is just not really well understood. Is clans really do matter in the Middle East? I mean, they matter in Palestinian society as well. It's clan first, always. So, you think of like, there's the Palestinian territories, but really the way people associate themselves first is to their clan. And there's inter-clan warfare all the time. This just doesn't make the news, right? They're constantly fighting each other, and there's violence all of the time. So, the only people who've been able to make it work in the clan system is the UAE. Each clan runs an emirate, and they came together and they formed the United Arab Emirates. That is a clan-based structure, right? Which is autocracy, but let's call it somewhat benign autocracy, right? They are interested in actually building a society that works. No one needs to believe that it's perfect, but we can see some of the results. None of the other ones have really gone down that road. I think it's also there are other cultural impediments which makes it very difficult. And I think one of the big differences with the UAE is they have a lot of money, right? And that generates stability. It's true with Saudi Arabia too. The money generates a ton of stability, right? These other countries don't have a lot of that, right? Yes, there's some oil in Libya, right? And there's oil in Algeria as well, and natural gas, and those things are good. But we don't really see a lot of improvements there. And right now, there is kind of a cold war in the Middle East between Egypt and Turkey for vying for control and power in these states, which is happening in the background, which just doesn't get a lot of airplay, but it is happening. So, I mean, people are trying to make plays for power all over the place, all over the Middle East, backing one faction or another. It's happening in Yemen as well, right? Where the Saudis back one faction and the UAE backs another faction, and then both those factions are against the Houthis. It's a fucking mess. And I don't see it really changing. The only thing that you can say is that in places like the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, there was a relatively sophisticated state. And all of those guys were educated in the West. So maybe they didn't want to live exactly like the West, but they know that life's pretty good in the West, right?
That they bring bread up.
And, they want to, copy the things that work. And I think it's clear at this point that most of the states in the Middle East, they don't want to be really under the umbrella of the Chinese. They want to be under the umbrella of the United States in terms of security. And they've sort of figured out that that's what they want to do. So they've thrown their lot in with the West. And let's say these are the more powerful, stable states in the Middle East, so Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, right, Oman, and apparently now Qatar. Although while the Qatar showers money into America, into American politics and all sorts of other things, and there's a giant military base there. They also finance all sorts of anti-American stuff all over the United States. And now all of a sudden, what happened to them is the same thing that happened to the Saudis, which is you fund all this damage that has been done by what the Iranians have done to oil and gas facilities. But I have it on good authority that in Qatar in particular, there are contracts that are 5 years out that are going to be broken because the damage is so severe, which means, pretty bad shit, right, for those guys, because they're not going to be able to make any money. So I don't know, but they're now saying, "Oh, America, please protect us," or now we're against Iran. I mean, the Qataris were like really close with the Iranians, and this isn't very well known, but the ruling family in Qatar is Persian, not Arab.
Wait, the Qatari ruling family, they're Persian, and they're literally, they were Shia Muslims?
Are Persians, and they are Shia Muslim, yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
As long as it's intelligible.
So, do y'all think that Trump is wrong with what he's doing?
Nope.
Okay.
I want to plant an idea in everybody's minds, okay? I want you to think for a second that there's no way that the U.S. government didn't know, okay, that the Iranians were going to do what they did in the Strait of Hormuz, okay? And that they expected this and they have let it go on. And I think you should ask yourselves, why did they let it go on? Like, why didn't they, create a whole bunch of specific troop deployments specifically set up to prevent the Iranians from doing that ahead of time before the war even started?
Because we wanted it to happen.
Because they wanted it to happen. So what are the reasons for that?
Power over mainland China, power over the Gulf states, controlling the Strait of Hormuz eventually. Backing up the U.S. petrodollar.
My answer would be rather
appeasing Israel.
It would be they just don't want, first of all, like, I'm so against the IRGC. They're pieces of fucking shit. If we can find a way to easily eliminate them, like, I would say, yeah, absolutely, do it. I will never defend those fucking people. But this war, do I think it's as cut and dry and as easy as Trump may, and of course the people, the talking puppets that like to say like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go in, we're just gonna like bomb them and kill Khomeini, and then there'd be a change. But obviously that wasn't the case, and so here you have these same assholes in power, and the question of the day is, if we leave while still allowing the IRGC to have power, we lost.
Yep.
And so the problem, though, is that Americans, I think, they are so apathetic towards us doing a regime change in Iran. They would never buy into a mass military operation like what we saw in 2003 in Iraq. I don't know what are we going to actually do about it? Nothing really. And that's where I think
those are all interesting questions. Those are all interesting questions, but you didn't answer my question, which was why. Okay, so my question was why would the United States want the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Right, because there are significant political costs because in the short term, right, the oil price has gone up significantly, and that is an issue among voters, right? That if costs go up by 30%, it's a big deal, right? Now Jashan, I think it was who spoke, said it provides leverage over China. I would say that
we end up in World War III. The after effect will put us so far ahead of China that we won't have to fucking worry about them.
Right. Okay. So let's say. So I mean, let's put World War III aside, but let's just say
we're going to World War III.
Okay. Well, let's just leave that aside just for a moment. Okay. It absolutely creates a situation where there is a cost to China that they cannot control. That is true.
73% of their gas. Well,
right.
55% from the Gulf States and 18% from Iran.
But there are other reasons that I think we should point to. Okay, the United States has $39 trillion of debt, and it has a ton of oil and gas.
Yep.
And right now,
held by Japan.
Sure, fine, but now whether it's Japan or China or South Korea or any of these countries, all of the empty VLCC tankers are all headed to the United States to go pick up oil plants.
I just want to ask, I'm going to go to bed in 10 minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead. So
make me a mod.
Oh, hold on. Oh, goddamn, did I move him? Jesus Christ, I meant to.
Oh, yeah, make Daniel mod.
Yeah, I was going to make Daniel a mod. God damn it, I accidentally pushed you. Jesus.
Yeah,
I said my Lord's name in vain. So I'm so
shut
angry.
up, you dirty mouth atheist.
Okay,
we got this account so they got like 600.
I'll make Howard. I'll make Howard a mod, and then yep, amazing. I just I
can you make me a mod?
As mod.
Galaxy, shut the fuck up.
Make me a mod, my nigga.
Yeah, shut up. And so they can moderate. I'll listen while I'm sleeping, or about to go to sleep. But that's what I'm going to do. And I truly don't really give a shit what happens in this room. So I'm no longer taking part in it. So, but I'm going to be listening.
So Daniel, let me just answer. I think a good question. So you're making the assumption that the Americans knew in their calculus of what this war could entail. One of the rest of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and causing devastation in terms of the energy supply and the rest of the stuff. Maybe they actually thought about it, and it's not possible to think that they were not aware of the political risk in terms of the stuff that you mentioned, actually. The oil prices.
Yeah, but Ollie, you got to think about it the way they think about it. They don't think it is like, oh, we're gonna it's not some conspiratorial thing where they're like, oh, we're gonna intentionally do this. I think when they're sitting around, they look at it and they go, okay, well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. Well, what if it goes this way? Okay, well, we win. So it's just a win-win situation. We either get the Strait of Hormuz open and we overthrow IRGC, destroy the Ayatollah, kill him and shit, and we implement a new regime in Iran, or they shut down the fucking strait and then we sell it at $140 a barrel.
Actually, we're going to go. Yeah, we're going to actually talk about the scenario we just talked about, but maybe take it one at a time. One assumption is they fully calculated this ahead of time. And the calculation in terms of the state of Hormuz is going to be closed by the Iranians. And then what that would entail X and Y and Z. The price is going up, inflation is going up, and also putting some pressure on our allies to participate in this, which they are not effectively for our, not in a material way, but substantially. And midterm elections are also coming up. So those are kind of risks that one assumes in that category. Maybe not. We're just making an assumption. The other is the one Josh, exactly what you mentioned is, as we all know, the U.S. is energy self-sufficient, although we do have pockets, many pockets of import and exporting oil and LNG, natural gas, import of LNG, liquefied natural gas. We, at the minimum, at least, there are about 6 or 8 terminals in construction right now to export natural gas in form of LNG to various places. So with this Strait of Hormuz being closed for some time, who knows for how long, then of course that provided boost to energy production in the United States and also exporting that. And also the price of oil, as somebody mentioned, going up to maybe 130, 140. And so these are possible scenarios, but one could not say for any level of certainty that the Americans really, maybe they thought after they have caused devastating damage to all sectors of Iran, military and the rest of the network, and also assassination, killing of the leaders, that perhaps the Iranians would not even last that long. So maybe they had the closure of the Strait of Hormuz on the risk list, but probably it was not on the top. I don't know for a fact. I don't know. But I think it is possible there could have been some minor major miscalculation actually. So we go from, I'm going to land with this, from the actually calculating the level of the risk at the highest and the benefits could entail from that with some political kind of impact, particularly in the midterm election, and then all the way to the upside of it, which is making the U.S. Producing a lot more natural gas and oil and exporting it. That's another kind of scenario would be the opposite of what I just mentioned. Anyway, comments are welcome. I just wanted to kind of talk about it.
By the way, I chose all of my mods based on merit. I'm just saying.
Howard. That's okay. I was just messing with you.
Fuck you, rap Mexican.
Howard, are you AI? Dude, there's no way that's a real photo.
Obviously, it's an AI photo.
Why, Air Fat, you want to suck his dick or something? Y'all burst up right after.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Let's go back to the conversation.
Let's not talk about how gorgeous Howard is.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the conversation.
I'm sure that they.
Okay, one mic on Jason.
I'm sure that they hoped that Iran would just collapse, but I'm not sure that it was actually something they thought was very likely. I mean, I'm not sure why they would think that, right? I mean, the U.S. has tried this a bunch of times, and usually that doesn't happen. When it does happen, it is a surprise to everybody. Like the situation in Iraq. Okay, I don't think that the U.S. anticipated that the first invasion of Iraq was going to go nearly as well as it did. So yeah, then they had a backup plan, right? Maybe it does have something to do with energy inflows
comes to China, energy availability in the world today, it does reshape how Europe and Asia now think about their reliance on that trade route and on those energy partners. And this is, I would say, especially for Europe, this is a big problem with European policy in the last, 30 years. Their approach to energy has made them friends with people they shouldn't be, made them dependents on people they shouldn't be dependents on.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild how Saddam in '98 switched over from the U.S. petrodollar to the euro. And the day we took Baghdad, we switched it immediately back over to the U.S. petrodollar. But there's 3 elections in Iraq.
Just wanted to ask, the recent post on Trump, is this, can we dissect this as a heresy? Or
Are you talking about the Christian one?
Yeah.
So Trump crashed out. And that's what my room title was about. So first of all, he went in and like, you know, I was raised Catholic. I'm not a religious person, but I just such a lack of fucking class that he has. And then he
to the Muslims or the Christians?
Towards
both of us.
Well, first Catholic, but then
Oh no, he said praise be to Allah.
Oh, shut up. Hold on. So, but then afterwards, he showed a picture of him as Jesus, and I posted at the top. This was something he posted. I went back to his Truth Social account, and to me, it's just like, really, like, what on God, green earth? Do you think that even if it was you're trying to be funny, that is even appropriate? Like that is fucking is so bizarre.
He's the savior to the Iranians.
I mean, you like, why not just put the happy merchant?
Of course, you have Jewish faggots.
And then also,
Shut up. Okay, I don't want.
I'm not.
Okay. Do I have to put people to the audience?
Yes, put the anti-Semite in the audience. This Mr. Riot.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care what either of you have to say. Shut the fuck up. By the way, the people I made moderators, you guys can move people whenever you want because I'm about to go to bed. The fact is, though, is that you showing your face as Jesus and after what you said to the Pope, like that is the level of disrespect there
it's called gerontocracy. It's when you have old people running the country. No offense.
It's called what?
Gerontocracy.
I don't understand.
But I believe he said Jew-ontocracy.
He sounded like I think he made English maybe his second language, and he most certainly certainly pronounced Jew-ontocracy as if it were government by Jews. But in fact, I do believe he tried to say gerontocracy.
Yeah, no, obviously.
I'm just really amazed that
English is not commonly taught in the Arab world.
Okay, but when is a fucking Jew this overtly disrespectful in America? I'm being serious. Where they post a picture where you have some Jew motherfucker that has a picture of his fucking face as Jesus. Okay, after he trashes our fucking Pope. I can't recall such an instance. But here you have this guy
Netanyahu did say that Jesus
that
was
has done it.
Netanyahu did say Jesus was weak.
No, he said he was insignificant. He added like a layer on top of it.
He said he was weak. He said we don't need to be peaceful.
Yeah, okay, we get it. But where do we have their red pen? Okay, fuck Netanyahu. He's not one of us. He's not an American.
He's playing a big part, eh?
No, he's not. But with that being said, okay, where do you get a Jew or a Muslim openly? I'm going to say Muslim even. Where you see them mocking Jesus in the way, in the passion that Trump did. That is kind of like unprecedented. That is so fucking.
That's for you,
Trump has no morality at all. He's there to simply have power and be effective.
I thought you were going to bed.
Power.
I thought you were going to bed.
If anyone thinks
Galaxy,
he
you're
has
gonna
any
get
sort of
good.
morality or Christianity or religious inclinations in his mind or his body or soul, I think you're sorely mistaken. Like, he does things purely to gain his own power, purely for his own effective purposes, and he just has a good sense of what's popular and what isn't. Sometimes he gets it wrong, and if he's wrong, he just moves on to the next thing. So I wouldn't even be offended by it. It's just like, it's like children. It's like watching children, you know, say this, say that, say this, say that. It's not grounded in anything.
Sure, this is a real.
I love when Jews get into like Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism.
This is a realist theory of Trump. Sure, that's good. We can certainly talk about that for a long time.
Well, I don't think he cares about Christ one way or the other. Like, it doesn't have a grounding.
I think if any of these politicians ever cared about Christ, they wouldn't be politicians.
We couldn't hear you. You're like coming in really low.
I said if any of these politicians ever
A
cared
little louder.
Louder enough?
Yeah, like put your mouth right by the mic.
I can hear fine, just Sean.
Yeah, I can hear
Maybe
him.
it might be
You're
my
just
area.
you're coming on to her, just Sean, because
Ew, gross.
like that.
That's Narcissist.
Now, Nargis was saying something serious. She's like, well, these politicians, they don't care about Christ. So what do you expect from Donald Trump? I mean, what you shouldn't expect any more from him than you expect from other politicians. And that's maybe not unfair, right? I mean, they're politicians. They're not priests. They're not saints. They're not, there's a whole lot of things they're not. So what do you expect from them? I mean, they're a kind of dog or, animalistic human being, just trapped in the struggle for power. They've made the struggle for power their life. Okay. And that's what they choose. That's what they choose to do. That's how they end up in a role like that because of a kind of barbarism, of their character, of their soul.
See when Jason went on mute, Arafat. That's your time to speak. Go ahead.
Well, Nargis, what do you say to that? Was that a fair summary? Was that unfair?
I mean, they're essentially car salesmen, right? Like, they'll tell you whatever they need to get you to buy the car. And they try to determine what the public opinion is, their constituents' opinion, and they try to say things that, like, they lead the constituents in a way, try to say things that reverberate back to the constituents to increase their power, their influence. I think Trump's a little more unhinged and untethered than that, but at the end of the day, I don't think he has a moral grounding in Christ or a belief of that beyond his own power and influence.
Loma, do you think we should have that then?
Well, I don't really think there's a way to prevent it, because that's the nature of politicians. Like, they have to find a popular cause, unless you elect one based on their religious beliefs and you make sure that they have a thorough religious background. But obviously, that often doesn't end well either.
What about right wing? Because it's more attached to cultural roots, maybe religion too.
That's just a political party that happens to be aligned to a basket of various values, and one of them is Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, if Donald Trump is the right wing, but Donald Trump is the right wing.
So we're all abiding his own worlds, huh? He's the man at the top.
He's the man with the top job in the government. He's not the man at the top of the society.
Okay. That's why you should be very concerned about electing a leader, regardless of how much they align with your views or how competent of a manager you think they are, if they don't have a good moral grounding and ethical standards, because they'll ultimately end up using the power for their own purposes in an unethical way.
You know, I've lost my confidence in democracy. Like, it's really sour. What is that system then?
Who lives in a democracy? Who lives in a democracy?
That's what we exactly. Like, it's such a
Oh no, you said you lost faith in it. I said, who actually lives under it?
I got your point. I'm just saying, like, as an idea, it's so lofty. But it's quite disappointing.
Why we don't live under one?
Well, look, Narjas, I'm sure you're familiar with the Winston Churchill quote on this particular point. You know, that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. So, like, democracy disappoints in some ways relative to heaven, relative to the ideal form of government. But think about what Arafat was saying earlier. You have a government where, you have religious figures who are picked, or people who have, undergone some selection for their background and whatever. We had those governments for a long time. They were even worse. The democracy in the U.S. managed to get the Democrats out of power. Okay, and the Democrats had become basically completely corrupt in their own. They were basically trying to handpick a president. Okay, they were trying to make Kamala be president, even though Kamala could not even win their primary. They were trying to engineer this. Okay, and they got booted out. And that's that's democracy doing what it can do, which is democracy is not a good way to select policy. And which is why we don't have, democracy is not like everybody voting on the best shoe size or everybody voting on whether we can smoke or not or whatever. But democracy is a good way to remove a manifestly illegitimate government, to remove a government that is unacceptable to the people. That's its only job. And when Trump was unacceptable to the people, guess what? They removed him.
Did I parallel shift to like a different alternate dimension?
Maybe.
One can say that.
Keep calling America a democracy.
So it's kind of interesting. I mean, we expect in principle of our leaders to be person of character, with good moral compass and good, wise, and good sense of judgment and knowledge. But if you look at the Constitution, there are only 3 conditions for being a candidate for the presidency. Number 1, 35 years and older. Number 2, born in the United States. Number 3, had resided in the States, for 15 years, I think. Those are the 3 conditions. Nobody, the founding fathers that we read, they had no other qualifications or attributes in terms of the morality in the Constitution. Otherwise, they would have said something. So it seems to me there was an assumption, and perhaps not a good one, that a man who rises to the level of presidency, vice presidency, or a senator, or a representative of the people who have shown a character that is admirable, I mentioned wise, good people, but certainly in recent time, or maybe perhaps in the past, we've seen more of people actually get elected. So it's interesting. My question is why these attributes were not in the Constitution. So it seems to me that an assumption, again, repeating myself, I think I want to be clear here. The assumption was made, I'll be finished really quick here. The assumption probably was made in the founding fathers that the person rising to this level would have some of really good attributes that qualified without a question to lead us, the rest of us. And it turns out this is more often not the case.
Well, I don't think it should, right? I mean, a democracy shouldn't be presuming a moral standard or an intelligence standard or anything like that. It should be open-ended as possible. In fact, I mean, some in the country would even argue, not me, but some might argue that even a citizen standard shouldn't exist. That it should just be of the people, by the people, regardless of the so-called qualifications or moral standing of those people, and it's a representative of the people, for good or bad.
Shit, some people would argue that we don't actually live under a democracy at all.
Well, I mean, I think that it's just a level of degree of democracy, right? I mean, if we were in a real democracy, about democracy, we'd already be employing, and probably could have been employing for the last 10 years, an electronic voting system where you just download an app, you put in your social security, it records everyone's vote and with a unique identifier, so there can't be voter fraud. Or if voter fraud is much harder.
Constitutional federal republic. That's what we live under.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, but not a democracy.
Otherwise,
not a direct democracy.
I forget the term for it.
Well, direct democracy is a kind of democracy, and what we have is also a kind of democracy. So when Ali is talking about democracy, I understand what he means. Okay, and I'm not going to try to pick apart what he's saying or what other people are saying. Okay, what Nargis was saying. Okay, and that is, I don't think, a productive direction to go down. But Ali, I think your point maybe could be interpreted another way, which is that the founding fathers did not assume any of this. They did not believe that our elected representatives should have good moral character, or that they would. Maybe they believed that they should, but they didn't think that they would. And that's why they built a system of checks and balances. And what they had seen in the preceding several centuries of the English system was that efforts to limit the franchise in some way like you're talking about, to try to have moral qualifications or other qualifications, are so readily abused, you just can't govern that way. You just can't make a just system doing that. It would be nice, but it's like passing a law against lying. How could you possibly enforce such a law? The kind of government that would enforce it would be incredibly draconian, right? And the judgments would ultimately be pretty arbitrary, And so it's nice if we don't lie, but we can't make a law about that. And it's nice if we have good leaders, but I don't think the founding fathers saw them A, as our leaders, or B, as necessarily good. They understood that there would be bad people that would get in there. And checks and balances are how it's supposed to work, to limit and focus the energies of those bad people. And by talking about the character or whatever of the elected representatives, we are, I think, just missing the point entirely.
I agree with you actually fully. I was actually responding to someone with a question the character of our leaders, particularly Trump. I do agree with you fully. They were selecting, or the requirements were set to elect a leader to represent the democracy. And whatever that the outcome might be, it may entail somebody very clever, good politician, maybe a wise man, but immoral guy, in terms of, let's say, what is the immorality? Not having, some could say, not having any kind of a religious underpinning, number one, or could be having affairs, or it could have, marrying and divorcing many times. It could be so many other things, which I think in the U.S., for some reason, people put too much value on these types of behaviors, which in Europe, and other places, Latin America, other countries, the leaders are well liked when they are a little bit, how can I say, playful or mischievous, particularly in the realm of sexuality and having affairs and doing stuff like that. So in this country, in the U.S., we put high value. I don't know why. I don't think it should not be the case, but we put, popular voters some rumors on people not having done drugs, no extramarital affairs, no abuses, and the rest of it. Again, in summary, Jason, I do agree with you, and I think it's a wise thing actually in the Constitution. There is not much explanation. In the First Amendment, basically not abridging the freedom of speech and the press. There is no further explanation about what is the freedom of speech and what is the freedom of the press. You just leave it at that, and you're better off for it.
Pepe, are you awake?
Try to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, that's it.
Pepe, Howard, are y'all awake? Earth to Pepe, Earth to Howard.
Yeah, Ollie, I think though you were onto something, because I think in the last 20, 30 years, maybe slightly longer in the United States, there has been, I think, a moral righteousness of the president, right? Like, we think they're of a moral, righteous character. And I think that's been, not fully, there's a lot of carelessness and personal greed and power grab reasons for this, but it's probably part of the reason why the executive power has expanded as much as it has over the last 30 years. And now we can just executive order like a dictator pretty much anything. And now that's being, I think anyone who's argued this is kind of delusional, frankly. That's being used by Trump to expand his own personal executive power. And I highly doubt whoever gets in after Trump will slow that down. That'd be kind of a miracle.
If only the moderators were awake, they could bring people on stage, but now they're both asleep.
Go ahead, Nargis.
I do agree with Jason's posit, right? And Ali too. So it's, I think, quite a brilliant system of checks and balances, which either zeroes out eventually, or it has at least one would hope for like a positive outcome, right? More positives, less negatives. Like Ali says, lesser naughty, but more good, right? However, what happens if the reverse happens, where we have more negative outcomes and less positive outcomes? And I don't need to be saying this in a moral judgment value. Just the way, does the system really cater to the well-being of the collective, right? So we forgave Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky and the blowjob. Can we forgive the Epstein files? I think that could be a good question.
Okay, there's a black man breaking into your apartment right now. He's there to murder you.
So,
that didn't work.
Nargis, I think if the system really ceases to be functional at all, then we have to become pretty resourceful. Okay, then the government's gonna break down. Okay, the system doesn't really have a story for what to do about that. Right? There's gonna be like a level of out of spec-ness that the system gets into that it cannot get back in spec from it. But in terms of like, how do we get back in spec? How do we get back in spec from where we are? That really just has to do with reinforcing the power and the role of the legislature, which no one really pays all that much attention to.
Jason, do you think we're at a place of no return? Because I think
I do not.
Still pretty fucking close.
No, I do not, because the legislature has plenty of power. They just don't exercise it.
Well, no, I know. Yeah, right. I agree. But the problem is
that's just a social. But that's just a social norm. That's just a social norm.
Imagine the polarization diminishing.
But that's just a social norm. That's not something where structurally the system you can't imagine a social pressure that brings it back into
balance. What social pressure do you think would bring it back? Can you give me a few examples?
This has to do with what the electorate focuses on. And the electorate is just focused on the wrong stuff. And it really has a lot to do with our norms and how we engage in public dialogue. And educated people can make a big difference here, okay? Because educated people can coordinate around a message, and they do. And right now, they are spending all of their time talking about the president they do not like, right? Which is missing the point entirely of how the government is supposed to work.
Well, it seems the educated people are the most polarized.
Well, educated people are often the most polarized. The question is, what are they polarized about? Another group that can make a big difference is women. Women can get very organized and very socially coordinated, aligned, very rapidly. Okay? This is also an avenue. Okay? And unfortunately, many women are just spending all of their time talking about the president whose morality or words, verbiage they don't appreciate. And as long as that's what our focus is on the personality of the president as like the celebrity in chief, okay, then we won't push the system back into balance. We won't pay any attention to the legislature. But this is a social problem. And if the people start to pay any attention to the legislature at all and say, okay, well, here we have a problem, and we don't expect the president to fix a problem the president cannot fix, okay, by making some executive order that will just be thrown out 2 years from now or 4 years from now. We expect the legislature to solve the problem by passing laws, which is what they're supposed to do. And we got to ask them to do that, and that's what we have to shift to. So all of you people who hate Trump, never bring it up again. That's all you have to do. Don't bring it up again. Talk about the legislature, which is supposed to check and balance Trump. It's their job. Okay, you didn't elect Trump. He's not your representative. Your actual representative's job is to do something about Trump. And you gotta ask, what are those guys doing?
Do you think the average Republican is anti-Trump? Like, do you think there's a substantial mass of Republicans that are anti-Trump? The reason I ask is because if there's not, I mean, they're just going to continue to align with the representatives that then align to Trump, and it's a functional dictatorship.
You know, I think you've got a point here, and Jason also has the point as well. I would say substantial failure in terms of the policymakers as the Senate and the Congress in terms of coming up with policies, for example, immigration, which has been on hold for decades. So what will happen then naturally is a shift of power to the executive branch, and then consequently to the Supreme Court. So in a sense, the Supreme Court actually making the decision, legal ruling, in the area that actually would have been the responsibility of the legislative branch. So now we end up, to your point, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, that the three branches of government, now we are in a situation we actually have a super branch, which is the Supreme Court. So that is the problem. And I'm not suggesting that it's going to break our structure as a secular representative democracy, republic, but certainly it puts a stress on the system. That what we see right now, an ineffective legislative branch, a highly powerful, executive and Supreme Court, and particularly the Supreme Court, and particularly given the situation that 6 of them, chief associate justices, that are by far highly conservative politically and appears to be highly religious. So when you have that kind of an outlook on life, then your ruling at times is going to be kind of tarnished by your belief system and your political kind of way of thinking. And no human being is immune from that. We all are impacted by the way we think, our upbringing politically and religiously, and so on and so forth. I'm not expecting people to go with a completely blank kind of way of looking at things. We do expect, in principle, from our justices to actually act that way, but that's far too ambitious to expect any human being to not to either consciously or subconsciously, not bringing some of those underpinning concepts into their way of life. The last thing I wanted to say is, people can think about systems of checks and balances. We're talking about the checks and balances between the branches of government. But actually, the checks and balances are more thorough than that. There are checks and balances between the state responsibility of the federal government, and then we have checks and balances between the Senate and the Congress and the House of Representatives, and your checks and balances there, as you know, on the tax and the policy. And there are other checks and balances, at least 3 or 4 of them, which in principle they should be effectively control or manage a situation so it does not tail, it does not destroy itself. So hopefully that would be the case.
Well,
wait. Sorry for interrupting. Do you guys believe in? Have you ever taken a break in just overall political conversations? Like, would you say like that was less stressful?
we are taking a break from our regular conversations to have these conversations around that.
Wow. I just turned 17, and I think it's really stressful. I think it's a lot.
This sounds terrible. So, Ali, I don't think though this is like a. So one way I've heard the government described is in terms of a separation of powers and the duplication of functions. So all the parts of the government have the capacity to stand in informally when the part of the government that is supposed to do a certain job is not doing it. So, the Congress can set up all kinds of committees to figure out how certain things should be done, even though notionally the executive is supposed to figure out how to do what Congress wants. But Congress can and does set up committees, and they come up with recommendations for basically how they want the executive branch to do certain things. They're like, well, you're not going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. And this is more broadly like part of how the system is supposed to work. So if the legislature is not doing its job, it only makes sense that the Supreme Court, and the executive branch fill in the vacancy. It only makes sense. And it's not a permanent situation, okay, that they do that. It's like if you have an airplane and it has 4 engines, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and you also have the control surfaces, you have the rudder. And when the rudder is not working, you can use the engines to steer the plane. That's not good for the engines, okay? It makes the way the plane flies very weird, the way it gains speed and all that kind of stuff. But it does mean the plane is able to get home. And that's not a bad thing. And this is where I think that so many people are making a mistake, is what the healthy response of the system, they're treating it like it's sickness, but it's not sickness. This is the healthy response to this in the system.
But Jason, what if, I think Lama was saying this, what if the legislature morphs into the soft dictatorial system, right? That we're calling out, for example, the negative in the checks and balances, right? Doesn't that become, because we're putting all our eggs in that basket of legislation, and rightfully so, right? I think that starts to be concerning, maybe.
The legislature, if it becomes a soft dictatorship, it can be voted out. It's very hard to coordinate control the legislature. And that what has happened here is not that we have a soft dictatorship in the legislature, okay? It's that we have a relatively inactive legislature. And we have an inactive legislature because people don't pay attention to the legislature. And they're spending all of this time fretting about, I don't know, a shift into dictatorship when none of our institutions have changed. I mean, if we're a dictatorship now, we were a dictatorship 120 years ago.
I'll give a hypothetical. Jason, I agree with you. It hasn't morphed into it yet, but in circumstances by which such an event might take place, then wouldn't that be like a downfall of democracy itself? What constitutes a downfall of democracy? Maybe that's the question I'm asking.
Well, I don't think, I'm not sure what it means if we're real definite about it, for the legislature to turn into a soft dictatorship. But I could imagine I'm going to imagine two things along those lines, okay? And then I think you'll see how different they are from anything that anybody is talking about, even considering. Okay, one is that the legislature simply strips the executive branch of all of its powers and starts to administer the government itself. And so, if something doesn't go the way they want to in terms of law enforcement or whatever else, they, pass a law right there. They can pass a law before the case even comes to court. They have that feedback loop, okay? And they just get in there and maybe they become judges as well, right? And so they unify the branches, okay? And that's one way that the legislature becomes a dictatorship, and this is what happened. This happened at some point in England's history. The other direction could be that the legislature just gives up all of its powers fully, in a way that they can't take them back. Okay, like they have given up their powers now de facto, but every session they could pass something and it would limit what the president is able to do. They could. But they don't. But they could give away their powers forever. Then that's another way you get the dictatorship. And yes, then democracy would have been, right? At that point, they could never pass the law again that says, no, the president can't do this. Okay, yeah, that would be a fail. Okay, another would be if they undermine the courts, right? They got rid of the courts, so they shut them down, or they made the courts part of the legislature, right? So that's another way, right? But if the legislature insists that people have to show an American ID in order to vote in an American election, I'm sorry, this is not tyranny. Okay.
Yeah, agreed. I actually do like the way you think because I think it's grateful, right? Because we have complained a bit much. However, I know this is really bad equivalence when we start with whataboutery, right? And we start to see, well, there are other governments who also call themselves democratic, and we've done fine. Comparatively, we've not been the best, but we're not there yet. So in that sense, I think I do appreciate that. I don't know, the silver lining that you're presenting.
I think that the silver lining is important, just because it actually helps you to focus, right? If the way you evaluate the U.S. government is you say, well, the United States is very bad compared to what I imagine heaven is like, then, and there are variations of this that they don't sound that way, but they are that way, okay? Then you have a big problem, and you start to come up with you have the problem basically that life on Earth is not that great, and then you try to solve that problem. You think you're trying to improve the government, but you're actually trying to solve a problem that is just beyond the capability of people to solve. And that is the kind of lack of focus that leads either to getting nothing done or leads to terror. Actually, it leads to people trying to impose all kinds of solutions on people that are completely unnecessary. And so that's why you want to really ground things out against other kinds of governments and other achievable political arrangements. So, and ask yourself what is good, right, in the context of the world we actually live in.
Jason, can I say something? You may not agree with me on this. I don't think in the recent past we've conducted ourselves very ethically outside of ourselves. Like, I really don't think we have done that. And I'm being very generous here. We have really been quite a bit of quite tyrannical outside of ourselves to certain people and certain places. I think perhaps because of maybe just leadership or ignorance of these regions, not understanding that perhaps democracies do not work in every system, right? For example, much of the Middle East, minus Iran, works well with tribalism and always has, right? They've conducted themselves in such a way within tribes that a lot of progress and well-being sort of comes out of it. And that word is not a negative within the context. However, we think because democracy is such an ideal, right? We need to sort of impose that on these systems, which find that pretty much alien so far as governance of a system goes. Maybe we need to think about these things also.
Yeah, I think you will find not many, but you'll find a few thoughtful analysts in the U.S. government saying the same thing, or analysts who were formerly in the U.S. government saying the same thing. And I think that's basically right. There's no reason to impose our ideas about good government too narrowly, about the ideal form of government too narrowly on people. And certainly no reason to impose them too quickly. I firmly believe, I think the scene in Apocalypse Now where the man says, inside every group is an American waiting to get out. Are you familiar with this scene?
I don't forget.
This is a famous scene where they're asking the commander or whatever, why are we in Vietnam? Why are we fighting this war in this jungle place that is, so far from America, and it just has no impact on it, right? And the commander says, inside every group is an American waiting to get out. That's why we're fighting, okay? Because inside everyone is an American. And I believe that's true. But I don't think that needs to happen, this year, right? And I do think that there are timeless lessons. I guess a less comical way to say what that man was saying is that there are timeless lessons embedded in the consistent government, and everyone has to come to the realization of those, and we'll live in a better world if they do. But the way that America has approached bringing that about has basically not worked. Basically, it's not functional. In many cases, the countries that we invaded and tried to impose governments on, we get along better with them since we left, and we get along really well with countries that we didn't invade and that we didn't impose governments on, and that have their own very distinct form of government, like some of our best allies in the Middle East are like Saudi Arabia, okay, which is a monarchy, right? Like an Islamic monarchy or something, okay? And Israel, which we have very little to say about the way the Israeli government is structured. If Israel had been like our other allies, we probably, the leftists would have been killed a long time ago. Okay, we would have gotten the right to exterminate the leftists, I don't know, in the 70s or the 80s maybe. And we have never done it, okay? And it's full of leftists. I still think Netanyahu should kill all of them. But, it's not going to happen. And there are, and Vietnam, okay? We actually get along very well with Vietnam and have good trade relations.
Why don't you like a leftist? Why?
But the leftists are very bad for your country. They are very disloyal. Okay, they weaken the defense establishment. They weaken security and law enforcement. Okay, they bring in drugs. They bring in foreign saboteurs. Leftists just don't have any common sense, and frequently, to have a secure society at all, have to kill all of them. Sometimes more than once.
Oh yeah.
But that's what Taiwan had to do. That's what South Korea had to do. Okay, and after you get to a secure state of society and law and order, okay, fine, you don't have to kill them anymore. But
do you think
maybe Israel got there. Okay, but I was just gonna say the other example is Vietnam, which we got defeated by Vietnam, and now we get along with Vietnam. So there you go.
Jason, do you think morals change over time?
No. America has the best morals, and we always did, and we always will.
I have a big argument for that, but I think I'm not gonna present it. It's really big. It's that big, but I'm just gonna say, can we link that to gerontocracy? Because if you think about it, these people are influenced in their own past. Because I believe morals change over time, right? Example, like the age of consent. Example in Delaware, I think it was 7. But now, of course, morals change, times change. We adjust to society. So my stance is that throughout time, when we have people in power, gerontocracy, do you think they could be influenced with the past and couldn't be aligned with us? Do you think we should maybe put a limit on these people?
That's just a form of discrimination. Really, it's a very disappointing form of discrimination. The reality is that old people are not the majority of the population. Younger people are voting for these old people. If younger people want old people to represent them, maybe that doesn't make sense, but that's what they choose. And we get the government that we deserve in a democracy, Arafat. We can't get a government that's much better than the government we deserve. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I'm going to emphasize, I totally understand that, but when we have, I think we should have maybe a system, maybe a age limit, I guess. Because there's actually serious things to discuss about this, like cognitive decline, lower reactions time, medical issues. I saw a video. This is real, by the way. Donald Trump, out of the helicopter, couldn't even walk straight on the red carpet. And these people are in power.
Look, Arafat, I can't tell you more than once that I disagree with you. And I'm just going to be repetitive. The people voted for this person. They have a right to do it. They have a right to the representative that they want. And if the people make a bad choice, the people should face the consequences for it. That's another part of accountable government, right? Is you get the leader you chose,
Exactly.
You choose a bad one, then you get bad results. Okay, otherwise, you can't. Actually, it's not going to work if no one has to face the consequence of their vote. So
we can agree right now the trend with Donald Trump is massive. There's a lot of contradictions he made, the things he promised or the things he said and the things he says now. But end of story, you're right. We chose it.
So two points. Quickly, you do not have to be an old person actually to make bad decisions, do crazy things. I mean, there are younger politicians that they do horribly a bad job. That's number one. Number two, it again, in order what you're suggesting to happen, an age limitation, upper age, for selecting a leader, let's say the president or senators, that's requires absolutely a constitutional amendment for this to happen. I'm not suggesting this is good or bad, but it requires a constitutional amendment, so there's no way around it. And there are requirements for the senators, congressmen, and the president in the Constitution, which has something to do with their age and their place of birth, and for how many years they have resided in certain states and United States. And that's it. There are no other restrictions at all for that. I wanted to say something else, Jason. I kind of forgot it, I guess, but I'll come to it. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this potentially. People now, I guess, was talking about the soft democracy. I'm sorry, soft dictatorship in the Congress, the policy making, and also Jason was saying, well, the Congress can make a whole bunch of policies to diminish substantially the power of the executive branch. And I'm not quite sure that's, in principle, all policies that are passed by the president, by the Congress, by the legislative branch requires presidential signature for approval. And if he signs, as you all know, then the policy goes into effect. If not, it goes back to the legislative branch with probably some recommendations from the executive branch that what else should be added or taken out of the policy for the president to sign. If the legislative branch do not agree, they have the supermajority, 2/3, I think, they could veto of the president and pass the policy. So in a sense, there are pretty robust checks and balances that are in place to kind of and on the other side, the president is responsible for electing all the cabinet members, the Supreme Court justices, and then they go through the process, confirmation process through Senate for the president's nominees to be confirmed or rejected by the Senate. So these are pretty good checks and balances in place. There are, for example, I'm just not going to talk about that right now. But the reason, well, let me just give an example. For example, in Minnesota, I'm not going to talk about my position on ICE or anything like that, but I'm going to talk about when there is an intrusion of checks and balances. So 2 Minnesotan citizens were killed by ICE, and their case is being investigated totally, entirely by the federal government. In cases like this, almost always, there is a collaboration, a teamwork between the federal government and the state to investigate the case, to see exactly what happened. And so the reason the federal government is involved in the case because an ICE person killed a Minnesotan citizen. And the reason the state is involved is because a Minnesotan citizen was killed. So they have every right to say, look, what happened? So in this particular case, we see a breach of the checks and balances in the federal government, either entirely, substantially. It says, look, this is not your business, you being the state. We will handle this. And the state has repeatedly asked to either get involved or get some information from the federal government in terms of their knowledge about the case and not be passed on to the state. So here we see the break of the checks and balances between the state and the federal government in a kind of a glaring way, a pretty obvious way. Now it's taken to the court now. The case is being Minnesota actually has filed a case either with the federal, just with the district, or probably it will go to the Supreme Court in terms of the kind of establishing, here the intrusion of the or bypassing or not respecting the system of checks and balances. So I'm going to land with this. There are, in principle, there are just fantastic, great, checks and balances are in place. And because of that, I do agree with Jason early on. I cannot find a scenario under which that the system is stressed in a way that is going to tear, is going to break. Because constitutionally, the structure is fairly robust in principle, and it will withstand the challenges coming from any direction, actually, and in terms of the branches of government.
Agreed. When I was younger, I was more feisty and would find every little thing to like point a finger at any system, especially one that is like generously democratic, like the US. The older I'm getting, I'm like, it's not that bad for God's sake. Like, what is this Westophobia? What the fuck is that? Like, what are you putting out there? And yeah, we don't act well outside of our freaking little home called America. We are brutal. We are ruthless, right? However, we're also like clearly saying we're capitalist. I mean, the system is built on it, right? So I don't think we do the whole we are, basked in the freaking sun of morality anymore. I mean, at least we have a president now who doesn't care to do such a thing. I mean, it's being more and more transparent, right? With capitalism comes greed. With greed comes self-interest, and that's exactly what you're doing. It is what it is, unless you want to change that system to some moral code. Sure, I mean, bring it on. Bring a better system so that we can apply it. Other than that, this is the entailment of such a system. Can we be better than this? Absolutely. Can we call it out? Absolutely. But can we also be grateful maybe sometimes? Yeah, we can.
Jason, please go ahead. I wanted to make just a very quick comment. Just a comment. So you mentioned that capitalism breeds greed. Maybe it's the other way around. The greed is the germane or impetus actually to capitalism. Anyway, just a comment.
I'm a random. I'm a objectivist. Like for me, selfish is the virtue. So there's no you don't have to convince me of that, Alija.
So I'd say, like, one thing I would ask you to consider is the pivotal role of property in, like, the theory of democracy. And so actually, I don't think we can have another system. We can't have a system that is not rooted in property rights, strong property rights. The English theoreticians, some of them said more or less, there is no freedom without property. Every right is rooted in property. All liberty is rooted in property. And there is a way to make that argument that's pretty robust. So actually, if you try to find an alternate foundation for a just society, you won't be able to. And the intuition here is like, well, if I have freedom of speech, but the government can just take my food because I don't have any entitlement to property, then what good is my freedom of speech? And this argument does extend in certain lines of thinking to our arms. And so I hope you will consider buying a gun, Arjus, and carrying it for the founding fathers' sake, to do your duty like everyone else needs to do. And if you have any questions about guns, I'm happy to answer them. But be that as it may, I'm not sure that we can do without, and that actually has to be integrated into your fundamental understanding of democracy. What kind of society is America? It's a society with several elements. Okay, one of them is representative government, but the other one is rule of law. And that rule of law is attached to strong property rights. We are a market democracy.
And those strong property rights are also another way to think about them is like your property rights are your exclusive domain that the public cannot intrude on. So the mass cannot vote to impose things on you in certain ways. The mass just does not have the power to do that. They can't decide what shoes you're going to wear or what shoe size or many other things. And that's a big part of being free. A big part of being free is the domain that is carved out from the public's control. You know, and like if you just had democracy in the sense that everyone can vote on anything, and what the people vote for goes, this would not be a very free society. It would be what is called a consensus-based society. And those are not very free societies. So I would say, yeah, you really got to integrate the property rights, not capitalism really, but property rights into your fundamental understanding of democracy and freedom.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. And the Fourth Amendment actually directly addresses the importance of the property. And I'm just going to read it to emphasize. So this amendment forces the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. So in a sense, that requires extraordinary action in terms of being able to intrude in the intrusion into the private property of people, either in terms of their belongings, their homes, and the people themselves.
And this is something where we have seen some drift in recent years. I think maybe you guys are familiar with the cash seizures, the contraband seizures that the government frequently conducts. You know, someone is speeding and the police find a reason to search their car, and those people have cash in their car. They just take the cash. They never give it back to them. They never accuse them of a crime. They say, you know, well, we took the cash because it might have been due to drug trafficking, right? But often these people are not able to get their money back, not after many years of litigation. And this is an area where something that very clearly is spelled out in the Constitution, well, the practices around it are drifting. And these, I think, are things that we should be more concerned about than, you know, I don't know, Donald Trump tweeted something that sounds very dumb. But we don't really talk about those things very much. You know? I think, Ali, I wonder about the thing that you highlighted. It is something that is the norm. It is the usual practice, right? But maybe it's one of those things that needs to find its way into law and hasn't yet. Maybe the Supreme Court, or there is a court case that will actually formalize this, right?
I'm sorry, Jason, which one are you talking about? The fourth?
Yeah, because like the Minneapolis thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because like, does the federal government have to should the government do it? The federal government do it? Yes. Do they generally do it? Yes. Do they have an option under current law to just kick them out and say, no, this is not your business? The truth is, I don't know. I've never seen it decided. I don't know what law would say one or the other. Like, which, is there a constitutional amendment that says, is there something in U.S. code that says, maybe this is a gray area? And maybe it's something where the legislature should have acted a long time ago to preserve the rights of the states.
Yeah, that is actually a good case. As I mentioned, I think the lawsuit, something has been filed by the state of Minnesota in terms of challenging the federal government's approach to this case, and it probably will go all the way to the Supreme Court. And I was just looking for this as you were talking. I'm looking actually. I have the Constitution in my hand here. It talks about here's the amendment number 10, which is really actually two of them are. The 9th and 10th are important. Here's amendment number 10 that exactly talks about what we're talking about. It says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So if there's something in the Constitution that the power is not given to the United States and is not prohibited by it to the states, United States and states, then they're reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So in a sense that goes back to this. I think if this now in the case of Minnesota, is this the authority of the power of the state of Minnesota saying, look, 2 of our citizens were killed and we are responsible. We have constitutional responsibility and authority to actually look into this matter and decide and investigate whether the DICE individuals were guilty of this and having a grand jury on it and to conclude, this ought to be a case or not. So that is a kind of a serious matter here. I don't know that it's been challenged because in the past, almost every time the federal government and states actually collaborate, investigating these types of problems, when a federal government or federal individual or federal officers, agents acts in a given state, then it gets always a team investigation. So that's really interesting to see what's going to come out of it. But what I wanted to also mention just briefly, not completely related, but maybe it is somehow. The Madison actually was very concerned when the Bill of Rights, the first amendments were written, that it might come misconstrued actually, that these are the only rights people have and no more. They had to pass the Constitution, ratify it, the Bill of Rights as soon as they could, so that they get the 13 colonies on board and move on. So in the Amendment 9, Madison being very concerned about this, in terms of these are not the only rights people have. So here is what it says. It says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So in a sense, it provides a bridge for other amendments, other rights to be recognized as society progresses. So basically saying these are 10 that we can think of, but this provides a bridge, a venue to be able to, if other rights being challenged, then they could become part of, amendments to the Constitution, or they could be challenged in the court, which is, I think, an extremely forward-looking amendment number 9. And that was written specifically by Madison himself, the entire provision.
Yeah, so Ali, the thing about the powers not reserved by the Constitution is interpreted so broadly in practice, right? So broadly. And this is actually an area where some argue the Constitution has become very weak, or the practice of the Constitution has become very weak. Because now the federal government can say all kinds of stuff, like what you can do inside of a post office, okay, even though the post offices are all in the states, what you can do on a public bus or public train in many parts of the country, right? Because they provide some funding for it or something like that. There's a huge amount of federal control of commerce, not necessarily commerce that occurred within states, but commerce that, as long as it could have been interstate, then that government controls the profits. Yeah, there's many domains where the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction or primary decision making. No, it's and that is something that has occurred relatively recently, probably the last 101 years. Right, this vast expansion of what the federal government decides and its involvement in our daily lives. So the 10th Amendment, unfortunately, doesn't, at least that reading of it, or a reasonable, a straightforward reading of it, doesn't really help us to know what the federal government can and can't get away with in a situation like this. I'm wondering how to research that.
Yeah, maybe, but I think in this case, I would say for sure the way I read it, the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. So it is written within the Constitution, and you can look at Article 1, 2, 3, and the other 4 as part of the first part of the Constitution, which basically is very specific about the roles and responsibility, the authorities. But I do agree with you. It could. Well, let me just make one comment here. These are principles in the Constitution in terms of the template that the government is instructed to run the business of the government. But these are principles, both in all domains of activities, including the legal system. But every time there is a principle about anything, it could be ideology in politics, economics, in religious, and all kinds of fields of human activities, the execution of those principles is always fall short of the full intent of the principle itself. So it is expected that when these things are executed, for example, the understanding, recognition of the powers of the government, United States federal government, and what are those? And in principle, there are they may not be clear at times or stepped over. And it's difficult to, but then again, the powers are in the Constitution. Actually, they're written there in terms of which branches of government, what are their powers.
Well, it may be helpful to think of some examples, like in the Constitution, does it say anything about regulating the airspace above certain altitudes?
No, of course it doesn't.
Right.
Yeah,
and,
sure, yes.
But it would be very hard for states in practice to assert any control over this thing, right? And this is where you get, and there's a wide range of examples like that, a huge wide range. Okay.
But before you go, Jason, let's just take that one example, which actually is a good example. The authority or the control over the space of a given state, the altitude, in, let's say California or whatever the state is. Now, I'm just wondering if there would be any challenge, hypothetically, from the states saying, look, if the federal government planes or the commercial planes are going to go over our states, we have a say about that. And that would be kind of, hypothetically, in a kind of really unserious way, could be a case, an example of what you're talking about. There's nothing in it, in the Constitution, about it. And so it seems to me that falls along the categories of as society progresses, technologies, ideas, human rights, and the rest of it, then people, the Supreme Court and the justices and the legal system make an attempt to kind of to see exactly what the Constitution has to say about it in a very broad sense, and then we'll interpret their understanding of the ruling. And at the end of the day, everything has to comply, be within it has to be constitutionally correct or interpreted according to the Constitution. Now, people may interpret it differently, but certainly it has to have the constitutional authority for it. Otherwise, it's just not going to stand.
I know that's what it sounds like, right? But I'm saying, as a practical matter, there are domains of federal authority and federal
I agree with you. Yes,
that scope way beyond what you would see there. So, like, if we try to find, like, so for example, in this situation with Minnesota and the federal government, the DHS, it's not even clear this question has been asked before, right? So it's not even clear there is a legal answer. Generally, the federal government cooperates with the states on things like this, so it doesn't come up. So on a lot of these kinds of things are like, we don't know the answer really until there is a case about it. But there is definitely a broader trend of the federal government having more and more power, far more power than appears to be delegated by the Constitution, at least at first glance. But there are ways that the courts have historically interpreted, delegated by the Constitution to mean basically any power directly delegated, but also any power which the government obviously needs to do the job that the legislature asks it to do. Now, the power that it obviously needs is what do you mean obviously? And they have a different way of framing it to try to make obviously a little more robust than obvious. Okay, obvious is not the operative standard. But and that's really where you get into the fuzziness of this. And this is where I think, the way that I look at this is that there have been a lot of changes in society, and the legislature has been very uncreative in responding to those changes and done a very poor job of remodeling the house, as it were, to keep it up to date, to keep things ship-shape, right? Putting in a new roof when you need a new roof, and, changing the way the plumbing is when plumbing systems change, So, the house keeps its character and charm, but, is a fully functional house which you can easily get repaired and so on. And they have not really been doing that. And that's what I think is the real problem we face, is the legislature has not been working that preservation effort in a sincere and thoughtful way. And that's what we kind of need to be pressuring them to do. And and then the Supreme Court and the president, they do have to pick up the slack. They have to get work done. They have to decide cases. They have to do something, right? The legislature doesn't have to do anything if they don't want to. It's kind of sad, but they don't.
So here's a question I think I may know the answer. Let's say the legislative branch, just hypothetically, would pass a federal policy and says, look, abortion is left to the individual, and government has no say about it. We're talking hypothetically. And it's passed in the majority of the Congress and the senators and becomes the law of the land. I don't know if that could be challenged, the policy that passed by the legislative branch could be challenged by any individual or group of people or even the state to the Supreme Court. Or maybe an immigration policy. I mean, a broad immigration policy addressing all of the immigration issues, which this Congress has failed miserably in the last 50 years to address it, maybe 40 years. And it's been taken predominantly by the legislature, by the federal government, by the executive branch, which immigration is the business of the federal government. But in terms of immigration policy and things like that. So and it was just going back to the first example, if the Congress has passed this, the law that I talked about the abortion, could any individual or agency actually challenge the law and take it to the Supreme Court? I'm not sure. I gotta look it up.
Well, I don't know that they could challenge the law.
I didn't think so. Yeah, go ahead.
But what you would see instead is they would pass laws, and then those laws would be challenged, right? So states would pass laws, and the states would try to pass laws that do not run afoul of this law, okay? And then the question is like, okay, well, what is the appetite for challenging that? And what does that process look like? And that process is not necessarily going to get satisfaction right away, okay? Because the first thing that needs to happen, let's say that a law is passed preventing abortion, de facto preventing it, in a circuit that is sympathetic to the prevention of abortion. Then the case will go before a judge, and that judge will find in favor of the state. They will say, well, this is not against the universal abortion law because, we don't find that this law prevents good faith efforts on the part of the legislature to protect the health of the mother. And, okay, so they could say that, okay? Or they could say, well, no, it does go against it. But then the state will say, okay, well, we want a panel of 3 judges. And the 3 judges will look at it, and it's a jurisdiction that is favorable to this law. It's a circuit that is favorable to this law. So they will say, the 3 judges will tend to say, no, it's fine, okay. But okay, let's say, all right, then another case comes up, another law, and another challenge is raised, okay, in a different state, in the same circuit, does the same thing. And by this time, the legal scholarship is somewhat different. The case is somewhat different. Okay, maybe it makes it past the first judge, and it makes it past the panel. And, they can ask for another panel, I think. But then they decide, okay, we're going to do an en banc hearing. Okay, everybody in the circuit is going to decide. And then they will generally say, no, it's fine. It doesn't violate this or that law because of this, that, or this other reason. Okay. And in other circuits where they are fine with the abortion law, these cases never happen. Okay. They don't happen. So you never get what is called a circuit split. You never get the first circuit saying a law against a medical abortion at any place that is not, this specific place in the state that is in a remote location, okay, is that law is unconstitutional. You never get that in the First Circuit, and then in the Second Circuit they say it's constitutional. You never get the circuit split. So the Supreme Court is very unlikely to take the case because the places where they accept that constitutional right, they don't pass laws against it. And the places where they don't accept that constitutional right, well, their circuit supports them, right? So you never get the circuit split. So, or it takes a very long time to get the circuit split, okay? It takes 10 years, 20, 30, okay? So then what you will see is a huge range of laws that are passed to hobble this right. And yeah, you might say, Ali, how do I know this? And, you know, so I'll pause here. Maybe you can guess how I know this.
How?
Because this is exactly what liberal states have done to try to undermine the right to bear arms. And this is exactly why there are so few Supreme Court decisions about it. Because in the circuits where they care about the right to bear arms, they don't pass these laws in those states. So there never is any ruling about it. And in the circuits where they have a problem with the right to bear arms, well, the judges agree with them. You know?
Jason, you're not
Or
concerned about children, like smaller children, teenagers, because of the arms. Like that would be. See, I learned how to shoot when I was very, very young. My dad took me to the range. I learned the pistol. I learned the air gun. So it's not new. It's not that I'm afraid of it. It's just that I think when parents start having children and those become teenagers, and you hear of school shootings in America where the freaking eyebrows rise, the big question of safety sort of pops up. You see what I'm saying?
that's it. Yeah, but that's a different question here. Okay, if you read the Constitution, the obvious reading of the Second Amendment is like everything California has done is illegal. You know, there can't be magazine limitations, limiting pistols, this roster, whatever else. Okay, this all weapons ban. Okay, and the thing is, once in a while, you even get a judge in the Ninth Circuit who says it's illegal. But you get one. And then there's a en banc hearing, or there's a panel of 3 judges, and they decide, no, it's fine. Okay. And what I'm trying to describe here is the way that you have a constitutional right on paper, but as a practical matter, the states have a lot of capacity, or localities, okay, really the circuits have a lot of capacity to beat down on that right and make it impossible to exercise. Okay, so I'm not trying to persuade you about the right to bear arms. I'm just trying to describe a mechanism to you, like the way that it works. Okay, and because I mean, even if you feel like the right to bear arms is a bad idea, I think you will agree it's still in the Constitution.
Yeah.
You know, okay, and the way that some states interpret that, it's actually almost impossible to bear arms. Like Massachusetts, and for some time, Massachusetts, and 1 or 2 Hawaii, okay, and the way it was interpreted in New York City for a long time, it was basically impossible to bear arms. And you know, and then you have like a rainbow of options in between that and Texas, okay, where, I mean, if you read it doesn't really make any sense that the way you read the Constitution, that like the policies you have in Massachusetts are the way that they are, or in New Jersey, or whatever else. So to come back to your example, Ali, I think that could be done, but then what you would see is, for example, in whatever circuit Missouri is in, it would just be massively much more difficult to get an abortion, and the constitutional challenges needed to get that straightened out would eventually play out, but it might be like 150 years from now before all of them get settled. You know.
Well, I would say Dick in hand. Jason. That's your screen name, sir? Are you responsive?
Lester, are you here?
He is responsive. He's responsive.
John, you here?
Lester, are you here?
I'm
Pepe,
here.
are
I'm
you
here. I'm here.
Bro, what's going on, bro? We're having a good
I'm
one.
good. I'm good. I'm just trying to see what Jason was talking.
So, Brooke, if you don't mind, let me.
Oh God, here we go. Here we go.
We'd like to hear what you have to say.
I don't give it. What do you want, Ollie? What?
I don't want anything from
Pepe,
you.
are you sleeping?
I'm talking to
Pepe.
Jason.
Okay, well then,
just
let's
quickly going back.
let's do this.
No, I'm not holding on. I'm not for if we
Okay,
wait.
well, we should hold
Did
on.
you notice that Jason?
Oh my God, you're so in control. Okay, well then if you are in control, then you should know how to calm people down.
Well,
do that.
There was no calmness on the stage. People were talking.
All right, so let's do that. All right, let's do that together.
Can you
do that together?
Can you calm down a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I'm right here, Lily. Can you hear me? My voice?
You'll be fine.
Can you come to my voice?
We know how to treat you.
Right here, man.
Don't worry.
Right here.
So, yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
so let's do it. So let's do it together.
So what is your suggestion?
No. So you want to take control? Okay. So what do you want from me?
Okay, bro, what's this question?
No. No third person.
What I want from you. Here's what I want from you.
What do you want from me?
What I want you to do.
Tell me, brother.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you. I would like you to allow Jason and I to finish the discussion about.
So you're saying shut up?
No, I didn't say that. Shut up.
Say allow. Say shut up.
We were.
Tell me to shut up.
Conversation.
Because I'm not.
And so you asked me what I want you to do. If you want to speak for me, then why are you asking me a question?
I'm not asking.
If you're asking me a question, what do you
tell me what you want me to do.
I want you to.
And I will do it.
Wait. Okay then. Thank you.
Wait.
I want you to not interrupt my discussion with Jason.
Okay, so you're telling me to shut up?
No, I'm not telling you to shut up.
Okay, then tell me to shut up.
What I'm trying to
tell me to shut up.
Not to act like a 5 years old or 2-year-old with the diaper rash and you can't control yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So ask your grandma
to tell me to shut up.
What I want you to do.
If you can't tell me to shut up, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
All right, then I'll tell you.
All right.
Brooke,
then here we go.
All
right, here we go.
So, Ali.
I told you that.
Man.
So,
all right, brother. I'm just been trying to tell you, man, that you can just tell me to shut up.
So,
I told you.
Shut up!
Solve everything.
Shut up! You want to hear it? You get it?
Ego.
Stop it, bro.
Reign
Stop.
supreme. No, bro.
It's not ego. It's
So-
truth.
No.
So,
This
Ali, Brock,
Bro, it's not.
Ali
Brock.
and I-
No, you can call me by name. I don't give a fuck.
what do you
I
want to be called?
don't care.
Well, Ali and I,
No.
I was explaining something
You're not
to
gonna-
Ali,
That's
and I
fine.
wanted to hear what Ali has to say about it. Would that be a
Okay,
problem?
I want to hear from Allie, but that last shit, not cool.
I didn't want
Well-
to.
I want to hear from Allie, and that's it. And then after that, nothing else.
Okay.
So-
I want to hear
Brock,
from me.
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro. I don't
So-
want to hear from you. I want to hear from Allie. I don't care about you.
But then you're asking me.
You're entering a world that you don't want to enter.
Oh really? What is
Yeah, I don't really.
What is that?
Oh,
That would be.
okay, so you're over the top of me. Whatever. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care. I don't fucking care. You are not gonna take over me. I don't give a fuck who you have access to. I don't care where you're from. Fuck you. Fuck you. You are nobody.
Well,
You're
Okay, I'm gonna start a new room.
You are probably
I'm
from
gonna-
LA,
I'm gonna start a new
New York City,
I'm
or
gonna
somewhere
invite you
else
both to it.
bigger than me. I don't care.
I'll invite you both to it.
Fuck you.
One second.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go ahead, Ali. Always been that way. What's up, Lolly? What's up, Wally? And we got Sword. Sword wants to come up. Come up, Sword. Yo, Alistair, you got it, man.
Well, welcome back to Trump is Crashing Out, everybody. We just listened to a retard get into an argument with other what we might call retards. It doesn't really matter though whether you think they were retards or not. You are now listening to the supreme retard of all the retards. And in the land of retards, there can only be one retard to rule them all. A supreme retard! That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Jason literally just talked for about an hour and a half straight, and then what's his face also talked for a long time. Then Brock came in drunk and crashed out. Pepe's sleeping. Poor little Pepe. Pepe's dreaming of Pepe World. What would Pepe World look like if Pepe was the leader?
Hurry up! Go clean up that fucking bathroom right now. Pepe's in charge, bitch. You're gonna do what you're fucking told. Pepe's in charge.
But we're gonna close out this room with a little music. I hope you like. This is Johnny Kitover.
First be clear to you, but at least school denied they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incrustation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which ought to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King must be Eastern. Must be Eastern.
Ah! So, X has done me the honor of deleting multiple of my X accounts because I upset Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, the other day. He was live and I was clipping him and he got very upset. Deleted all my X accounts and said I broke the rules. No explanation, just a generalized, you broke the rules. I don't like what you had to say. I'm censoring you. My feelings are important and cognitive security is so important. Oh. Somebody sent me a message. Somebody sent me a message. Does anybody want to come up and say anything? Because I'm going to play some music, brush my teeth. I'm going to use my water pick. Then I'm going to use my tongue scraper. I'm going to use my brush, my toothpaste, and my dental floss. That's right. A lot of moving parts to brushing your teeth. As we know, not a lot of people here on Clubhouse brush their teeth. They just go to sleep and they think Clubhouse can brush their teeth as they're sleeping. Have you ever heard somebody here say, oh, I gotta find a room so I can go to sleep? Oh, how pathetic. Oh my gosh. You know, how could you listen to Clubhouse while you're trying to sleep? You could just play music, you know? Some ASMR, NLP hypnosis. Hello? Voices waving flags. Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you really? Spamming a silver suit. Politics in painted shoes. Comedy juggling. Our fears are tracing halos on them. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love rearrange you. Informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing right colors for the picture in your doubt. Oh, we have Narges. Is Narges here? Did she just come in for a quick pop in, pop out? Well, you're listening to the John Kitover band here. This song is called All Communication is Hypnosis. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your own head singing, you are something you learn. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line.
Reaching in the night, all communication is hypnosis, and if every word you said, I'll keep casting time, futures wake right, and you are
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou pray, burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a...
This is a new song that I co-produced with Pockets. Many of you know Pockets here on this app, aka Pussy Pockets, the annoying, hyper-polarized political pussy pocket.
Pure heart, and a serpent flame therein. Thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale, purple, pale, voluptuous, unwarmed pleasure and purple, and drunkenness of the inner sense. Desire you. Put on the wings and rouse the coiled splendor within you.
Oh, welcome, El Normo. This is the Pepe Show. This is my wind down before I go to sleep for the night. If there's something you want to say, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we're listening to a song that I co-produced with Pockets, aka Pussy Pockets, the polarized R word here on Clouds.
Siddhartha and Krishna and Tahuti, Moshe, Dionysus, Mohammed, and Megatherium. With these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris, and Melchizedek, Chem, and Amun, and Menton, Heracles, Orpheus, Zeus with Vigilius, Catullus, Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius, Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Camaret, Parzival, and many another. Priya and Oncorio VII fed, priest and king that tore the lands and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shiren, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Smolensis the Martyr, Christian Rosenkreuz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander VI, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea, Robertus de Fructibus, Johannes D, Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Vaughan, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Wishow, Wolfgang Van Dorte, Ludovicus, Rex Bavarian, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dukes, Sir Richard Payne-Knight, Paul Gordon, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard Enkose, Dr. Theodorus, and Celeste Crowley, O sons of the Lion and the Snake! With all thy saints we worthily commemorate and worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be held present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
The principles. The Diagon. Mysterious energy, threefold, mysterious matter, in fourfold and sevenfold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves. That in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. People. So to me. So to me. The people. The Diagon, be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be.
Watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, you little orange, hey, hey, little orange, catching neon futures, catching neon futures, catching neon futures.
He kneel adore, rises, turns, shows the cup to the people, turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy, true warrants of the covenant of resurrection. The priest offers the lance to the priestess, who kisses it. He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of aether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of Thou who art I, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou
Sure.